8 minutes past the hour. Welcome in to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Gravy, please.
866 We Be Big is our number.
It brings me to my knees.
We are Rickless today. He is going to be over at Mississippi State. Brooks Burgess. Can you believe he graduates college today? Congratulations, Brooks. Rick is getting the family together and headed over to Stark Vegas for the graduation ceremonies this morning and enjoying some lunch with the family, and he'll be back with us on Monday. So be looking for some updates from the road from Rick on Monday's show. So that means it's a Bubba-rama today, but first it's the kickoff hour, so let's bring everybody in. We've got Mr. Greg Burgess to my left and Mr. Michael Helms to our right. What's up, guys? Y'all doing well today? Got little buttons over here.
Got a little button here and there.
Yeah, it needs to turn around a little bit.
Yeah, it's kind of cocked.
Yeah. Anyway,
out of kilter there.
Yeah, it is. We're good. We're good.
How are you, gentlemen, this morning?
This
terrible.
Evening, this afternoon, however and whenever you may be listening.
You know, I would think maybe 80%.
This morning, y'all figure it out.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, this morning. I don't know when you hear it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
You got
live.
enough sense to figure it out.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'd say 80%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where are you, Greg?
I'm bumping 90. Where are you, Greg?
Me, 88.
88.
Okay. So you're bumping
I'm
90.
low.
Not
I'm
bad.
on
Yeah.
low
Well,
end.
you've been hard at it the last
Yeah.
few days.
It was
few
funny.
weeks, really.
I said, the only reason I said 80 is because I used to, back when Tyler played, he would tell me as a pitcher, you're never 100%.
Yeah.
He goes,
yeah.
True.
he said, every outing, you don't quite feel, like something is not working.
Yeah.
Is it your off speed? Is you missing whatever? And he said, so if I'm at 80, I'm good.
Yeah.
So anyway,
Sure.
I just said 80. I don't know why. Woke up this morning.
I'm dropping fast, though.
Yeah.
I'm down to 83 already.
Already? I think by bottom of the hour you're going to be at 77.
I know it.
So last night I came in from the Alabama JUCO Conference baseball tournament is in Oxford, Alabama. Let me just tell y'all that it's exit 188 between Birmingham and Atlanta. If all of you travel 20, that's a popular stop, and it's got every any kind of restaurant or fast food. That's the exit you stop at.
Yes.
And the one just prior to that,
The original, I call it.
the original, which is where Oxford High School is,
Yeah.
that exit, it's continuing to grow as well.
See, when I was growing up in Oxford, the exit you're talking about now wasn't an exit.
It wasn't.
You couldn't get off the interstate.
Right.
There. There was nothing there.
Yeah.
For one reason.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And even when I was at Jack State, it wasn't one, really. I mean, it was there was an exit, but it was real small. There wasn't a whole lot there.
Yeah, even when
know?
they first put the exit there,
Yeah.
then it grew later.
Right.
But there was when I was growing up, you couldn't even get off there.
Right. It's a popular area where there's back-to-back exits, and at those back-to-back exits is a Chick-fil-A. But both exits have a Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
I mean, that'll let you know how big the exit is. But anyway, not only, guys, do you have the Alabama JUCO Conference baseball tournament there, the Ohio Valley Conference, the OVC, is having their softball tournament there. And so you got
A lot of people there.
You got the signature field up front where the baseball field is, and right beside it is the softball field.
Yeah.
And how many big old Greyhound buses do you think are in that area? There's so many buses you can't see for buses, and everybody's trying to get in and out of that exit. But it was a lot of fun yesterday. A real pretty day, and I love how the city of Oxford embraces all of this. They get the fire truck, right, and they extend the ladder, and they did this back when Jacksonville State played there for a couple of years while the baseball field was being upgraded and everything at Jacksonville State. They played there, and then the OVC baseball tournament was there for a little bit. They extend the ladder and they put the big American flag out, and it just waves in the wind. It's as big as a truck, and just flaps all. I mean, man,
where do you store a flag like that?
How do you even fold it up? I don't know.
You need a lot of Boy Scouts.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how the ladder. It was kind of, the wind would come and go, but at times, I mean, that flag was sitting up just a going, and I'm like, well, that's nice. But it was a busy afternoon. Got back. Whenever, and Helmsy, I know I can't complain to you because coming back from Mobile, you thought you could have something and you got stuck in traffic. twice on the interstate yesterday. I thought I could have something. So JC and Lawson State plays at 1. They finish. It's 4:30. It's not that bad. So I'm thinking, hey, I'm going to get home, decent time, not too late. Coming off the Regions broadcast, even though it's not physically demanding, it was just a long day, right? So you're like, man, that'd be nice to get some good sleep. So twice, not once, twice, the interstate was shut down.
Well, you got to sleep, though.
Yeah.
Why you sitting there?
So then, instead of feeling sorry for myself, I started thinking about the person that's in the handle of why.
Not twice. See, that's not right.
Why
if
the
you
interstate
get through
slows
one
down.
and now you got to go through another
range
that's
of
not
emotions.
right.
And what's weird is, and this is going to be terribly local to the Birmingham market, so I apologize for those that don't know. It was on 459. Normally it's on 20. And 459 wraps, it's the interstate that wraps around Birmingham and connects 65, 20, 59 and all that. And so I got home a little bit later than I thought and then had Big Eye. Gosh almighty, you can't have nothing.
Not Big Eye.
Yes, Big Eye. No, nobody was really home.
I spy with my Big Eye.
Yeah, Terry, I came in, kind of, showered, kind of started to relax. And she said, I got to tell you something. I mean, there's nothing. I mean, go to bed. And I'm like, okay, let's do that. Go in
Big
there.
Eye.
What do you think I'm doing? Staring at the ceiling.
That's where you need the melatonin gummies.
Yeah. I mean, I was just staring there. And then finally she comes
blame
back.
the traffic.
She comes back in. I got the light on, the TV. She said, what are you doing? I've been tiptoeing around thinking you were asleep. I said, can't go to sleep. Got
Couldn't
Big
be
Eye.
loud.
Got Big Eye.
I know. That mind just erasing.
Yeah. What's up
I
with
did
that?
say
Why
that.
is that when you
I don't
know?
know.
When you know.
Hey, Helms, just go sleep, but you can't do any of that till tomorrow.
Yes.
Okay?
What's
When your
up
brain
with
You
that?
starts
can't do a
working
thing
it out.
until tomorrow.
Yeah.
Quit. Just drop it and go to sleep.
Right. So,
Start snoring.
so Rick's not here tomorrow. Okay. Wow. That means I got all the live reads. Man, I hope I can read tomorrow. And then you start
Hope I
thinking
can
about,
read.
Yeah. Well, sometimes you have good reading
Oh,
days and
yes.
sometimes you have
I
bad
do know
reading
that.
days.
I know that all too
Yeah. And
well.
I've already had a couple of problems here this first segment, so I really hope I turn it around. And you start thinking about that. You know what I mean?
And then all of a sudden you look and it's after midnight.
Yeah. You're like, okay, wow, got TV read. So
But you feel like at least while you're laying there, you're resting, your body's resting. You're not asleep.
right.
You try to come up with things and go, it ain't as bad as I think.
The nights you can't go to sleep, you fall asleep on the couch and you're trying to stay awake. Even when your wife's talking to you.
Trying to watch a show
Yeah.
with your wife. And then she's
The
mad
night
'cause
that
you
they
sleep.
say go to bed early, you just sit there and you look at the ceiling. What's up with that?
Rick and Bubba.
God's been too good to me, and because of that, I've got to make a choice at this Gridiron Man Conference.
The 2022 Gridiron Men's Conference, June 17 and 18, Probst Arena in Huntsville, Alabama, featuring Fred Luter, Kirk Cameron, and Tim Tebow.
How many people can we help in the name of Jesus? That's the goal. Nothing else matters.
The Gridiron Men's Conference, Huntsville, Alabama, June 17 and 18. Register today at gridironmen.org. Presented by Bill Waltrip Ministries.
Inflation is rising, and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did to your retirement in 08? Our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold and precious metals can be a brilliant strategy against what's coming. Smart investors are doing this, so talk with the team at Lear Capital about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. Right now, you'll receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of gold coins you purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors. Are you ready to win an out-of-this-world family road trip? Family Camp at the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, Alabama is the perfect weekend for the adventurous family. All lodging and meals are included in this out-of-this-world experience. You also get $1,500 spending money towards your out-of-this-world family road trip package. All you need to do is sign up for the North Alabama newsletter. Someone's going to win. Maybe it'll be you. Sign up and get entered to win at alabamaroadtrips.com. That's alabamaroadtrips.com.
Hey, what's going on in here? Termites? This is my house. I'm in charge here. Hey! You're gonna regret that. All right, that's it. I'm calling Cooks. Yeah, you better run.
You don't have to live with termites. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
With spring in the air, it's time of renewal and growth personally and professionally. As your small business grows, LinkedIn Jobs is here to make it easier to find people you want to talk to faster and for free. Create a free job post in minutes on linkedin.com/Bubba to reach your network and beyond. Every week, nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba. Or head to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply.
Terry was at her daughter's wedding for the weekend when she got a call from Simply Safe. Simply Safe had detected water in her basement just moments after the leak started. Protecting against floods is one of the reasons more than 4 million people trust their home protection to Simply Safe. With Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring, you always have someone looking out for you. Go to simplysafebubba.com and claim a free indoor security camera, plus get $20 off with interactive monitoring. simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com.
Do you want to enjoy more time in the sunshine and less time in the checkout lines? Just get HelloFresh. They deliver chef-crafted recipes featuring seasonal farm-fresh produce right to your doorstep so you can skip the trip to the grocery store. Their chefs really know how to diversify the menu with seasonal recipes like sweet heat shrimp, tempura bowls, garden spinach, ricotta ravioli, and one-pan cheesy beef tortilla melts. Sign up today for 16 free meals plus 3 gifts with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. If you're a regular show listener, you've probably heard me talk about my Allform sofa, which we love. So here's some exciting news. The same team behind my Allform sofa has brought us unbelievable customized mattresses made in the USA. Helix mattresses. If you need a new mattress, then go to helixsleep.com/Bubba, take the quiz, order the mattress you're matched to, and it'll come right to your door in a box, shipped for free, and you can try it for 100 nights. Right now, Helix is offering up to $200 off all mattress orders for our listeners at helixsleep.com/Bubba.
Rob tried to manage his constipation with belly pain, discomfort, and bloating day after day. After realizing it was irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, he found another way and finally said yes to adding Linzess.
Linzess, or linaclotide, is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. Linzess works differently than laxatives. It lets you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. There could be more to your story with IBS-C. Talk to a doctor today. Say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS. Sponsored by AbbVie and Ironwood Pharmaceuticals.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba. Waking on.
All right, 21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. Rick off today, back Monday. It'll be Bubba Rambo when he joins us for the main show. Eddie Van Adler will as well right now. Good Time Gang live as we roll on here during the kickoff hour. Thank all of you for tuning in today. Over to my left, Greg Burgess. To my right, Michael Helms. I am Speedy. A lot to discuss today. The news is as crazy as ever, and we got a lot happening. The play-by-play that Greg was just giving us is priceless. I don't know if it does it any justice, Greg, and the story is as good as you were saying.
The headline pretty much just sums it up.
But Greg was watching a video of a fight, and his play-by-play was precious. What you got?
You got it's an event called Mayhem at Lake George, so that sets the pace.
Can I stop you right there and ask one question? Where do you find these stories?
This is in Barstow.
Okay.
And I think
he'll go to Barstow.
But I think it was on Yahoo.
That or Fart.
Okay.
I think it was on Yahoo too.
Yeah.
But anyway, of course, some of the headlines Barstow has.
Sure.
But then there's a view of it, and basically that we got Mayhem at Lake George 2022.
Oh boy!
And you got a bunch of here's what they titled it. This is what I love. All-time white trash brawl broke out at Florida's lake party called Mayhem at Lake George.
Oh boy!
And if you look, a lot of the guys, what I see here, not all of them, but the ones that are fighting, they're slightly overweight and they got their shirt off.
Yeah.
And they got a DJ set up on like a pier out here in the water, and people are throwing each other off the DJ booth, for lack of a better term.
So it's an all-out brawl.
Yes. And then they're in the water. There's so much going on, you can't concentrate on one. You know what I'm talking about? It's like an ant bed's been turned over with a bunch of white trash.
We got haymakers being thrown.
Yes, haymakers being thrown. A lot of headlocks. Got a lot of headlocks.
Okay.
And a lot of people being pushed off the pier.
Uh-huh.
Got that. And then finally it calms down. It doesn't look like anybody's doing a lot of damage.
Yeah.
It's one of those, where you're just grabbing each other, following each other, but it's like a wave of people. Who would ever thought that a big white trash brawl would break out at a big lake festival with a lot of beer being served, and they ain't a shirt in sight.
No, testosterone everywhere.
And a lot of people that are kind of like me that are getting really sunburned because they're kind of fair skinned.
Yeah.
A lot of them.
Yeah.
And but it's just.
Is there any way you can go back to the beginning? Can you go back to the beginning?
Funny. It's not like somebody kicked the ant bed of white trash
Speedy,
over, and
this is your type of video because here's the thing. You have how long? Let's see. It's like it's a minute long, but you can spend 30 minutes breaking this down and looking at every single corner of the screen.
Hams, I just saw one.
There's something going on over the place.
This one guy, slightly overweight, gets up and he's standing on the dock, and the other guy's trying to come up. Well, this guy's going to kick him, and he goes to kick him and misses him, and somebody slams him in the water. There's not a lot of damage going on.
Can you go back to the beginning? How does it say how it started?
No,
does the writing, is it bad report? Can they go, hey, this is how it started? Was it two dudes that?
No, they're doing their commentary, and you know how Barstool does.
Okay.
So there's really it's just the overhead footage of it is just crazy. It finally calms down.
So does the video start and there's already a fight? Is that when it starts?
Yeah, there's several.
Okay.
But put it this way, this looks like one of those deals that all of a sudden everybody's like, hey, man, I'm sorry. It doesn't look like anybody's really hurt. There's one guy that they're trying to wash blood off his face, but that could be a busted nose.
Yeah, that's going to happen.
But like this one guy big and his shoulders are already sunburned. I mean, it reminds me of a few events I went to while growing up.
Yeah.
Not particularly proud of that.
I got to tell you, that's a pretty cool stage they've got right out in the middle of the water.
It is. But how about the brawl? I don't know what started the brawl.
Are we punching on stage or are we punching in the water?
Both.
Okay.
We're throwing people from the stage into the water.
And is the water shallow enough to where they're standing up in the water?
The guy that's in the middle of the kick, and all of a sudden somebody tackles him as he's in the middle of his kick and takes him completely off of the stage.
Well, when they're standing up, how deep's the water?
Oh, waist deep.
Okay, they're waist deep.
If that, it's a little actually about knee deep.
So we're going into the water trying to punch and everything. Okay.
And then we're down, but there's so much going on you can't follow it.
I'd like to see you book Riley Green for this.
Well, hey, he may do it.
Since you
want me to do it? Oh, yeah, that's me. Yeah. Wow, guys.
And what lake was this? Where was this at?
Lake George. It's in Florida.
In Florida, okay.
Yeah. How about that?
Florida brawl at Lake George.
At Lake George, you guys. I'll keep watching because I keep seeing different stuff. But the best was the guy that went for the kick.
Yeah.
First of all, he's not a very good kicker at all. He ain't got no business trying to kick. He obviously had no training.
Now, is there anybody holding one trying to fight too without spilling it?
Oh, a lot of those.
A lot of that.
I'm looking at it right now.
Are we can or we got red solo?
Cans.
Okay.
Cans all day long.
Cans.
Cans all day long.
Cans for days.
I guess it started. And look, the DJ, who's also overweight and sunburned, nobody here has a tan. Nobody. It's like we got a bunch of real white people. And the DJ's about it. He just sits down. He's a big one. But it's just so good.
How about sunburn?
You know what? This is kind of like running to the Bulls.
Mm-hmm.
This is a lot like that.
How about sunburned shoulders?
Oh, listen.
Is that not a loser?
Nothing like it, but there's a lot in this picture.
A lot of them, huh?
Yes.
So we've been out in it.
Well, I found one person that actually has a shirt on.
Is this a multiple day deal?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I'm sure. I don't know the details, but wow. The article says the only thing missing from the video is sound, and you're right. It would be great if we had sound.
If we had sound, it'd be awesome. It'd be awesome.
This is something.
That's how these massive fights start, though. They start just in little pockets, and then before you know it, they spill off in, and then somebody bumps into somebody, and then somebody hits somebody's girlfriend, and he's defending her, and then, you know what I mean? Then it goes all over the place.
This stat here is not. It makes you feel a little better about it. Like, 'cause if you watch it, it's pretty harmless to fighting. I mean, you don't need, but nobody was really getting hurt. It says 5 people were arrested during the party. Now 3 for boating under the influence, so they weren't even in the fight.
Okay.
2 for disorderly conduct. Okay, said they put about 40 boating citations were also issued. So considering that's not that bad.
No.
You got to love the way Barstool writes things.
Oh, my goodness.
They said 5 arrests and 40 boating citations. Not bad considering everyone involved was trying to kill each other.
Yeah, I'm like you. I thought there'd be way more arrests than that.
Now, I'm
telling you, you know how these type of fights, in the end, they all ended up drinking a cold one together and got over it.
Yeah, they floated back out. So the boating citations, is that I'm drunk and I'm on a boat too?
I don't know.
No, they arrested them. I guess the boating citations like going too fast in a certain area.
How many people you got on your boat? You got you got enough life jackets for everybody? Probably
you
all
can
that
get it
kind of
like a
thing.
DUI if you driving a boat too, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is it called? Is that what it's called?
I don't know if it's called that.
Okay, it's the water version
you're
of
right.
that.
Yeah, and they said 3 of the rest were that boating under the influence.
All right,
but
there it is.
I just saw a guy.
Okay,
I just saw a guy get somebody in a rear naked choke,
really,
and then fall back and go under the water with them.
Yeah. Okay.
This is pretty good. I'm sorry, I'll quit watching.
No,
y'all gonna lose me.
Look, you're
every time I watch
play-by-play.
it, I find something
Yeah,
different.
I know. You're
The
play-by-play
kick is
precious.
my favorite.
Yeah.
I'm slightly overweight, and I'm trying to kick. I'm not very flexible.
And he just kicks air.
And in the middle of his kick, somebody tackles him and takes him off the deck.
We'll have to get that in
all day
show notes today so y'all can all enjoy that at rickandbubba.com.
Redneck brawl.
So
White trash brawl.
Now, if he hadn't got tackled mid-kick, would he have kicked the person?
No.
Oh,
he
just
was
totally,
the most uncoordinated
It was
kicker.
an air kick?
Yes,
Okay.
you can tell he is not trained in martial arts.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Guys, anyone listening tired of those bald spots? Did you know 2 out of 3 guys experience hair loss before they're 35? Do you really want to gamble with your hair? Well, you can flip the odds in your favor and save your hair with our friends at Keeps. Keeps has clinically proven FDA-approved hair treatments available online. Whether you're looking to prevent hair loss, stimulate hair growth, or take care of the hair you have, your Keeps physician will help you select the right products and develop a personalized hair-saving routine that works for you. It's easy with no waiting rooms or pharmacy visits. Keeps is delivered straight to your door at about half the cost too, guys. And if you have questions, you can message your Keeps doctor 24/7. So, guys, if those balding jokes are wearing thin, join thousands of other guys who saved their hair. Visit Keeps.com/Bubba for 50% off your first order. That's Keeps.com/Bubba, KEEPS.com/Bubba. Inflation is rising, COVID hurt the economy, and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did in 2008 to your retirement? Yikes, I think we all do. A Federal Reserve survey broke some bad news dating back to the 50s. Whenever inflation and unemployment have hit today's levels, history suggests a recession may be near. Well, our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold and precious metals can be a brilliant strategy against what's possibly coming. Smart investors all over are investing in gold and precious metals, and they're doing it for 2 reasons. One is that gold can be a great hedge during a recession. The second reason is that the closer a recession gets, the more your gold could be worth. So talk with the team at Lear Capital about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. And right now you'll receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of the gold coins you purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com or RickandBubba.com.
God's been too good to me, and because of that, I've got to make a choice at this Gridiron Man Conference.
Phil Waldrop Ministries presents the 2022 Gridiron Men's Conference. 2 dynamic days, June 17 and 18, Probst Arena in Huntsville, Alabama, featuring Fred Luter and Tim Tebow.
How many people can we love in the name of Jesus? How many people can we help in the name of Jesus? That's the goal. Nothing else is the goal. Nothing else matters.
The 2022 Gridiron Men's Conference. Hear dynamic speakers like Phil Waldrop and Kirk Cameron.
If I can try to get my heart right. Maybe I will be used as sort of a vessel to bring about change in my spouse over time. Maybe I can lead by example, and that'll bring some sort of transformation to my relationship if I'm patient.
Don't miss the Gridiron Men's Conference, Huntsville, Alabama, June 17 and 18. Register today at gridironmen.org. That's gridironmen.org. Presented by Phil Waldrop Ministries.
With spring in the air, it's a time of renewal and growth personally and professionally. As your small business grows, LinkedIn Jobs is here to make it easier to find the people you want to talk to faster and for free. Create a free job post in minutes on linkedin.com/Bubba to reach your network and beyond to the world's largest professional network of over 810 million people. Then add your job and the purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring so your network can help you find the right people to hire. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to actually interview and hire. LinkedIn Jobs helps you find the candidates worth interviewing faster. Did you know every week nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn? Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba, or head to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for a link. Terms and conditions apply. In life, you can count on three things: death, taxes, and your car breaking down. We can't do anything about the first two. Now, as for your car breaking down, well, that's why there's CarShield. CarShield offers protection plans for around $100 a month that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 or 150,000 miles, when you need a repair, you don't have to deal with the paperwork or the headaches. All you got to do is choose the mechanic to do the work, and CarShield administrators handle the rest. You can also count on CarShield to help take care of you when your car breaks down and you're stuck maybe on the side of the road. Every protection plan C includes coast-to-coast roadside assistance, rental car options, and trip reimbursement at no extra cost. Get coverage today. Lock in your price, and it'll never go up at carshield.com/Bubba or call 1-800-391-8888. You'll save 10% on your plan. That's carshield.com/Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The number 866-WE-BE-BIG. And this portion of the show brought to you by HelixSleep.com/Bubba. And, you know, their spring into bed sale is going on right now. It's Friday the 13th, by the way. We were talking about that in the break.
Yeah.
And are you feeling lucky on Friday the 13th?
Look, I don't let stuff like that get me.
No, I know.
Especially when it comes to the Helix mattress.
One way to be more productive at work, have a better overall health, and be happier is a good night's sleep.
It is.
Right?
It is.
So make your own luck and go to HelixSleep.com, because right now you're going to save $200 on your new mattress, so don't put this off any longer. This is the best mattress you'll find out there. It's affordable while being all about you. You've heard us talk a lot about their sister company, allform.com/Bubba. The Helix Sleep mattresses are number one because not only are they high-quality, all-American made mattresses, they fit your particular style of sleep because, Greg, they do soft, medium, firm mattresses, and it's all about the little quiz you take.
You do a little survey.
Yeah.
Tell them your preferences, and they make it according to what you like, how you sleep, what type of mattress you normally like, firm, soft, sleep on your stomach, sleep on your side.
Yeah.
And you tell them all that, and it takes about 2 minutes. Not even that.
You might even want a Helix Plus mattress.
That's right.
Maybe you need a little bit more. Huh?
Yeah.
Number one, best overall mattress picked by GQ and Wired Magazine. So that two-minute online quiz that Greg was just talking about doesn't take hardly any time at all.
You know, if it was long, I wouldn't have participated.
No. And by your answers, they determine what's best for you. So go to HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Save that $200. Plus, you're going to get a 10-year warranty, 100-day free trial as well. There, you have nothing to lose. Helix will ship right to your door, and you're going to save $200 in the process.
It's really
HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Yeah,
cool.
That's cool.
Form.
It is.
Yeah.
So
it starts coming alive.
Yep.
Now, you need to have it where you want it.
Yes, you do.
Right.
Once it comes on out, it's a heavy mattress.
Yeah.
I love it.
So I brought up Friday the 13th, and I think we're all about the same here on the staff. I pay no attention to stuff like that. I mean, I really, a lot of times, don't even bring it up. You know what I mean?
I don't need stuff like that.
But I know a lot of people do. A lot of people are like,
yeah. Now,
when did all that start?
I know. I don't know what that. 13 is an unlucky number, but why? How about if it's the 13th of the month? What's it matter which day it is?
Yeah. Why is 13 unlucky?
Then they started making horror movies on it.
Yeah, you got that.
Of course, this being May the 13th.
I think that might be what really took it.
May the 13th, it's Taylor's birthday. My son was
Coach
31
Burgess
today. Remember when he was a little kid and come to softball games and all that? Now he's a grown man.
Yes.
But happy birthday. He's
Golly.
Yeah, 31.
I cannot believe
which means
that.
I'm really old. But it's on Friday the 13th this year.
Right. And he can't believe that at all.
Oh, well, shut up.
There he is.
He hates
Sounds
that.
a little different now.
He does. This is when they were trying to talk him into going to school. And when he said that thing about the Hulk.
Oh, yeah. Because he thought he could turn into the Hulk at that age when he was 5.
He did. And then Bubba asked him about maybe a little girl or something, a little girlfriend, and he didn't like that.
Oh, well, shut up.
Yeah.
Wow. That don't seem that long ago. But
that little man right there has got a family, coach.
Yeah.
Got
Happy
him
birthday
some
to
state
Taylor.
championships under his belt. Does he just have a drawer of rings? I mean, just between Georgia and being over here at Thompson.
He's got a few.
Yeah.
But, the ones they get are so big you can't wear them. So
I
you
know,
just have to have a display. You can't wear them.
Does he have like a little shadow box of rings?
Yeah. And that's, because he showed me the one they got the other day from last year. I mean, nobody could walk around with that on.
Yeah.
I mean, can we not just get well, that's just me.
Yeah.
I know the kids like it. They like them huge.
Sure.
But anyway, so happy birthday to Taylor.
That's
and
awesome,
We're
Taylor.
celebrating his daughter's birthday this weekend. She turned 1 on the 10th.
Okay.
And so we're celebrating this weekend.
Yeah, a lot of May birthdays for the Burgesses, huh?
And, once you grow up, you get moved to the side, so we'll be celebrating her birthday.
Yeah, of course.
But,
yeah. And if he's like you, he doesn't like birthdays.
I think he can, give or take. It doesn't matter.
How about 10%? It's estimated that 10% of the U.S. Population has a fear of the number 13.
Okay. I can remember, unless I'm wrong, somebody correct
a lot of
me,
people.
When I was a kid, and I think it was the main hospital, this UAB now, the old building.
Yeah, I know where you're going with this, and you're right.
That they did not acknowledge the 13th floor. They went from 12 to 14.
A lot of elevators will have that.
Yeah.
Buildings.
Especially from them old days.
Yeah.
Which I think is a little much.
Yeah.
But.
Yeah.
And then Tyler had
being there. One of my grandparents in the hospital. I remember when I was a kid, that fascinated me. If somebody pointed that out, and I was like, "How about that?"
Yeah.
See, I'll think about that today as I'm driving around, and I'll see all these people, and I'll think, "Okay, so there's 10 of you right there. One of you is scared to death of today."
What about the origin of 13 being unlucky? We've
I've got it right here, but I haven't read through it. Okay. And I don't want to.
While you scan that, I'm gonna give you 10 seconds. What was weird is because, like in baseball, nobody because baseball players are so superstitious and all this kind of stuff. But no, you rarely see a 13. But one of Tyler's buddies wanted to be 13, and he was like, "I'm embracing 13," and it was very lucky for him because he was very good.
Yeah, you see a lot of people go.
It didn't bother him.
Do you realize? And I know this is so off the path that we're just talking about unlucky. That there was a time in NASCAR where a green car was considered. You couldn't have a green vehicle.
I did not know that.
They've obviously moved past it. But
really,
it was considered unlucky.
Oh, did you just make that up?
No, that's a fact. Look it up.
Really? Mm-hmm. In NASCAR, if you had a green car,
nobody would have a green car because it was bad luck.
Do you know why? I mean, where did that originate?
I have no idea. Of course, they don't.
I think
feel
you just
that way
did. You
now.
Are you right again?
I think I heard
you need to Google that.
Dale Junior download.
Really?
I think I did.
Okay. You need to Google green cars in NASCAR.
It was a green car, and there was something else because they were talking about it that was ridiculous.
All right, I'll throw a little bit of this at you. Okay. And I don't want to deal with email today, but I'm just going to read it word for word. Okay.
Yeah.
Mathematicians and scientists, meanwhile, point to the prominence of the number 12. They often consider it the perfect number. This is mathematicians and scientists, and they give some examples based on the measuring, that we'll do. 1 foot, 12 inches. Most calendars have 12 months.
Yeah.
A single day is comprised of 12-hour half days. And so they say that you get to 13, it's sure to be found lacking and unusual.
So if 12's so great, 13 must be.
Yeah, and they even point out things like this.
Yeah.
The 13th guest to arrive at the Last Supper in the Bible is the person who betrays Jesus.
That's right.
They also go as far to say that ancient Norse lore holds that evil and turmoil were first introduced in the world by the appearance of the treacherous and mischievous god Loki at a dinner party in Valhalla. And we know this about the Vikings if you watch those.
Oh, yeah.
He was the 13th guest, upsetting the balance of the 12 gods already in attendance.
What in the world?
So there's a lot of things.
You're off
like,
the wormhole.
well, but I'm just that's why I said I don't want to deal with the email today.
You're just reading some history.
I'm just
is all
reading.
You're doing.
This is actually from the History Channel, history.com.
It's great though because as far as this staff goes, it's none of us are like that. I mean, we rarely even mention that it's a Friday 13th. And really the only reason we did it today is it's Taylor's birthday and all that.
It does say this. This is interesting. It says 13 only unlucky in the West. It says unexplained fears surrounding the number 13 are primarily a Western construct. Some cultures, including the ancient Egyptians, actually considered the number to be lucky.
And back to the
How about the number 4 is avoided in much of Asia?
Really?
So when you're in Asia, it's
serious?
number 4 that everybody's scared of.
What the?
How about that?
That is weird. So, Greg, here we go. Many drivers will refuse to wear green or drive a green car. The superstition is said to date back to the 1920s when a driver crashed and died while driving a green car. Talking about the NASCAR thing. I think they've gone from that, but for a while there, it was.
Guys, listen to this.
That's according to this.
So that's where it came. Yeah, but now again they've moved past it obviously because there's plenty of green cars.
I think it was Joe Weatherly was killed. Now this goes to 64. It says when it comes to that, it says
$50 bills.
Are deemed a sign of bad luck. According to this legend, Joe Weatherly was killed at Riverside in 1964. Two $50 bills were found in his breast pocket, and so that's where the $50 bill came from as far as bad luck, and then the other was the green.
I can't get past this.
What you got?
So it says that in East and Southeast Asia, you'd be hard pressed to find much use of the number 4 in private or public life. Okay, but back to Greg's point. In the United States, according to the Stress Management Center and Phobia Institute, didn't know we had that, by the way.
Okay,
it's in Asheville, North Carolina. In case you're wondering. More than 80% of the high-rise buildings in the United States do not have a 13th floor. That's 80%.
Wow.
Guys. Now, I don't know what they consider high-rise buildings, but it also says the vast majority of hotels, hospitals, airports avoid using the number for rooms and gates as well.
I didn't know that.
Good night.
So you won't even see it at airport and hotels.
What if you
as
had
far
a green
as room
race
numbers
car
and gates?
And it was the number 13? And you had a $50 bill in your pocket.
All right, I'm done looking at it. No more stats.
So
we can go to
80,
break.
that's high on the buildings. I thought
that's a big percentage. And I've never really noticed, like it being in a hotel. Nobody's ever told me to go to room 13. And when you get on a flight, I never hear anybody go gate 13.
Yeah.
So they eliminate all that.
How about?
But it's weird that in Asia the number is 4, and I'm not getting into why it's 4 in Asia. But
who knows?
So this is from my dad.
Is there a number that y'all don't like? Just like right off. I mean, y'all think, man, I don't like that number at all?
Not really.
Okay.
What you talking about? Like I'm scared of it? I just don't like the way it looks.
Both.
I don't really like 17.
Really, that's JC's number.
That's what I was looking for.
Thanks, you jerk.
I've just never something about 17. Where do you pick 17 for?
I don't know if he did pick it, buddy.
Okay, well.
You know, I don't know.
I'm not a fan of like 26, 36, 16.
Those
okay.
Wow.
6,
you're right.
6 is okay.
One of his buddies is 36.
But I don't, something about
38.
Something about the way that looks.
This from my dad.
38.
Hey, son, guess what? Your mother was born on Friday, the 13th in March, 1942. She sure is lucky to me.
How about that?
I love his positive attitude.
Yeah, that's right, Dad.
That's why they embrace it.
That's right, Dad.
He lives in my sunshine world.
Yeah.
Love that man.
Yeah. Wish Greg could spend a day with him.
I do too. What's wrong with that?
I'm just kidding.
We'll talk poetry.
You know, when y'all said I don't like a number, I thought y'all might just go I thought you were just doing a single-digit number. Yeah. Y'all going off into, I don't like 38.
The singles, not big on 6.
No, I'm not able. Oh, really?
Ad paid for by Open Jar Concepts. Attention, this is an important notice for anyone who has used a Philips CPAP machine or ventilator. In June 2021, the FDA announced that Philips issued a recall affecting nearly 4 million CPAP, BiPAP, and ventilator units. The recall was issued due to health risks associated with the foam utilized for sound reduction, which may degrade over time into harmful chemicals. The Philips CPAP recalled devices can potentially result in injuries including kidney, liver, or heart damage, cancer, or severe skin, ear, nose, or throat inflammation. If you or a loved one used a Philips CPAP, BiPAP, or ventilator and later suffered an injury, you may be entitled to significant compensation. Call us now at 800-514-0679. Our experienced attorneys will fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Time is limited to file a claim, so call us at 800-514-0679. That's 800-514-0679. Again, 800-514-0679.
My name is Lily Rose. I'm a country artist, and I'm back on air with Boot Barn.
You can be the hero. I can't take the fall. If that's how your story goes, say it's on my file. Whatever helps you sleep at night. You can make me the bad guy. Make 'em all believe it. If that's how you feel it, I can be the villain.
Learn more about the movement at bootbarn.com/backonair.
Switching and saving with Geico is easy, so you're free to ponder life's big questions. Like if a person can get discombobulated, does that mean the rest of the time they're just combobulated? Are we humans always in a state of combobulation? Until, of course, something dramatic happens and we are discombobulated for a while. Then we go back to being combobulated. Yeah, that's probably how that works. Switch and save with Geico. It's easier than you think.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code WORK for a $5 bonus on your first tank. That's promo code WORK. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code WORK for a $5 bonus on your first tank. That's code WORK for a $5 bonus.
Guys, anyone listening tired of those bald spots? Did you know 2 out of 3 guys experience hair loss before they're 35? Do you really want to gamble with your hair? Well, you can flip the odds in your favor and save your hair with our friends at Keeps. Keeps has clinically proven FDA-approved hair treatments available online. Whether you're looking to prevent hair loss, stimulate hair growth, or take care of the hair you have, your Keeps physician will help you select the right products and develop a personalized hair-saving routine that works for you. It's easy with no waiting rooms or pharmacy visits. Keeps is delivered straight to your door at about half the cost, too, guys. And if you have questions, you can message your Keeps doctor 24/7. So, guys, if those balding jokes are wearing thin, join thousands of other guys who saved their hair. Visit Keeps.com/Bubba for 50% off your first order. That's Keeps.com/Bubba, KEEPS.com/Bubba.
Terry was away for the weekend for her daughter's wedding. The morning of the big day, she got a call from Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring center. Simply Safe had detected water in her basement just moments after the leak started. In moments like this, time is critical because even an inch of flooding can cause more than $25,000 in damages. After talking to Simply Safe, Terry called her neighbor, who quickly turned the water off before the flooding got bad. Protecting against floods is just one of the reasons more than 4 million people trust their home protection to Simply Safe. With a comprehensive Simply Safe system and 24/7 professional monitoring, you can have someone always looking out for you. Plans cost under $1 a day with no long-term contracts or hidden fees ever. You can customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off with interactive monitoring at simplysafebubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
We have 7 minutes until top of the hour. Eddie Van Adler is here. He's got TV rolling. And he will be here today, fired up, ready to go. Bubba is here. We're Rickless, which means it's a Bubba-rama today with the Good Time Gang. And I know that we're all a little concerned because sometimes when it's whenever it's, all of us on, and Bubba, sometimes the Good Time Gang can like overtake Bubba and he feels helpless. It's like it's like that fight you were looking at, Greg. It's like we're hitting him from all sides.
Yeah.
So we'll try to for Bubba to take the lead today.
It really goes.
Overwhelm
Well,
him.
that's okay. So that it really is it can go one of two ways. Okay, and I don't really care which way it goes. Like I'm a gamer either way, but this is how this goes.
Yeah.
This is either Bubba joins the Good Time Gang for the next 4 hours, and we run roughshod and we act like a bunch of fools, and Bubba just has to deal with it.
Right.
And Bubba may like that. Bubba may go, you know what? I had Regions Wednesday. I'm a little tired. I'm a little down. I need y'all to kind of pull the weight. And that's what will happen. We'll do it. We're team guys. We're team guys.
He came high-stepping through here earlier.
But the other way that I think Bubba probably prefers is for us to just kind of sit in here, not be seated and silent, be engaged, but not clown as much as we do.
Right.
And that's a hard balance because I don't know what he wants from us on that front.
Yeah.
And so I think probably the first hour we'll kind of fill it out, kind of see what kind of direction he's wanting to go, and then we'll just run with it.
Yeah.
But I don't really know what to do the next 4 hours at this moment.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I mean?
It's kind of
We're
out
just
there.
going to have to play it by ear.
We are. Have you ever done something and
yes,
and then realized, hey, while you're doing it, so I'm doing this right now. I'm really making a scene right now.
A scene?
Yeah. Yesterday.
Did you make a scene yesterday?
A little
Does
bit.
it fall under showing your rump?
Little bit.
Showed me.
Yeah.
So I'm at the baseball tournament yesterday.
Oh, you're this guy.
No, I was not. It wasn't just me.
Was everybody turning looking at
the
you?
entire facility.
That's what Braden tells me a lot of times. It wasn't just me, Dad.
Everybody erupted.
Yeah.
Everybody.
Exactly.
So
that just cut him loose.
Well, there's a couple of things that crawl all over me. And when it comes to baseball, umpires that carry themselves like, they're cordial to the players. You can see them interacting when they're coming in and out and talking to them, and they'll just every now and then smile, wave over.
They actually look like they want to be there and having a good time.
Yeah. And then there's others that think they're so freaking cool.
Yeah.
It's like they're walking around with their, they got their chest all bowed out, and they're walking around like, they've
wearing a badge.
Like they've ironed their pants for 2 hours.
Yeah.
And they're out there and they don't make a mistake.
Yeah.
Those kind just really, I don't care for them. I'll just be honest with you. And luckily, where we were, the gentleman on our side, and I won't name his name, he's really good. Matter of fact, he had a call on the line that was an excellent call.
Yeah.
Okay, and either side, it just happened to go our way.
Sure.
But it was a really good call. He got down there. You can see he's always running to get in position. But there was one on the other side of the field that it was out of position and had a terrible call, and luckily it didn't cost us. But it caused it was a head coach out of the dugout. We're in faces, we're hollering, and the place just erupted. And for some reason, where I was, whenever I was yelling as well, which I normally just sit there, I really do, and just kind of watch the game. I had a really cool little echo that I liked, because it was popping off the buildings and the bleachers, and I yelled about the right time when everybody else was down a little bit, which made the umpire look across the field all the way over to me. And I did the "why you looking at me" thing kind of thing.
Yeah.
And then I realized I kind of blacked out for a little bit, and when I finished, I looked around, and I'm like, wow, so I'm that guy. Everybody's looking at me.
Did you do that? I said something and got a good reaction from the crowd, so now I feel like I got to live up to it.
Yes.
I got to throw another one out there. They're waiting on me.
And I don't
had him a little audience.
Kind of my voice kind of hurt my little voice a little bit. I hadn't done that for a long time, and it crawled all over me because the guy that was at first, instead of getting around and making a good call, he stayed up the line and is trying to make a bang bang call.
Nothing worse than a lazy umpire.
And
be in position.
And it just, I don't know why it got me.
If somebody could send us footage today of you just screaming.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
eyes, you know.
I think you feel like you might have went too far.
I think he does.
After
Terry
he feels
mad at you.
bad.
After it was over, I was like, what am I doing?
Oh,
you
wow.
know. I had me a little perch, so I was a little higher than everybody, and kind of, on my tippy toes kind of thing. But man, when I hollered, and then he got his little card out,
Yeah.
I wanted to say
This is why you had Big Eye last night.
I wanted to say right on
Yeah.
the card, in the second inning, I made a really bad call. I need to do better. That's what I wanted to.
Note to self.
Right. Just write that on your card, and quit looking over here. Focus more on what you need to do.
So you basically yelled, what are you writing, that you suck?
Yeah,
So you went
that's
that
what I
far.
wanted to say, but I didn't know if, tournament officials were going to come over and go,
I wish you'd have got
sir,
escorted
sir. Or somebody on the two-way. We got us a bald guy.
We got a
in
call,
the,
that's clown.
left field, and he's causing a scene.
Will you try to make up
Cussing in
for
front
it?
of children.
Will you try to make up for it today and not say anything at all?
Probably. I mean, normally I do. I just sit back and I'm like, and we might talk out loud amongst all the parents that are just kind of hanging out.
Yeah.
We might oh man, wow, what was that? But that one, it got all over me. He of course he's pretty boy too.
Here we go.
Wants to act like he's just man. Look at me, huh? I did scream, and this did erupt the crowd a little bit. I screamed, "How did you get this gig?" Yeah.
So I knew he had a crowd reaction. That got him going.
Yeah, that did. So I just want to apologize to everybody.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's that simple. They both have beaten pretty much the same teams badly, but the marquee game Georgia had has stayed a marquee game.
Yeah.
Alabama's marquee game has kind of gone away.
And you see Ohio State, who is playing some very good football right now, but they lost to Oklahoma, and the committee put Oklahoma one click in front of them. So you see the head-to-heads do matter.
Yeah.
Penn State is below Ohio State because they lost too. So
yeah, and I do understand that Alabama beat Florida State, and the game was out of reach when Florida State's starting quarterback got hurt. I understand that, and everybody else has played them without that quarterback. But, of course, the quarterback doesn't play defense, and the whole team is kind of falling apart. There's really nothing that can be done about that because all the computer models see is Florida State is 2-5.
yeah, it's not Alabama's fault that they have had a bad season after that.
Right.
But
or that the quarterback's not playing
Right.
against everybody else. But
Right.
there's nothing that can be done about that.
So
But
really,
it's going to work itself out.
You want to schedule good teams to get get your numbers up basically, but you also want to beat those teams and then hope they do good after you beat them.
Well, think about this though. When would you ever say that any SEC team would need out-of-conference games to make them look viable to be in the top four? You would think the conference would be all you need.
Yeah.
And it has been in the past, but it's not that way right now. Because there's been some really lopsided games. I mean, I feel so bad.
I hate to go back to what I said earlier this week. Is Alabama's extreme success, is it killing the conference?
Well, I want to say this. I really feel bad for Brad and Gary because the 2:30 games, for the most part, have just been terrible.
Yeah.
I mean, some of them have been okay, but not many.
If we talk
in the past.
If we talk to Dickie Nadmeyer today, I know what he's going to say, and that is this is part of Saban's plan.
It is.
I mean,
yeah.
this isn't.
It
I
is
mean,
perfect. So he's got something he can fire everybody
Absolutely.
up.
He's
perfect.
been talking about rat poison, and the kids have been hearing about how good they are. Well, now
This was a huge birthday present for him
it
yesterday.
really was.
Happy birthday, Nick Saban! Because now, not only do you get to say, you get to say more than hey, they put you at number 2 and they think Georgia's better than you. You get to say more than that.
Oh, yeah.
You get to say this. Here's what they're saying. You haven't accomplished anything.
Right.
You've just beaten a lot of bad teams.
Yeah.
They really don't think you're as good as you think you are.
Yeah.
Oh, he gets to have a ball.
Oh, yeah. So if they could come out at number one like everybody expected, now now he's here. It goes again.
Yeah.
Gummit.
He's so thrilled. The only thing that would have made him happier if they'd been at 4.
I'm telling you.
You know, too, and it can't be overlooked because I've talked to several of the Georgia folks about it. When you look at the stats and the way things fall, Kirby Smart is in my group in the Pro-Am, and now their first trip to being in the top 4, and they come in at number 1. Coincidence?
Yeah,
I think not.
I think not, no doubt.
Careful on the mojo here.
Yeah, there's a lot of murmur out there about it.
Well, I'm just saying. No, I'm saying he's.
Yeah.
It's not mojo if it's already been happened.
Right.
I mean, they're sitting right there. Right. I can't speak for what happens in the future.
Right.
I'm just saying you be careful.
That's part of mojo.
Yeah. Well, we'll see
be
how
careful.
We'll see how it goes. Are y'all surprised at Clemson at 4?
Absolutely.
Yeah. But of course, I mean they lost the quarterback in the game, but they didn't. But they didn't look great against Syracuse. But surprised they're at 4 over who? Ohio State,
Oklahoma, and Ohio State. Yeah. I figured they would still be. I told Speedy, if you would have asked me yesterday to put my top 4 in order, I wouldn't have. I would have got 2 teams wrong and got the order completely wrong.
Yeah. What about this? One thing to look good for Oklahoma. Talking about how your losses have to look better. Iowa State turns around and beats TCU.
Yeah.
So that helped.
Yeah.
Now you're thinking, wait a minute, Iowa State might be pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, they knocked off Oklahoma and TCU.
Right. And back to Clemson, they have everybody is ignoring the fact that NC State is doing so well, and that's who they have. They're at NC State this weekend. Clemson is.
Yeah. So again, that'll help find out.
Notre Dame made them like it.
Can I tell you?
They did.
Let me hit you with something about Notre Dame.
I mean, wow.
Well, now it's over now because here we are because of today. But all of us had said, because we all saw Notre Dame come into the game, get beat, even though by 1 point Georgia started rolling. Yeah. And we all just kind of forgot about Notre Dame. I know. And we were just like, well, we
How did we go?
Well, we remember, that horrible time that everybody thought they were back, and Alabama came out and it looked like 2 different divisions. Yeah. I mean, it didn't just look like one team was better. They looked like Notre Dame played in a smaller division than Alabama played.
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
But that's been a few years ago. So, but Notre Dame has really gotten to do what you want. Now, we wonder how they'll handle it now. Up till today, they were quiet. It was like it was going on and nobody was really paying any attention to it. Yeah. But now here comes the attention. So what will happen now?
I think Oklahoma's in a pretty good position with this, sitting at 5 because, usually the top 4 do not stay the same. Historically, the little history we've got with it. But, if they had not just booted that one game that was a total nobody saw it coming. Who was it beat them? It was it was
Iowa State.
Iowa State, beat
yeah.
Oklahoma, which is usually not a issue for them.
No,
they've ended up being better, but the Oklahoma loss looked horrible because they beat them with a 3rd-string quarterback, Iowa State, who had never thrown a collegiate touchdown in his career, and he lit them up.
No, Oklahoma looked bad in that game.
At home.
But again, it did help that Iowa State just beat TCU.
That has it. That took a sting out of it.
Sure did. Yeah. Iowa State number 15.
Right.
And Oklahoma will try to really put the style points on the rest of the way so they look real good just in case a potential Georgia-Alabama matchup in the SEC championship game does not come down to a 1-point or overtime win for somebody.
And they openly discussed that they think for the first time ever, if the Georgia-Alabama game, if they both win out and they play a push game that either team could have won it, then that they could end up both in the 4 again.
Because Georgia's won.
Yeah.
They said that was huge.
Yeah.
And Notre Dame being in there helps the Georgia.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
We start today's show, as we do every show, with the national anthem. to the hour, and you are tuned to the Rick and Bubba Show. Welcome. Always like that tune.
Yeah.
We are Rickless today. Rick is off. His son, Big Love, officially known as Brooks, but lovingly known here on the show as Big Love, is graduating from Mississippi State today.
Yeah, let's go.
So the Burgess clan will be headed that way today to enjoy and celebrate this this event. And congratulations to Brooks. Very excited for him. And I know that it will be a fun trip for the whole family. And Greg, I don't know how you missed out, but
well, it's and there are limits. I don't know.
Yeah, sure. I think there was. I think you could only get like 6 or whatever seats.
Mom and Dad outranked.
Yeah. Well, I understand. And can't everybody fit in there, No. So anyway, we will be Rickless today. So it is the version of the show we like to call Bubba Rama.
Yes.
And it's we got a lot to cover today. We got golf and galaxies and everything in between to talk about. It's been a challenging week, hasn't it, Mr. Wilbur?
It has. A lot of moving parts.
Yeah,
and here we are.
I would say for us, I think this would be a pretty good assumption. And Speedy, you correct me if I'm wrong. This may be our toughest week of the year, just as far as moving parts.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. There sure is. I'm looking at the old calendar right now.
And then you have a lot of personal things going on too outside
to the
show,
mix.
Because I know you're chasing ball games around right now.
Yeah, I'm chasing ball games and
yelling at umpires, showing his butt.
Yeah, we got a wedding that's coming up in a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
That's real.
Yes, sir.
And just a lot of happening there. The rehearsal dinner that's on the groom. So. I try to tell try really hard to tell my wife, hey, don't worry about that. But the wives, they want to take care of the little things, and no, they're gonna. See, you don't care, but they do, and so we're really trying to find.
So I've done this marriage thing from both angles.
Yeah,
the groom and the bride.
Yeah,
it's two different worlds.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Maybe we need to talk a little bit more.
You still got a lot to deal with, but believe me, the bride end is way worse.
Most definitely, and that's what I keep telling
both
myself.
Of them are expensive, aren't they?
Both are, and you want it right. Like I say, the pressure of providing the meal and all, you want it to be good.
That's right. Yeah. We're trying to make it simple though. Where the wedding is being held, we're going to do the rehearsal dinner there because nobody wants to get in the car and go anywhere else. Let's just walk over there and have some dinner and eat and fellowship and have a good time and be excited.
There it is.
So, yeah, Bubba, you're right. There's a lot happening.
And you, we didn't talk a whole lot about it the other day, but setting up for our broadcast on the road this week.
Yeah.
You were out there at what time?
I got there at 3:30, and I didn't tell you guys this, but and Taylor, who really helps a lot. Taylor and Amy both help with the Bruno event team getting this thing together. But that Taylor is my main contact, and so whenever we're coordinating things, I'm doing that with Coca-Cola because they're letting us use their patio area and where the food's being served and all that. And then I'm working with operations for the tournament to make sure that we got internet access and we got the stuff that we need to have the broadcast. Well, at 3:30 a.m., the clubhouse and all that's locked.
Yeah,
I mean, you can't just go bebopping through there.
Locked down is what it is.
So and so
we tried.
Right. Yeah, so the shuttle.
No bebopping allowed.
No, but the valet services, they don't start till 5 a.m. And then the shuttle services, they don't start till a little bit later.
Yeah.
So we're always in front of that. So the preparation is we got to get access to things that are locked up before anybody's there. And so security, overnight guys, they're always trying to help us. Well, we thought we'd be sharp. And this year they gave me a fob that goes, hey, this fob is going to work. The doors, you can get in and out of the doors. And then when I arrive, she's telling me, I'll just get that back, but that'll get you in and going. You think the fob worked?
No. You waved and it did nothing.
No, nothing. So y'all had no idea. There was a slight panic early of I couldn't get in.
You had to pee?
Yeah, I did. I did have to
Well,
do
the good
that.
news, it's dark.
Yeah.
True. So.
Plenty of trees.
A lot of vegetation.
Yeah. But
a
luckily,
lot of vegetation.
they ran us a cable out, which they said they would do. And normally folks tell you they're going to do something and then they don't, but they did.
No.
And so we were able to connect and get the broadcast checked and stuff. Then the minor stuff we were able to get in and get some other things. But that was
the
the
food
most
came
important.
out. As long as we were able to get in when the food was out, which we were. Bubba led the charge on that.
Right.
What's good food?
Well, I'm standing there, and Mr. St. James, he's always dressed to a T.
Yes,
Man, he's good.
You know,
he's good.
I'm leaning on him a little bit to get that food out there.
Come on.
Because we start at 6, so if we're going to eat at all, we got to have it by 5:30. And they're really not set up for 5:30.
They're not.
So I always tell them, "Hey, I'm not rushing you, but I kind of am."
Yeah. What have you got that's already done?
Yeah.
If you've asked that question, they know you're rushing them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
Speaking of the food, this is maybe my memory's bad. I'd never had creamed grits until these were they weren't just grits, they were creamed grits, and they were outstanding.
They were good.
Do you know I didn't have
all
any,
was good.
I didn't have any of that, and we discussed why. And that well, I don't know. You know, I tried to play
your history.
I tried to play it safe because
you're going to be outside a lot.
Your history.
Yeah. We're about to be on a golf course all afternoon long, and I didn't want to hold the group up, if you know what I mean.
So Speedy, you got there like at 3. You had the broadcast to do, with the kickoff hour.
Yeah.
Then you had the broadcast to do with the regular show.
Right.
Then you had to be my
Daddy.
caddy among other things
Right.
for a large part of the day.
Yeah.
And man, when it's over, you had to be beat.
Yeah,
you just had to be beat.
Well, it was one of those things.
I'm
it was
still beat from it.
It was a
I
good,
know you're beat
It was a
too.
good feeling because the day went well and it was a lot of fun.
It is fun once we get out there.
Yeah. But then you do come home and you're like, whew.
But the setup, like there's just so many things ahead of time you have to worry about.
At what point did you put your 49er light on? Was that in the car on the way, or did you get it out when you?
I laughed though.
He has his
I
minor
laughed
light
to go
and
because where the location of the new studio, the new unnamed studio is, it does have its benefits, and
we're real close.
This broadcast was pretty easy, so we divide and conquered. I was there early, and these two. Good ones. Well, they met here so they could ride together because I know y'all like to do things together.
Sure.
And they wanted to make sure that we
Are they a club within the club?
Yeah. And so I was able to wear my 49er light because it's dark out
and
there.
you're sharp.
And you got to look and see what you're hooking up. And I was able to do that without anybody making fun of me.
Can I tell
y'all
you
weren't
though,
there.
Can I tell you a headlight? We use them hunting.
Yeah.
But they are so handy because it leaves your hands open.
That's right. Yeah,
to
and you
look
got to have
around.
that. You got to have that.
And we got a lot to cover today. We got some breaking news this morning. I don't know if you guys heard coming in. Leah Thomas, the trans swimmer from the University of Pennsylvania, she has filed a lawsuit against the school because there's no urinals in the women's locker room. So
because if you're truly a woman, you don't need a urinal.
That's did you just make that up?
I thought you said she was going back to be a guy.
Well, I kicked it real bad.
Okay.
Rick and Bubba.
Are we afraid that Notre Dame could ruin it again and find its way into the championship game and get completely waxed by Georgia or Alabama?
Possible.
I mean, we all remember it. I know it's different teams, but still
definitely
stung a
remembers it.
Yeah, you were there. And it did look like two different.
I want to leave in
it
the
looked
third
like
quarter.
it looked like two different divisions, didn't it?
Oh yeah, men amongst boys.
Now again, it may not be that way now. These are two different teams.
Yeah.
I don't know why we keep thinking uniforms do things, but there's something to it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
There it is.
How can you put different coaches and different players in uniforms, and those uniforms have trends?
Yeah, the uniform plays the same way.
How can that be? That's just weird. So there it is. It'll all work itself out, but interesting fodder. We have an Eddie Van Adler update to start the hour here. Our little Eddie Van Adler, married man now.
I'm hot for teacher.
Does anybody know where? So it's back in the news again. Who would have ever thought that the Airbnb idea that people would all over the country pull into towns they'd never been and go to people's personal homes and stay in them could turn out to be bad?
Rick, this is a story here will make you cringe.
We've already had the one from Florida that had the camera set up getting his jollies, but this one's worse.
A 36-year-old man renting a $30 a night room in Melbourne, Australia,
That's pretty good.
through Airbnb was murdered last week by his 3 hosts, according to police.
Suddenly, that rate does not look very good at all.
Good night.
According to this story, Rick, we'll try to be sensitive here to this,
Bubba, please.
the man was also raped.
Wow, what you gonna be sensitive?
Now, the guy who was
you can let
killed,
that out.
now get to the guy who was killed was a bricklayer.
Oh, I'm not.
He was staying at the house for less than a week before he was allegedly murdered. He told a friend that he planned to move out early because he did not like the energy in the accommodation.
Boy, he was right on that.
3 men were charged with his murder, 136, 137, 141. Reviews on Airbnb were mixed, according to a review of the house listing by The Age. I guess that's the magazine.
I will say there's a bad review coming now.
Oh boy.
Went to Airbnb and was raped and murdered. Please don't come here. I give it a very low score.
Really?
I mean,
recommend.
Cannot recommend this one.
No. Airbnb also had a statement, Rick. They said there's no place on Airbnb for this type of behavior, this abhorrent act, they call it, which violates everything our global community stands for. We have removed this listing from our platform and will fully cooperate with law enforcement on their investigation.
Wow.
Now, this is the kind of thing Adler stays in, isn't it?
Well, you were talking about this one review that was on there, and one reviewer who had stayed there before this happened said a better way to spend the night is buy a $50 hammer and smash your hand with it and go to the emergency hospital. That they did not like staying there. Did he not see that review?
Rick, also, many renters said left positive impressions. Some criticized the plumbing and lack of security at the home.
What?
And that other issue.
Wow.
Adler, you're the only guy that does that here.
Mm-hmm. Well, now you got to clarify what.
Stays at Airbnb.
Airbnb. Yeah, let's not.
So many pieces to that story.
Talking about Airbnb?
That ever happened to you?
I'm actually staying.
Maybe not the dead part.
Next weekend, Aaron and I are going to be staying in an Airbnb for our anniversary trip.
Can't you?
Why would you do that?
Why don't you just
rent?
What's wrong? Rent a hotel.
I was editing in there. What's wrong? What are you talking about?
A man that was just murdered and raped at an Airbnb
by 3 men
and an object.
and an object.
Thank you, Speedy, for clearing that
Y'all
up.
didn't have to go that far.
Did they keep the listing on the site?
No, they took it off.
Okay, well then we're good. No problem.
Good.
No problem.
Did you ever go and stay at that Airbnb that our friends from Michigan that were in town stayed at?
I never did. And
I thought you were going to go check it out.
I'm just joking. I was listening in the back. This.
21 minutes after the hour, you're tuned to the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the Bubba-rama version, which means Rick's not here. Hey, did y'all hear about Leah Thomas suing the University of Pennsylvania? Did y'all hear about that?
No, what's happening?
She's actually filing a lawsuit because there's no urinals in the women's locker room.
Oh, okay. I heard something about that. That's better, bro. That was
much better. There you go.
Hadn't got enough caffeine yet.
That way to bring it home.
Oh gosh! This weekend we will have the Rick and Bubba University podcast is featuring Richard Shin. Richard is an old friend, 2-time national champion at the University of Alabama, and one of the very first people I ever heard that had come down with the alpha-gal disease from a tick bite.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is a disease that you can't eat red meat anymore. You get deathly allergic to it. And we had him on to tell his story, and hopefully that will shed some light on something that's out there. It really was brought to the front this week when we had a story that said that 3% of the U.S. population may have it, which I thought was extremely high. That's 10 million people. But when Richard had it, when he first got it, it didn't even have a name. And I knew him when he was kind of going through that process, looking for that. After he about died twice from eating a hamburger. So
yeah, he was telling me that he had to help the doctors even figure out what it was.
Yeah, and he was donating blood to all these.
Is this forever?
Well, that's a good question, Greg, and we'll take that up with him. There have been some people who have made somewhat of a recovery. He said he has not yet. So we'll break that down. Hey, that's a great question. Listen to the podcast, and we're going to address it. So
he did say he hasn't had a hamburger since 2012.
Yeah. Yeah, it's it's
imagine
quite a deal.
that.
I mean, you
Imagine
just hate that a tick.
I like
a little old tick can cause that, and you don't have to be a hunter and a deep woodsman for that to happen. Because Richard mentioned he had a neighbor that had it also, and she got a tick bite in the yard. And Adler had all kind of tick bites.
He did. He got
walking
lucky.
the dog.
Yeah, he got lucky.
Little ones on him. Them tiny ones.
And if you have pets that go out and come in, you're going to have that issue from time to time too. So anyway, we talk about it. It's interesting. Maybe just information that you need to file away and know just in case.
And it's kind of timely because that's been in the news as you talked about.
Yeah, a lot of it
this week.
Did y'all hear about Leah Thomas suing?
I heard a little bit about that. Heard a little bit about that.
I didn't know if y'all heard that or not. We have a lot of folks coming into our area with the Regions Tradition Golf Tournament that we were at this week, and that's always a fun event. And I always get a lot of email, people asking questions, and I try to send them to the website where it is. But if you ain't got anywhere to be and you have an afternoon to go out and watch golf, it is really fun to do. And I have not done it enough lately. We used to do it every year,
right?
But it always was a lot of fun.
Did you see what I sent you?
I don't know if I did or not.
Yesterday. Your pro, Steve Stricker.
How's he doing?
He shot 7 under in the lead after day one.
Good. He is a
pretty good
guy.
start, isn't
it?
Yeah.
Good night.
He was so smooth too. We would just sit there and watch him hit, and he just it looks like he's effortless. I mean, if you don't even think he's sweating. Most of us are sweating trying to get on the tee box.
Yeah, a lot of guys go to him for putting advice too, like on the main tour.
Right.
Well,
he's helping you read some.
Yeah, I started to say he helped me sink 2 pretty long ones yesterday.
What's so cool is that his wife is his caddy, and I think they
is it though? Is it cool? I mean, it works for them. It works for them.
I talked to him about that and asked some questions about that.
Yeah. He says he actually loves it because there was a post round interview that he did with the Golf Channel where he was talking about the fact that they're able to spend a lot of quality time together. They look like just being with them that they get along great. And so anyway, he said he's got a totally different perspective on it because he was so sick for so long. And he lost so much weight, and now he's back and he's playing pretty good. He said he doesn't have all of his full strength back. It's a little different because he's had to go through trying to figure out yardage now because he didn't come back as strong. But now his strength is coming back, and just to hear them interact and stuff. And he said that going through that and her being on the bag and everything is really cool.
I'm joking, and I know they make it work and it's good for them, but I want y'all to picture your wives being here every day. Mm-hmm. And it has nothing to do with them. It's us. I mean, serious business. I would be the issue, not her.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that.
Well,
but just
there's two sides of it.
If we go into this world, I mean, he takes his wife to work every day.
That's a good point.
Right.
But again, you're spending time with her as opposed to somebody else, and
you're not away from home. I would love it. I'd love it.
I think it would, definitely depend on the couple and their personality.
Yeah.
But
100%.
I did ask her that if Steve held all the bags when they went to the mall.
There you go.
Because she holds the bag on the.
That's funny, Bubba. That's so good.
She said he really didn't care to go shopping.
I would have no problem with that.
Can you imagine wonderful?
Aaron being here all day would be fine with me.
Bubba, think about this.
I'm so excited.
And you may have had a chance to ask him this question.
I love her so much.
At dinner.
That part I don't have to fake, Speedy.
Oh, okay. Say they're at dinner after a round of golf.
Right.
And Steve probably doesn't do this, and this is where I would get in trouble. Honey, you said 150 yards. I mean, it was more like 157. Are you sure? Where was that number?
Yeah.
There's that workplace stress that goes with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And sometimes I know, I don't know how to phrase this exactly, but sometimes our time together, being married is better when you're not spending all your time together. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
Because all people are that way. I mean, we all get sick of each other. Let's be honest.
Sure.
We love each other in here, but we have to have a break.
I mean, we have to send Rick to graduation every once in a while.
I know it. Just take a break.
Get out of it.
But then what do you do if it's your wife? How do you get that break time?
No, you're all over that.
And does she caddy every single event, or does she?
Yeah, she's back. She's on the bag.
Now,
most of them.
He said she's a real good golfer.
Yeah.
So
here's a little bit of that. I hope this doesn't get you in trouble, Adler.
To be back out here playing again is my mentality. I'm a little different perspective of things now. After going what I went through, and I'm just kind of enjoying it a little bit more and having fun with it, and still trying to get my body back to where it was, and that's going to be ongoing for a while. But I feel really good, and I'm doing some good things on the course too. 2 months ago, I had nothing, right, as far as speed or anything, and it's really been the last month where I've started to pick up a little bit more speed, and I'm probably not quite as long as I was last year, but I'm close. And Nikki's on the bag. That's always a lot of fun having her out here, and we've been enjoying our time together and kind of reliving when we first came out on tour. When we first did this back in the mid-'90s. So it's been a lot of fun.
We were looking at one putt. It was kind of funny. I asked him to help me. Look at it. And he said, Bubba said it's going to break to the right, and then it's going to break back to the left, and says the speed. He said he looked at it, and then he kind of lined up over. He said, let's just put it straight. Let's go straight at it. And it worked out. So,
cool.
He's very good. Very nice guy. And I hope everybody will be cheering him on this weekend.
Yeah. Steve Stricker in the lead at the Regions Tradition PGA Champions Tour after day one. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
$50 rule on Airbnb. You got to go $50 a night and over. If it's below $50,
Speedy.
Everybody knows that.
You got a weirdo that wants you in their house. If you go above $50, you got somebody that has a nice place. They take care of it, and it's actually a money making venture for them. That's just one of my rules.
But now as you and now
also no murdering.
How about this?
Right,
now that you put that on the air, what's going to happen now is some twisted sicko is going to list his.
He just bumped it from 35 to 50.
Yeah, or $75 a night, thinking that means that somehow if I charge more, I won't rape you. Well, Greg. Isn't that what we just said?
Yeah.
Adler, I can't believe that you carry your wife and stay in something like that.
Y'all, we have a great time. Airbnb, it's worked out excellently.
But will you stop doing it?
Except one time. One time it didn't work out.
What happened then?
Well, it was actually we were going to go skiing, and there was a big freeze, and pipes burst the morning we were supposed to go stay there. So it was actually a good thing we didn't stay there one day early. Our stuff would have been soaking wet and frozen and stuff. But that was the one time, and we ended up getting a reimbursement plus $500. So they put us up in a hotel, and it worked out good. I will say, all of our experiences have been great, except that one, and then that even worked out in our favor too. So,
are you just against hotels?
Yeah. What's the motivation?
Cheaper, number one. I know a lot of guys that do this.
Yeah, but they've also got time to wire cameras in there too.
And you got to check for cameras. No, but you want your own place. You don't want to have to share. You need to pick the right list.
What do you mean your own place? It's not your own place.
You are, but they're not in the house with you.
It's
right.
It's like
some are.
Some
are.
That's what he's saying. Don't go to those places.
Yes. Some are. Don't go to those places. You can check a box or whatever. It's like Craigslist.
If they got a guest house
but
out
what
in
if
the
there's
back,
a monster that
there.
ate them and then it's still in there and you don't know it?
Well,
you got no idea what you're getting into.
Maybe what happened here.
It's like Craigslist. Some people really are just trying to get rid of an old grill and sell it, and some people, want to wear your face as a mask, and you just got to weed those people out.
Right. That's a good word.
But but you're really rolling the dice there just for the sake of an old grill. Well, I don't know that it's worth it.
That's a good point. By the way, my grill, which I did get used online, I bought it used online.
Kind of like that lawnmower.
It's this propane thing. I know. I'm
trying
to save money.
You can get a propane
what
grill.
What have you saved?
It's doing this weird thing where it goes out in an explosion. It's like I'm sitting there just grilling, flipping burgers, having an awesome time, and then the flame goes out, but in like a poof, like that. And I'm just like, whoa, what?
So what do you do?
What?
Yeah.
So if you guys have any suggestions, email me, adler@rickandbubba.com.
The line.
Regulator problem.
You got a problem.
Yeah. Okay.
That's why somebody was selling it.
Yeah.
Somebody was
Online.
dumping it, Rick.
Maybe that's
Dumping
Rick,
it.
man. I'll take it. Give it to him.
You always sell things I love, Rick.
Yeah.
He's in Nashville. Kelly, go ahead. 30 seconds. How about it?
All right, Rick, I appreciate it, and I'm a first-time caller, so I'm going to ask you to use your timeout up front, but I saw the pastor for Hillsong United's new church in New York City on The View yesterday, and they specifically asked him what his thoughts were on abortion and gay marriage, and he wouldn't come out against it, and I was very discouraged against that.
So when you say that he wouldn't come against it, to give me the exact quote because I want to get this right.
Well, you can have Helmsy or something pull the quote up from The View. He would not emphatically come out for that the Bible is against abortion or gay marriage. When Joey Behar asked him about, what does your church preach against this? He would say, we're inclusive. We try to invite everybody. He would not say emphatically, this is what God's word says.
Yeah, and that's sad because if what you're saying is accurate, you heard it, so you must know. This is where I keep getting discouraged when men who have been given or women have been given these great platforms and they get a chance to step out and engage the world and explain to them clearly. And you do need to do it, in a way that doesn't come across as sanctimonious and self-righteous, but there is a way to do it. And when you get the Osteens and now this guy where they just won't.
You know who this is, don't you? It's Carl. It's who I asked Adler.
Oh, who
it was Carl Lentz.
Yeah, and I will say this, and I got to be real careful here. Sometimes, are you going to do this, Burgess? Sometimes I've heard the preaching out of the Hillsong world, and I've heard the praise and worship songs, and the songs seem to have better theology.
Yeah,
I'll leave it at that.
You're not the only one to say that. I've heard that from numerous people.
Yeah.
That seems to be echoed a lot.
Yeah. So I'm really not that surprised by it. I'm just trying to be nice right now. But I would have to. Yeah, I want to hear the whole thing because I don't know what.
He's written a book and he's out on a book tour, and so I think that's why he was even on and in New York City.
Well, it sounds a little bit like tickling of the ears to gain favor.
Hey.
35 minutes after the hour, it is the Rick and Bubba Show, and Speedy, another sponsor here on the program.
Yep, this hour of the program sponsored by Keeps.com/Bubba. I do think it's cruel that you have a bald man reading this, but I do shave my head, just so you know. But the message today is very simple. If you are living with male pattern baldness, there's an answer for you. We're talking to the audience members that are concerned maybe about thinning hair, bald spots, or receding hairlines. How will you know you're ready to do something about it? Well, probably when it's the first thing you see every day you get up and look in the mirror. If you're worried about it, what do you do about it? Let us suggest Keeps.com/Bubba. They have more than 5-star reviews than any of their competitors, and hundreds of thousands of guys trust them with their hair loss prevention. Keeps.com/Bubba. They offer doctors recommended that they recommend FDA-approved hair treatment, and because they're the generic versions, guess what? You pay about half the cost. And best of all, they do everything online. It's very simple. The process is so easy. Just answer a few questions, snap a couple of pics of your hair, and a licensed doctor reviews your info and recommends the right hair loss treatment for you. Then it's discreetly shipped right to your door. And should you have questions along the way, no problem. You can message a doctor 24/7. Track your progress with their progress tracking tool. So it's that simple. So get started today with a special discount. How does 50% off sound? Just go to Keeps.com/Bubba. Don't put it off any longer for 50% off your first order of hair loss treatment. Or you can always find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Hair today, hair tomorrow.
I like that. That's nice.
Hair today, hair tomorrow.
Speedy, we have a science update. Really big breaking news out of the science.
Are you sure about this?
It's big.
I mean,
it's really.
How big?
When I say big, it's really big. Like light years big.
What?
Sing it. What? Hey. Now, is Greg going to make fun of this, or do you think it's really cool?
Probably a little bit. I think Greg will think this is cool, though, too. We have proof now of what we long suspected about the Milky Way galaxy. You know, our little solar system is in the Milky Way galaxy.
The old Milky Way.
It's a big spiral arm. We're about 3/4 of the way out.
It's named after a candy bar.
Yeah. But the fact that we have discovered and can now prove for sure that there is a massive black hole at the middle of the Milky Way galaxy that's basically holding this thing together. And they were able to use different technologies to actually image this thing. And
Elon Musk.
Is massive. Now, this is the Milky Way, what you might see in the night sky that Adler's showing you now, and that's where it got its name. It looks like milk that was spilt. And if we keep going in, and they're using several new telescope technologies, infrared and radio telescopes, to be able to image all of this with some really slick computer programming. And as we keep going to the very center of the known galaxy, we have found a black hole, and it's called Sagittarius. I can't say that word now. Sagittarius.
You just said it really well.
Well, I didn't feel like I said it well.
Sagittarius. I thought you were bringing it.
So, and this black hole that has tremendous size and tremendous gravity, you can see the edges of it where it's superheated and it's causing it to illuminate. And the hole itself so dark and so much gravity, light can't even get out of it. That's how big and strong it is.
Wow.
That is wild, isn't it? Now, our galaxy is about 52,000 light years across. So if you could travel at the speed of light, which we can't yet, you would have to go for 52,000 years to go from edge to edge. And this thing is so strong, it's holding all that together. Isn't that wild?
It is wild. It's way over my
Good
head.
night.
Yeah, I'm lost.
And then,
so what's on the other side of it?
You talk about our galaxy, the Milky Way, and it's just one of, and our galaxy has tens of thousands, if not millions, of stars like our sun and planets around it. And then you go outside our galaxy, and then there's tens of millions of thousands of other galaxies out there.
That's overwhelming.
And the closest one that's we have a small one that's the closest, but the biggest one next to us is Andromeda, and it's 2.54 million light years away, and that's our next door neighbor. I mean, the space and the distance of this is just, I mean, our 8-pound gray mass just can't get a hold of it. I mean, it makes my head hurt.
I don't
to
even
think
attempt
about
it. I just go, that's a cool picture.
But we always thought that it was there, and the black hole would be kind of like a top hat turned upside down. We can see the brim, you see the edge of it, and you see the hole, but you don't know what is in the hole or where it goes. Of course, the gravity is so heavy there that nothing could survive. But there's theories about wormholes and all that. Mm-hmm. We don't know because we've never got to one. But just the size and how big this is, to me, it blows me away, and it also I think really has a lot of spiritual connotations too for me, because you realize how big God is and how massive His creation is. I mean, as big as our world is, and it is big. It is a speck of dust in the universe, man. I mean, it is unbelievable. Don't you feel that way too, Adler?
Oh, my goodness. It's amazing. And I want to say something to atheists out there. You really think there's nothing bigger than you? You really think you're the biggest thing, in the galaxy, really? So as far as the picture that they got, that golden ring that we got, that's like a real picture of a black hole. As far as I understand it, I mean, they had to use a planet-wide array of instruments to get that image. Is that correct, Bubba?
Yeah, they were using several different things working together with some massive computer power to do it. Visual, infrared, and radio telescopes, all to try to map that out.
And all across the planet, working together, taking many images to get that to happen. Okay.
Helms, if you'd have kept that telescope of yours, they might let you be.
I'm telling you. Are you intrigued at all by this, Helms?
Well, I'm overwhelmed.
You're right. I can't fathom it.
It's it gets to me mentally. I can't handle it. Can't handle it at all.
The thing that where it kind of, I get lost in it, I think, how big creation is. Yeah. I mean, we can't gather it. So, but we know God is in charge of it, and He ordered it.
Amen.
But then he also cares about me and what's going on in my life, and you guys and everybody listening. It's just the different sizes of all this is just incredible, and the fact that he can juggle it, and I can't even imagine it. And as you keep expanding out, and we have, like we were talking about, galaxies and the galaxies next to us, and we've just kind of seen this through the Hubble Space Telescope. We know that galaxies tend to form in clusters. So if you have us and Andromeda and blah, 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 and all these other galaxies, they're kind of in a cluster, and then there's a lot of space around those. And then there's other clusters of galaxies. Mm-hmm. And as they form, they also tend to form in a helical pattern.
Watch it.
Like a staircase going up, which looks amazingly like human DNA. So you see a pattern repeated from our DNA and our atoms, which is what the solar system looks like, all the way out to super galaxy clusters that keeps repeating. Now, the odds of that happening accidentally, guys, it's just, I mean, the mathematical evidence of a divine creator who organized this is overwhelming. To not believe that happened, I don't have enough faith.
Right.
I don't have enough faith to think this is all an accident. You just can't. It's just unbelievable.
It really is. And if you look really, really close in this image here, you can see Matthew McConaughey behind.
Right there it is. Is he in a room with books that are floating?
Yes, and he's like, I love my daughter so much. That's a good movie. Have y'all seen Interstellar?
I have not.
Oh, my God. Greg, you love it.
I'll be honest with you. I watched it, and a lot of it I followed. But some of it got a little weird there with the books in the library, and I'm on the other side of that and all. I couldn't. I couldn't really
no
put
smoke
that
in a
together.
bandit. I'll tell you.
Yeah.
He was able to kind of like reach into that dimension and didn't he use like Morse code on her watch or something with gravity?
It's bizarre.
I got confused on what was the one? Contact. That confused me enough.
Yeah.
I mean,
that was pretty.
It's no
weird
Lost
too.
in Space, but
Well, that goes back. That was my first original space love. Was Lost in Space.
Yeah,
It's Danger, Will Robinson.
And have you seen the Netflix
It's good,
version of it?
but it's no Porky's.
Greg Burgess.
What in the world?
What is your problem?
Remember Porky's?
Yes, that's twice you said it.
Can't forget it,
Greg. Yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with space, Greg.
We're talking about movies.
Well, we had a high point there
was
talking
talking about
about
movies.
creation,
Yeah, I'm
and
sorry,
now
Bubba.
we're back to Porky's.
Yeah,
But,
sorry.
We've covered it all.
Y'all
today.
brought Interstellar in it.
You went from teary-eyed to embarrassed. I'm sorry.
In the movie Contact, they talk about the cost of that project, and they're like, "This is the most expensive project ever. We spent $300 billion." And they're like, "Now that's nothing for the government to spend."
No, we just print.
They print
Of course,
that up
they had a
overnight.
second one nobody knew about.
That's true. That's true, Greg.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Am I right out of the Bible?
As predicted.
Yeah.
He's talking to the panel about their church and how they're different, and then the follow-up question.
About our churches, you have different races, different faces, different backgrounds, but people are committed to one cause, and it makes our
So
church
it's not a
special.
sin in your church to have an abortion?
That's the kind of conversation we would have, finding out your story, where you're from, what
Work
you
through
believe.
it, like talk
Yeah,
about
I
things.
mean, God's the judge. People have to live to their own convictions, and I think if I have to tell you, that's such a broad question to me. I'm going higher. I want to sit with somebody and say, where do you believe?
So it's not an open and shut case with you?
Some people would say it is. I think to me, I'm trying to teach people who Jesus is first, find out their story. Before I start picking and choosing what I think is sin in your life, I'd like to know your name.
Well, you know, we have a debate we've talked to other religious leaders on this show about whether politics and religion mix together. We do have the separation of church and state. So you're really not supposed to endorse any candidates, for example, from the pulpit.
Yeah.
Do you do that, or how do you feel about that?
I don't want to get in trouble. We keep it really straight-laced. No, I think at our church, when people say keep politics out of the pulpit, I say, what do you mean by that? Because politics affects people. So if that's happening, you better believe we're going to talk about politics. To not do that in a church setting, to me,
Where's the line? Where's the line where you infringe upon the separation of church and state?
Joey doesn't
My
exist.
dad's a lawyer, so Dad, if you want to text me right now, if I'm getting into hot water, I don't know. I feel like Jesus came to destroy the political norm of the day. So since I'm a Christian, I believe we're still supposed to speak directly to politics, and things that affect people, they should be talked about in our church. So I'm just going to preach what I feel is right.
I don't argue with you, but
no, I'm not even arguing. I'm just saying that's how I do it.
If you endorse, let's say, President Trump from the pulpit, you are infringing upon that particular law of the separation of church and state. Am I right?
First of all, I didn't do that, but I wouldn't do that.
Just saying that would be the line.
No, it would not.
Church, we
You're wrong.
Anyway. I wouldn't say you have to vote for this candidate.
All right, that's what I'm driving at. So you would not do that.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, only Democrats do that.
In the black church, politics has always been an instrumental part of the word and of preaching, because it affects the black community, because it affects the church community. I grew up knowing that this was something that would be discussed in the church.
Yeah, but you can't name a person to vote for because your tax exemption will go out the window.
That's different.
All
I
right,
agree. That's
let's
different.
Be clear.
But you know, one thing that I really want to commend you on is that you have been very vocal in support of Black Lives Matter and against racism in this country. And while many Christian leaders, in my view, really stayed silent after Charlottesville, you did not. You called out President Trump on Twitter. And
Well, the only thing is, doesn't the Bible say not to bear false witness against people? So if the officer who everyone said shot and killed a man who had his hands up, and the witnesses say that didn't happen, he actually attacked the policeman, you also would not stand with people bearing false witness against somebody, because that's in the Bible as well. What happened in Charlottesville does not confirm the narrative that Black Lives Matter keeps calling for. So that would be irresponsible, because that's not what happened. And so the Charlottesville thing, trying to come back and say that had happened, and then what he said, of course, dealing with the groups, the white supremacy groups in Charlottesville after that, was he said there are people there that were protesting other things. He was not saying that the KKK or the white supremacy groups were okay. He was saying not everybody in the audience represented the white supremacy groups. He didn't say the ones in the white supremacy groups were okay.
Right.
He was saying some people were there just protesting the Confederate monuments coming down because they don't think that's the right thing for America to do. They're not white supremacists. And I think that's, I don't know, this sounds like some of this is getting kind of irresponsible. And plus, there's a way to communicate what he's trying to communicate without sounding like you're dodging. You know what he keeps saying is, I want to talk about what I believe. Well, it doesn't matter, Pastor, what you believe.
Well, and Joey's question is all wrong. She doesn't even understand the context of the question she's asking.
No.
It says the government will not establish a federal religion, or better, the government will not establish a federal denomination, would be a more accurate translation of it. And that has nothing to do with what a church does. No, the whole separation of church and state was actually separation of state from church.
Right.
She's got it backwards. But she grew up and she hears that repeated, so she just repeats it. But that's not what it says. It's not what it meant.
No, she even gave an arrogant face like she made a point, and she really looks foolish because it's not what the Constitution says at all.
No.
And if to the other point, then the Democrats got something to say.
The hour, it is the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for joining us. We're Rickless today. Rick is out celebrating graduation with his son Brooks, better known as Big Love, here on the show. So we hope they have a great trip today and a great family time. I'm sure we'll get a full report on it Monday. Coming up top of the hour, we'll probably hit some phones, so you may want to make notes of that, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Speedy, I know you were concerned when you came out of the studio and you saw that I had actually opened our remote box that had the equipment in it for the broadcast.
I was concerned because I was one of the people that packed it up.
I know. And, we changed everything up from the big Bubba box that it would roll everywhere we went, and we'd just plug into it. And you still had some cords and, cables and different things you had to, drag along with it. But we condensed everything. Bubba got some new cases, and we tried to make it simple, and I do appreciate it because lugging it in
it was great.
It was pretty easy. I'll be honest with you. You just threw everything in one deal. It had a couple of straggling boxes behind it, but it wasn't near what we experienced in years past. But there was a little bit.
I thought it performed well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it was a little bit of a handle for Rick because he's used to sliders.
Just muscle memory.
It was fine.
A couple of times we got blasted in their headphones.
Sure,
right.
But
Andy Kennedy was pointing his.
You know what? Hey, you're gonna have that.
Right.
Yeah, it's gonna.
But it's kind of like packing your trunk, headed out for vacation. You're really detailed on getting everything in there, and then on the way home you're like, just throw it in there and let's get home.
Analogy.
And when
we'll worry about it later.
Yeah, well, just throw it in there. How do we get this in the suitcase? I just throw it in there. When we were packing the new rolling case that you bought, we had to really get creative on getting everything in there. And I even said, I got to take a picture of this because I don't see any way they can get this back the way it is. And you opened it this morning. How did it look?
It sit there yesterday, and I thought about opening it, and I thought, I'm not going to look in there today.
You didn't want to ruin your day.
I can't believe they got it closed.
And then this morning, I thought, I probably need to look in there and see what's up because we got to hand up some of that stuff back to young Scruggs. So we borrowed from him, and I thought y'all did a great job. It wasn't as pretty as when I packed it, but everything was in there. And the important thing, there was no food, no popcorn.
See, that was the thing because we've had that incident years ago where I had left popcorn in some of your equipment. But
we were DJing back at the time, and I had let the Burgess brothers borrow a cassette deck.
Yeah.
And when they handed it back to me and I opened the door, it had popcorn coming out of it.
Golly. You realize how long ago that was, Bob? Yeah. That was a long time ago.
So that's been a running equipment joke over the years.
And y'all seen his face. He wasn't happy.
This is encouraging to me, Bubba, because I actually tried to preemptive strike it. And, if Speedy takes a picture of it and sends it to Greg and I, and we don't look at it, then there's nothing to do. But I actually started thinking about it on my way home from Montgomery that night. Yeah. And so I Marco Polo'd him, and I said, hey, listen, heads up. Don't be mad at Greg and I. I don't know. We didn't know what we were doing. We were throwing things.
We just try not to leave
something. We didn't want to leave anything. As a matter of fact, we may have brought things back that's not even ours.
Right, true.
I don't.
We can
I don't
always
know.
return them.
And I said, but when you open that case, you're going to find things that don't belong in it, and you're going to find things out of order. And I'm pretty sure we put everything in there so it wouldn't break or anything like that. Yeah. And that's all we were shooting for.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm encouraged by hearing what you say. Because I think
it came back good. It's. Everything was in there and nothing was broke.
Okay. We need to add one more thing since we got all these cool cases. Let's eliminate the cardboard box thing.
Yeah,
I actually tore it up, put it in the truck.
we actually talked about
Here's
that.
what's going to happen. We're going to have another box just like the one we got, and everything else is going to go.
That's it. I cannot wait for that.
Extra cables.
I do not like those little boxes. When we came up with that, I think it was a turkey toss where we had a couple of those empty. And we were like, man, we just need to throw stuff in there. We were just trying to get it there, and it was a good home place for it. But we do need to upgrade that for sure. I did see one nervous moment from Greg. The next morning, I came in and he was looking at the instant replay, a little carrier case that we have for that, and there was a couple of things that weren't in there. And then he went to looking around for it, and he couldn't find it. Yeah. And he goes, I think it might be in that one. Yeah. He wasn't sure.
The counter.
Right, the counter. And so when you had opened it today, I saw the counter sitting beside it, so it didn't make
I felt like we didn't
So the counter needs to go with the instant replay.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
But that box seemed a little full.
Well, I had to put some extra things in it that we didn't, that I probably should have put in the white boxes you destroyed.
I'm not making an excuse.
We had it down to a real art back during the original XFL when we had to ship it.
Yes.
And we had to carry, the shipping case that went over all that stuff.
What's the story of when I think was it California y'all were out in, and was there the case was it left or something, and y'all had to go back and get it?
No,
the key to it.
The key to it. That's it. That's it.
And it was on me. It was totally on me.
Was that a problem? That was a problem, wasn't it?
You know what I did? I left the key. Well, here's the thing.
We were eating in Sausalito when it hit.
Yes, we were. We were singing Sausalito Nights.
We were. We were just yucking it up.
So we had this case that had all the broadcast equipment in it. and it had a shipping container that went over it and had wheels on it, so you could lock it down, and you could put it on an airplane, and it came back the same way.
Right.
So there was a key to open all that up. Well, I had the key to it, and I left it on my desk in the hotel room because I thought we were going out on a bus tour and coming back to the hotel room, then going to the stadium. But San Francisco is a big area.
Boy,
and the tour just kept going. And we thought the tour was coming back. I don't remember exactly why we were confused about it. But
I think we got off to eat, and then we just let it go. We were like, we'll just take a cab to the stadium.
Yeah, at one point we thought we don't have time to go back.
Right.
And then we
had to make time.
Then I thought, key to the case. Did I remember it then or when we got to the stadium? I think we'd already got to the stadium and realized we didn't have the key.
May have been.
So I had to take a cab myself all the way back over to the hotel, which was by the airport.
Were you mad at
Bubba? Yeah, I was real mad at myself.
Yeah.
And because we had a great bus tour. We went to the park.
Got scolded by the guide, because we were talking.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I know that's impossible for anybody to believe.
Yeah.
We went through
the Golden Gate Bridge,
Haight-Ashbury, where the hippies hung out.
Yeah,
went through there.
And so it was really cool. It was a great trip. Right till then, and then I had to go and they were setting up everything, and I got back what they could do at the last minute and popped it open and tried to get on the air, which it was at the stadium where the baseball team played,
Giants.
and they hadn't made it a football field yet. But it was great because you could see all the boats in the water out there.
Yeah,
it was really
nice.
a beautiful setup. But
you remember because the Giants got their stadium before the Niners stayed at Candlestick.
Right.
They used to shared Candlestick.
Yeah.
So we went to Pac. It was Pac Bell.
Pac
at the time.
Bell, yeah.
Remember they'd have the people in the boats and they'd hit home runs out to them. It's pretty cool.
And you'd see the aircraft carriers coming by and all. I mean, it was a
beautiful.
great, unbelievable view.
Right.
How about Barry Bonds' locker?
Yeah, our team and us, we were in the Giants locker room.
Yeah.
And Barry Bonds' locker was there. He had a recliner.
It was different than everybody else's. Had a recliner.
Yeah,
it was about
giant.
twice the size.
I thought it was a little much. I got it in steroids, but other than that,
and he had a box. He had Andro. It was in there.
Yeah, that was good.
Had a dispenser right there. You could just hit it and come out. And of course, we all just sit in Barry Bonds' chair. Got a picture made. It was kind of weird.
Yeah.
But it was a great trip.
It was.
But that goes back to some of the equipment nightmares we've had.
We've had a few.
Yeah.
But we had the system down. We could pack and move pretty efficiently back then. So we're trying to kind of get back to a little better setup of that.
Right. Yeah, we're getting there. But I'm proud of you guys. At least everything came back here.
Yes. It was not a disaster.
Right.
Thank you.
Rick and Bubba.
Hey, folks, Speedy here. Buying or selling a home is already one of the most stressful things you can do. I mean, it can be 10 times worse if you're not working with the right agent, too. We've all heard those nightmares. Generally speaking, our homes are our biggest investment, and that's a lot of the responsibility, too. I mean, if you think about that big investment and the responsibility that comes along with it, you're like, oh, my gosh, what do I do? That's why you need an agent that can take things seriously and handle the stress for you. That's why I recommend Real Estate Agents I Trust. We work only with the best agents in every market. We do our homework, talking to every agent before inviting them to join our network. And here's the big one, too. We only work with full-time professionals, no part-time or inexperienced agents. Our team makes the introduction and then follows you through the buying and selling process to make sure that you're satisfied. The agents also will work with you and make sure along the steps that you are in the loop every step of the way. The agents we work with have a long track record, too. They're the best sellers in their field. They're a part of this audience. They share your values, and they're almost anywhere you want to go. The process is simple. You simply go to realestateagentsitrust.com. realestateagentsitrust.com. Go there today, provide us with some basic information, then our team will contact you and make an introduction to our preferred agent in your town. So it's that simple. Again, it's Real Estate Agents I Trust. Buying, selling your home does not have to be a stressful situation. Let the best in your market take care of you with realestateagentsitrust.com.
We leave one itsy bit.
I do think that listening to the commentary, it's extremely disappointing. And again, I don't know everything about this pastor, and I surely don't know everything about Hillsong. And I know they write some great praise and worship songs, and the theology, and most of them I've heard is actually very good. You know, I think what we get into when we start trying to be seeker-friendly, and there's certainly nothing wrong with being effective and being wise. Jesus talked about that. Paul talked about that, about becoming all things to all people so that you earn the right to reach them. And we definitely want to adhere to that, and just like we talked about the other day. But sometimes I think, like we said, sometimes you can be so open-minded that your brain falls out. I think sometimes some of these young pastors, they want to be liked so much that they become so inclusive and so seeker-friendly that their theology falls out. And, you know, there are things, if you really want to follow who we're supposed to be following, you know, I really don't care what the pastor believes. We're supposed to be followers of Jesus. So we're supposed to go into the Word and say, this is who God has always said he was. And did he love people? You better believe it. No question about that. Did he see? This is where some things we got to make change. I hear this all the time. God loves you right where you are, brother, sister. He loves you right where you are. Well, yeah, he loves you where you are, but he doesn't leave you where you are. He calls you to repentance. He
meets you there,
right? And it's not something that we do. I'm not talking about an earning of salvation. The perfect example. And this is the problem about, you know, when we have perpetual open sin in the church. And of course, if you read 1 John chapter 2 and 3, you will find that John has a real issue with that. You know, and if you look at Paul's writings in Romans chapter 6 about the abuse of grace, you'll see that. Because this is the deal that I think everybody forget, where it all derives from. And we all get this kind of out of whack a little bit. And this has been a journey that God's had me on. I think about when Peter and the fishermen were in the storm, okay? Jesus comes up down there sleeping on a mat, great details in the gospel, and he walks out there and he tells the weather what to do. Okay, so they knew the psalmist who had said that God tells the weather what to do and the weather does what God says. Mm-hmm. So when he tells the weather what to do, what happens to Peter? He repents. Wow, I've just figured out who you are. And and I'm in your presence, and I'm a wretched man, and I shouldn't even be in your presence. So I repent of every sin in my life now that I've encountered you. So it really wasn't anything Peter did. It was when he figured he experienced Christ, and to experience who Christ really is, it's impossible to stay the same. So the same thing you find in Job. Job, you know, it says that he was upright and was blameless. But then he goes through the suffering, and through his suffering, he said, I've gotten to know God in a more intense way than I ever have before. Before I'd heard him with my ears. Now, because he's revealed himself to me, because don't forget, when Job finally got angry, God said, I'm going to give you my resume real quick. And Job even tries to stop it once you get started. Hey, you're right. I'm going to finish. And when he reveals to Job who he is, can you do that? Did you tell the water where to stop? Did you do that? I'm holy. I'm the beginning and the end. And Job said, now that I've experienced you in a way that I never have, I repent now that I've seen who you are, and I'm wretched, and I repent in dust and ashes of any sin that is still in my life. And see, what we're trying to do is we want to make God so palatable, and we want to make Jesus into a hippie and
6 minutes after the hour, it is the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick on the road today. It's a graduation day at Mississippi State, and Brooks' big love, Burgess, is going to be graduating today, and we're proud of it.
Paper.
Yeah. And Rick and family are headed that way, so we hope they have a safe trip. And look out, they're on the road.
Well, it's funny because talking to Rick, I asked him the question, are you going to treat this like a ball game? Like there's the first quarter, second quarter, all that. I would think first quarter, are we leaving on time? Is everybody got everything? We're on the road.
That's a big one.
That's a huge step on staying on time.
Well, just getting there, and then you have family you're trying to get there, and your parents and all. It's
that and the other thing.
It's a challenging day, to say the least.
Yeah.
News today coming out, the NIL deals have been a hot topic here lately. We knew they would be for a few years when all this started coming out. Coach Prime, Deion Sanders, commenting on NIL and what they're facing at Jackson State.
He had some interesting things to say, and I think, to be honest with you, he makes a really good point on this name, image, and likeness. And if these kids are going to make this much money, somebody's got to help them that knows what they're doing. Here he is.
NCAA, you got a little problem. Let me explain. See, with the NILs, which really ain't NIL because ain't no name, image, and likeness, it's just pay-per-view right now. That's what they doing to the big boys. Little boys, we can't compete with that. But anyway, you got a problem. See, when you start paying athletes like they're professionals, you get athletes acting like they're professionals. And you don't have staffs large enough and equipped enough to handle a young man with money. Let me go deeper. Handle a young man that's making more money than some of the coaches on staff. You got a real problem. So I suggest to you to allow college teams to hire more qualified men, that could handle these young men that's getting this money.
What's that mean?
I would think more like on the financial side of how to handle your money, how to, and I know, again, I know there's probably people in their personal life, but some of these guys don't have that. And so I guess he's saying get somebody on staff that can help these boys handle all their money and make good financial decisions, because as a young kid getting all this money thrown at you, if you don't know what you're doing.
Well, and I think he was very strategic in saying men too. You notice because a lot of these, let's face it, a lot of these kids don't have fathers around and have not been taught any of this. And that's what he's talking about. And they need father figures that can help teach them how to manage money, behave with the money.
And they're big and strong enough to
financial
not just physically, but I don't mean that. I think you're right. You definitely need that, but you also need just men that will help keep them in line and
mentor
keep them
along the way.
that are going to be physically big enough and mentally strong enough to do that, that they will respect, that can help to guide them through this. And look, I've been saying all along, I know how this is going to go because we see it in other parts of our life. These guys are going to be getting big checks. They're not getting the proper tax and financial information.
You better
because
keep up with that.
they don't think that they're ever going to have to pay tax. That's so far out of their thought process because they're wanting a new car, they're wanting some chains, they're wanting to do this, they want some new clothes, and they've got money to do it. But guess what? You get handed a check for $1 million at the end of the year, you're going to owe $500,000 in taxes. Yeah. And nobody's saving for that. I promise you, we're going to have a landslide of these NIL guys that are going to be begotten to the IRS before they ever go pro.
Yeah, but you've got all the coaches, right? Yeah. You got your position guys, you got your head coach and stuff. They're so busy coaching. I mean, yes, they take care of the kids off the field. They have personal relationships with them. But then you got director of football operations. They're worried about how things are being operated. You also almost need like an advisor within that staff that can help kids that have these big NIL contracts that come along.
You need financial people that can help them out. And again, then you got to be careful you get the right ones and not some people who are, scummy and trying to make money off of them and rob them of what they're getting. But, just to keep people in line, I know a lot of teams, and I don't have to call names, they've got these guys that make sure that their schoolwork's done. And if they get bad grades, it's or they're not showing up for class, they got a guy big enough that will put the hammer down on them that they can't do much about.
This is a whole nother – that's going to have its own problems. You can't tell me – and a lot depends on the individuals involved and who they are and how they act, but –
there's going to be a rift between certain players. This guy's making this, and I ain't making that.
Sure.
Yet.
That's the other part you got to think
about. And then the
about.
attitude, like you said, I mean, some of these kids, I'm not saying everybody, depends on the person. I mean, some coach that don't even make what I make going to come tell me, you're going to have to deal with all that.
Right. Well, you have to deal with that in the pros already.
Yeah.
Right.
And, like I say, the guy at Miami said, I'm paying everybody. He that's one thing. But
and that's going to be illegal following the guidelines. The NCAA is trying to clear this up. You can't recruit with NIL money. Once somebody goes somewhere and they sign and then they want NIL money, you can give it to them. But you can't. The NIL money can't be the tip of the spear to get somebody there, and that's where they're going to run aground. And, it's a mess. It's going to take time to sort itself out.
And you're going to see these companies or whatever that are paying this, they're learning as they go too. You got these kids that we threw this money out this year that didn't even end up starting.
Right.
And you're going to see them start adjusting and putting some stipulations like maybe tied to playing time. You get this if you play. If you wash out, you don't.
Right. Well, see, think about this, because now the NIL and the complications of that, you got to have a good attorney. You got to have a good accountant.
Right.
I mean, that's a whole nother, as Speedy was saying, expertise that they're going to have to call on to try to get all that. And then the flip side of that, I'm still a student. I got to keep my grades up. I got coaches. I got to try to improve on the field. It's just a lot to keep up
bottom line is none of this is going to stay with you if you don't perform on the field.
Right. That's right.
But to y'all's point,
it's going to go away in a hurry.
You pretty much have you have somebody in line to help all of these student athletes. You have tutors. You got when it comes to grades. But when it comes to this money that's just been added, you need a professional there too. And I think that's what he's saying, because it's getting so big that the coaches don't have enough time to also being a financial advisor. You need a professional for that.
It seems like I heard an interview with Jason Campbell last year, and he is doing, he can't be tied right to the school, I don't think, but he's working with this NIL stuff for players at Auburn to make sure everything's on the up and up and all.
Is he? Okay.
Yeah, I think it's not. I don't know if it's officially affiliated with the athletic department or not, but I can't remember, but he's on some. That's something like that.
Well, you're going to see that. I mean, there'll probably be at some point several different type things for each school. But it is strange because they can't have a tie to the athletic department, but they have to report their deal to the athletic department. Right. They have to know what it is. It's just there's a lot of gray area that's going to have to be sorted out. And
I know we have some NIL athletes. The Rick and Bubba show does. Yeah. And so I know we had to send our contracts to the AD of each school,
right?
So they would know, all right, here's the contract. I know it was just $100,
well, they have to have it on file. But they have to know what the deal is, even though they're not directly involved in it. And like I say, the NCAA, like this week, put out new guidelines, and they were kind of trying to clean some of this up to say, look, you can't recruit with NIL money. Once somebody goes somewhere and they're a student at that school, then you can offer them an NIL deal, but it can't be tied to where you're going.
Come here, you get this.
Yeah, I mean, we got all these players now, like Barkley was talking about at Miami, saying, look, you got a guy coming in, you've promised him this, I want that, or I'm leaving.
Yeah, exactly.
Texas, remember, they had the offensive line thing.
Yeah, ahead of time.
$50,000 a year.
Yeah. That looks like it would be a violation.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, you may say once you're signed here, we're going to do that, but I don't know. I don't know where you draw the line. All right, we come back, we're going to hit the phones. 866-WE-BE-BIG.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, man, I'm out there with Justin Bieber with my shirt off, and I've got my pants down around my crotch. And hey, man, I'm free. I'm free. You ain't free to do whatever you want to do. We're not free by the grace of God to do whatever we want to do. No, we're not. Grace delivered us from sin. It did not give us a pass to just continuing to sin. So what we keep confusing is the way Jesus approached the lost. Now, even with the lost, he says to the woman, go and sin no more. Hey, I'm going to forgive you for your sin. And these people are hypocrites that are around you right now. I want you to know that you should be judged for what you did. I offer you repentance if you do what? Go and sin no more. The woman at the well, he does befriend her. He gets to talk to her. He's already won over. Why? That he's talking to her, because a Jewish man shouldn't be talking to a Samaritan woman. And they talk about the water, physical water. And he says, I'd like to introduce you to the living water. So why don't you get your husband and bring him to me? Well, this woman's had 5 men that she's been sleeping with. And he says, when she says, I don't have a husband, he said, that's right, you got 5 men you've been sleeping with. So he then says, we got to deal with the sin in your life, but I'm here to do it. So what we've done now in general with the church, some of these seeker-friendly churches is we become so seeker-friendly that everybody's perfectly comfortable to just stay like they are. And somehow God's still going to be okay with that. And so we're taking the way we treat the lost, which eventually still gets to the sin in all of our lives, okay? Not everybody. We do get there, is that we never quite get there, so you know what? Everybody loves it. It's a seeker-friendly situation. We come by the tens of the thousands because no one's ever made us confront the sin in our lives, but all we ever hear is how much God loves us, which he does. But the question is, do you love him? And so what he says, if you love me, then you obey my commands. Well, if you ask a pastor what God said about where life starts, he says in the Bible, God said that I knew everything about you when I wove you together in your mother's womb, Psalms 139. He tells Jeremiah in Jeremiah 1, well, as I wove you together in your mother's womb, I knew what we were going to be doing right here today, okay? And so the Bible says that God knows you and everything about you when he weaves you together in the mother's womb. So, pastor, that's not a hard question. You can say, now, look, there's people that didn't know that. There's people that need to be redeemed of that, and we certainly know that Christ, that's not an unforgivable sin if anybody's made that mistake. And we're here to remind them of that. And also when they encounter Christ, they're going to be made whole again, and that's wonderful. But, yes, the Bible does tell us where life begins, and that's not my opinion. That's God's opinion, and who am I or you to tell him different? Hey, what does your church say about marriage? Doesn't matter what we say about marriage. We're not allowed to change God's standard, but I'll take you to Genesis chapter 2, and I'll tell you what God said about marriage, and then I'll take you through the scriptures where he never once comes back and changes his mind, and I'll show you where Jesus confirms that as my Father made them male and female. Throughout the Bible, that standard never changes. Now, can people make mistakes with that and need to be redeemed? Absolutely. There's only one sin that you can't be forgiven of, and that's the sin of rejecting Jesus. So redemption's available for all, but when you encounter Jesus and encounter the holiness of the Holy Spirit, you will repent. And Jesus says anybody that doesn't repent is going to perish. So you can still do that without worrying about somebody saying you're mean. See, I want Jesus to say to me, you stood with me, you didn't compromise me, and you just simply told people what I've already said. If people think you're mean, I'd much rather you think I'm mean than me to stand before God and he say, I don't know who you are. You've been out there talking about me a lot, Matthew chapter 7, but I don't know you. Only those that do the will of my Father are with me. The rest of y'all just run in your mouth. You know, no one who is of God continues to sin, 1 John chapter 3, and it says that's how you tell the difference between the children of God and the children of the devil, because those that have God's seed in them do not live in perpetual sin. They don't. Everybody, if they're living in perpetual sin, no matter what they say, they're fake. And see, we don't do that too much. In the church right now, we treat everybody like they've just now heard the gospel. But once they've heard it, and once they've declared it, we cannot allow perpetual sin, according to Scripture, to just exist in the church body. That's not biblical. As a matter of fact, it says, what did Jesus say? Hey, watch that leaven, for you know it'll mess up the whole loaf. That's why we say if someone's in perpetual sin and just keep saying that they're one of belong to Jesus, but they're in perpetual sin, you come to them and say, hey, you need to come under the authority of the church. If they don't, you bring some more people. If they don't, you take them before the church, and if they don't, you throw them out. Why? Because it just might save their life. And so what we're doing is we're making people so comfortable in their sin that we just don't seem to care how that's going to end. You know, we do not go on. What we're doing is we're leaving people in perpetual spiritual infancy, and we're not moving them to spiritual maturity.
Past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the Rick and Bubba Show. About to do some phones here. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Gregory is on the phones, so he'll just get right to it. Name, where you calling from, quickly. What's your subject matter? 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We just talked NILs. Deion Sanders at Jackson State had some things to say about that. You can weigh in. And basically he's saying these NILs are getting so big, these college athletes are now, being treated like professionals. And you need somebody on these coaching staffs that can handle financial advice and handle these deals and how these boys are being treated because the coaches don't have enough time. It's too big. And so you can weigh in on that, plus some other things. And I've tried to kill enough time to where Bubba can finish chewing.
Yeah, I got one bite too many there. My bad.
No, you're good, buddy. But that's kind of what's been on the table here, talking about Let's go to Jane in Mississippi wanting to weigh in. Jane, what's up?
Hey, I had a thought about the NIL and the transfer portal.
Yeah.
So if the people who were giving the money to the athletes, say X amount, then every year that they played, they got an amount. That way, if they did the transfer portal, they wouldn't get everything. That way, they wouldn't get all the money at once, and they wouldn't transfer, and we wouldn't have that big transfer portal then.
So you're saying...
Well, I don't know that they get a lump sum payment now. I mean, we hear about how much a deal is worth, but I don't know how they're paid out.
Yeah.
Now, of course, with the Rick and Bubba team, we gave them all of it one time.
We did,
you know,
yeah.
the whole $100.
Yeah, $100 bill. There it is.
Yeah, but I would say probably most of these are paid out over time. But the NCAA, they really fumbled this by not having a clear path to this to begin with.
Right.
And then when the courts tried to correct it, we knew it was going to rock everybody's world.
Right.
And so it's been a kind of an unholy transfer, if you would, to get where we are today. And it's still going to be some rough water to get it cleared up.
Yeah. Lisa in Birmingham, 1047 WZZK. What's up, Lisa?
Hey, guys. Love the show.
Thank you.
I just had a thought. You're welcome. If a rich person dies when their kids are young, the money's left in a trust fund until they come of age. Why couldn't these guys be required to put their money in a trust fund and somebody manage it for them and they get some kind of little allowance instead of just giving, somebody that's not had any money in his life these major amounts and they just go crazy with it?
Well, that's kind of what I was talking about. We should have had steps to get to where we are.
Right.
But the NCAA was non-negotiable on this. They would not move. They would not move forward. They were pushing amateur athletics, and, they said they wanted players to be like other students. Well, guess what? Other students could go out and get jobs.
Yeah.
And those athletes can't, because I don't care how you want to slice it, if you call it volunteer or not, they work for that team year-round, okay? That's what happens.
Yeah.
And they should have started moving in that direction when they saw this coming, but they didn't. So the courts make a giant adjustment. But you have a great idea, ma'am. I think that would be great if it went into a fund, and then when they left school, they got it. You could have that. I also think, and this is something, too, we don't talk about, the NCAA should have set up better guidelines with coaches, because everything gets compared to coaches. Hey, coaches can leave when they want to. Coaches can do this. And it does. It aggravates me to no end when you have a coach who has recruited players, and they come to this school, and they've had a good year, and they're going to a bowl game, and he bails on them because the new school wants him to go ahead and start recruiting. So I think they should have had a better calendar and said, look, we're not going to allow recruiting till this point. Coaches are going to stay with teams. You can't even talk to a coach till after the season's over. Then you got a window for that. Then everybody can make their deals. Then we have a window for recruiting. They should have had it a little more logical, in my opinion.
Well, Bubba, we expect this with the NCAA and most governing bodies. They're not proactive, and we've discussed this for years. And so they always do this.
Yeah.
We see this at every level of any governing body, and they've been they've never got anything proactively right.
No,
and when you agree to join a governing body, be the high school athletic association or the NCAA or whoever, people act like the NCAA is. Some monster that came out of the sea. The schools created it to be their own governing body.
Yeah.
That is the monster that they asked for. And you have to have that to keep everybody on the same page and to keep, fairness involved.
Right.
But they, as you said, they should have been more proactive. They should have lined this up. And it just seems like they would have had a more organized thing. The high school athletic associations usually win lawsuits.
Yeah.
Because teams join that group of their own free will.
Yep.
And I don't know why it wouldn't hold true with the NCAA either.
Mm-hmm.
When an institution ask to join the NCAA, you have to go by their rules.
Mm-hmm.
But the rules should have been better laid out and more logical. And, you get all this political pull here and there, and we want this and that. And it's just such a hodgepodge mess.
And to your point, for guys, it's been 10, 15 years we've been talking about paying players.
Yeah.
Right. We've been talking about that.
Well, we've been talking about it as long as this show's been on.
The courts forced the NCAA's hand on this, and that should have never been the case. They should have had something in place, minor, major, whatever, to take care of these things, and they just didn't.
If you have any process where the players are getting a siphon or a stipend or a trust fund or a certain amount, this case never sees the light of day.
You're right.
A judge never even hears it.
Right.
But they were hard-headed and thought they controlled everything instead of being workable. Anyway, next call. Where are we at, Speedy?
No, you good. Justin in Birmingham, Alabama. What's up, Justin?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Great.
Just kind of touch on what Dion was saying there. This may be kind of like a respect thing. If you got kids that are making more money than the coaches are, where's the respect there? Is that what he was getting at in a roundabout way, or?
Well, a little bit. I mean, that's a little of the NFL and the professional side of things, basically saying these kids are acting like professionals. And, you get to the NFL, it's a business. And, I mean, I know college is as well. But for the student athlete, they're trying to get an education and better themselves to move to the next level. But now you're dealing with guys that are making a lot of money, maybe more than some of the coaches. And so they see themselves as professionals.
Even at a younger age, which is going to make you more immature to begin with. And look, even in coaching, we see this. A lot of great college coaches have not done well in the pros, and vice versa, because it is a different mindset.
It is.
The pro coaches who have been good are what they call player coaches.
Mm-hmm.
They're part of the team. Hey, guys, it's us. I'm filling a position on the field just like you are. We're all in this together. The college coaches can come in there and rule with an iron fist and say, do this or you're gone.
That was, I think, Dion's bigger message. Rather than the tax problems that these kids might run into, it was going to be the personnel and ego problems that they were going to have because these kids now have money.
Yeah, they got money, and they got a little bit of a swagger about them that they even more than they did have. I mean, I remember Deion Sanders was the one in the NFL when he was being criticized.
Oh yeah, there was nobody with more swagger than him.
For stepping out of bounds and not taking a hit. And he looked at him and goes, "That was a business decision. Why do I take that hit? I'm stepping out of bounds. I'm not gaining any more yards because it's a business. They're in there to feed their families, and they're out there doing that. And I think he says that that's kind of what these boys are doing now when they grow into this kind of financial stability at a young age, 18 years old. So, and by the way, this is in high school too. Let's not forget that.
Oh yeah, we had a story this week we didn't get to about NIL getting into high school.
Yeah, so now you got some, really young boys and girls that are getting some deals that normally was not the case. They had a little bit more time to mature before they had that financial burden on them as well.
We didn't take a lot of calls. You want to stay with these one more second?
Sure.
All right, 866-WE-BE-BIG. When we come back, it's the Rick and Bubba Show, Bubba Rama version. Rick is out. Phones are up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And sadly, you got some guy with this kind of leadership sitting there. You know what he just told Joey Behar? I don't love you. And he thinks he's so loving. He just told Whoopi and all them, I don't love you. God brought me into your life on your show for me to tell you who he is, and I blew it. And he's going to be held accountable for that. And you know what he thinks? He thinks he's so loving. Look how loving I was. And all you did was act like a fool. But I'm so loving.
Yeah, I wish Carl would said it that way.
Yeah. That would have been a better interview. 14 minutes to the top of the hour. And we got to start calling these people out and just quit letting it go. Because they're the problem. It's one thing to be lost and not know any better. What's bad is when you claim you know everything and you say the wrong thing. These false teachers and false prophets have got to be called out.
two sexiest fat men alive standing by and ready to go. Speaking, of course, of the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama, but most of you probably know him best as the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eater, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Hello, Bubba.
Hello, Rick. Hello, friends and neighbors. Welcome.
Serve the Lord with gladness.
It's all ye people. Come on.
Come into his presence with praise.
Somebody sing the song.
Now he's the one who made us. He's created. We will worship him all the day.
Somebody with me. Kevin Derryberry. Saw Kevin last night.
How's Kevin doing?
Well, I asked him the question that was on everybody's mind. Kevin, what you been doing? I just loving Jesus.
I
had a tractor problem. I hurt myself.
I love Rick and Bubba, but I love Jesus more.
I checked.
That tractor tried to get me. I think Zayton was driving it.
Well, I found out because I said, Kev, we heard you had a tractor accident. And he said, well, not really on the tractor. And what is the tractor had an issue, and they were trying to pull it with a rope, and the rope broke, and he and his son fell and it hurt Kevin's shoulder. But he didn't crash on the tractor.
Okay,
he hurt himself trying to deal with the tractor.
Okay. I remember. And didn't he have a lawnmower accident one time too?
Oh yeah, it was pretty good. You might remember that. Got messed
him
up.
in the. 35 minutes after the hour, it's the Rick and Bubba Show.
It is, and this portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by the 24/7 burglar busting protection for your home or small business. We're talking about simplysafebubba.com. Terry was away, not my wife, for the weekend for her daughter's wedding. The morning of the big day, she got a call from Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring system that they had detected a water leak of some kind in her basement just moments before the leak started. So it detected the water, and she was able to call her neighbor, get over to the house, cut the water off, and, man, it saved her a lot of money because, an inch of flooding could cause up to $25,000 in damages. After getting that water off before the flooding got bad, she was okay. Protecting against floods is just one of the reasons more than 4 million people trust their security protection to simplysafebubba.com. With a comprehensive system and 24/7 professional monitoring, you can have someone always looking out for you, just like Terry did. Plans cost under $1 a day with no long-term contracts or hidden fees ever. You can customize the protection for your home with a perfect system just for you in just minutes at simplysafebubba.com. It's so easy to set up, too. You get the home base going, and it'll just walk you right through it. Go today, claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off with that interactive monitoring at simplysafebubba.com, or you can always find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we didn't get finished with phones. There's a lot of NIL talk and some other comments, too, Bubba. Carrie in Auburn, Alabama wants to weigh in. What's up, Carrie?
Hey, so I've been listening to this, and I'm wondering if these young men are old enough to make all this money. They should be old enough to take care of it. Let them hire their own money managers. I'm not sure why we are involved in it at all. Why anybody cares? It's their money.
Yeah, I think you make a good point, and I think Dion had a couple of points. It was the financial advice. It was now they're acting like professionals and not student athletes. There's a lot that goes on with it, and he just said there needs to be somebody that can kind of handle that. For the NIL guys.
I understand what you're saying, and there's probably some argument for that. But the flip side is, the school takes care of their medical needs too, and you kind of try to keep all of that under one heading to keep everybody on the same page. But look, it's created a problem, and we've only begun to see the problem with this.
Yeah,
and I've been one of the people all along wanting them to be paid at least what a student would get paid if they were working a regular job, and now the door's open. So I don't know. It's good. Who knows where this will be a year from now?
Yeah, exactly. Let's go to Mike, Harvest, Alabama. What's up, Mike?
Hey, y'all doing this morning?
We're good, Mike. How are you?
I'm just great. I was wondering, these companies that they sign these NIL deals with these athletes, could they not consider that athlete to be an employee and cut their taxes out of their pay?
They possibly could. I don't know. Again, that's another question that I don't know if they treat them like contract work or if they actually put them on the payroll. If they do, they would pull taxes for them. So I don't know. That's a good question.
Let's go to.
It's a good thought.
Yeah, let's go to Parker, 866 We Be Big. What's up, Parker?
Morning, fellas. Hey, I was listening just a while back when I got on, and I heard Greg talking a whole lot, and I was thinking, man, Greg must be in a good mood. He never talks this much. And then it dawned on me, oh, wait a minute, Rick's not there. That's why.
Well, if you – I know I'll get in trouble saying this, but on the phone, let me put it this way. Rick and Greg sometimes are hard to distinguish.
They are on the phone.
They sound very similar on the phone.
Yeah.
I don't know about on the air.
Right.
Probably not as much. But
I get a lot of, you sound a lot like Speedy and Bubba. And I hear a lot that he and Rick obviously sound a little bit alike. So, which is a bonus for me because anytime I say something that gets me in trouble, I always say it's one of y'all.
Yeah.
They say you sound like I do.
Thanks for that.
I didn't think any of y'all sound like I
have heard I sound like Bubba, and I've heard I sound like Speedy.
Okay.
Yeah.
People say
I'm complimented by that.
Yeah, people say I sound like Barry White like all the time.
Hey. I love it. Preston
Little Barry
in Alabama. What's up, Preston?
I got a question about the student athletes. If you have a quarterback that's getting, a tremendous amount of money from the sponsors or whatever you want to call them, and you have offensive lineman that's not getting it, what is his objective as to protecting that quarterback? I mean, wouldn't it make it more susceptible to them getting injured?
Well, that's been brought up. I mean, if you're an offensive lineman, you want to keep your position, you better protect the quarterback, or the coach will have you over there on the pine. But if the quarterback smarted off to you, and you got to thinking about it on a key play where you have like a really good defensive end, who's to say you wouldn't maybe let him slip through a little quicker? It does create some problems. Here's the thing: if I was the quarterback and I was making a bunch of money, I'd be spending a lot of it on my line.
That's what I was going to say. I think I've heard that before, and it's a silly argument if you ask me. Bubba said that. But to your point, if these quarterbacks are smart, They're taking the lineman to dinner about every other.
That's what the pro quarterbacks do.
Absolutely, and that's what's going on. They're taking care of them.
And most of them, if you look, and there's been a ton of stories. They will buy them 4-wheelers at the end of the year.
Yeah.
I know one quarterback bought bass boats for all of them.
Sure,
they help them out. They keep that friendship part. And most of the time, the really smart quarterbacks always are thanking their offensive linemen in public because they know the deal.
Well, I think you got jealousy and envy. I mean, we got the deadly sins, right? And so there's gonna be some of that.
Sure.
But if you're a big picture guy, I mean, you look at the draft. Okay, I mean, they'll tell you how much an offensive lineman is worth.
Can I tell you the way the NFL drafts has changed dramatically in my lifetime? It used to be running backs,
right,
and quarterbacks,
skill positions,
and quarterbacks are still important. Running backs have fallen way down. Linemen are way up.
Yeah, and
wide
so,
receivers have gone way up.
Right. If you want what they got, then get after it and look big picture here and go. All right, look, I'm here. I'm going to get my education. I'm going to get my degree, and in the process, I'm going to try to get to the next level. And there's my payday. Yeah. And so if I do a really good job and I protect this $1 million quarterback, that only makes me look better. And now I got leverage and. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I think that's the way you got to look at it. But, of course, the jealousy and the envy and I'm mad or the moment, that's going to sometimes play in, but hopefully not.
How much do water boys get paid in the NFL? Just out of curiosity.
There's actually one for the Titans, and I wouldn't consider him a water boy, but he's been with them, and he is from Chilton County. When I was with the Titans, he said, man, I grew up listening, and he's still with them. I still see him on the sideline. So they must do okay.
Knocked down.
They must do just fine.
I bet they do. I bet they do.
Yeah.
I bet they do make some good money.
Yeah, because
they're not called
managing.
water boys. They're hydration specialists.
Right. And they do more than that.
Equipment managers and stuff like that. They're knocking it down.
Yeah, I mean, the players want for nothing.
At that
everything
level.
is taken care of. They go to their locker and everything's ready.
Yes.
And you throw it down, and next day you walk in, and magically it's just hanging there.
I want to do water and water only. Just a tray and cups of water, water only. That's what I do.
Can I tell you, great movie, by the way.
Oh, it's
Love
such a good
that movie.
It's so good.
All right, so let's go to Anna. Anna is in Auburn, Alabama. What's up, Anna?
Hi. I was going to tell you guys that NIL Auburn is a separate entity from the university, and that is actually who Jason Campbell is affiliated with.
Okay.
So they're a free agency, and so
awesome.
They hire the athlete, and it's almost like a contracting company for people who want to pay these players, who want to sponsor them. So
Anna, do you work with them?
And I don't actually work with the Chamber of Commerce.
Okay.
And they came and spoke to us last month and kind of gave us the ins and outs of what that looks like.
Yeah, well, we probably need to get Jason Campbell or somebody that's working in that industry. We know Jason to come on and kind of clue us in on some of that because it is such an emerging thing.
Yeah.
And how this is kind of, and I'm sure it's going to keep changing.
Yeah.
But how they're kind of doing that. So you say that the company that would be, let's see how to phrase this, the people who would kind of be like an employment agency is who they're actually hiring them, then they match them up with companies?
Yes, that's how that works. And you can actually go to their website, NIL Auburn, and it'll probably help kind of clarify the way it works. But these companies can go to NIL Auburn and say, hey, this is what I'm wanting. Kind of they put together a package. And then they work out the deal between the company and the athlete. And it also protects the company, and it also protects the athlete. So the athletes know that they are getting the money that they should get, and the company is getting the representation from the athlete.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
That's good. Everybody.
Well,
Yeah,
we need to look into
Thanks,
that.
Anna.
I didn't know Jason was in with those guys,
Yeah.
so we need to reach out to him and we'll try to dig into that and get a little more information.
Also, getting emails that Regions Bank here locally is helping with SEC and other schools around Birmingham to manage these things as well.
Oh, good.
There's no doubt there's a need,
Yeah.
and necessity and need is the mother of invention.
That's right.
is.
That's right. All right, we got 15 minutes until top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Rick off today with Brooks at Mississippi State. He's graduating.
Rick and Bubba.
Yeah.
Huh?
So anyway, it was it was
Why'd
fun.
you had to bring that up? I'm feeling better right then.
He said,
I love you.
It was. He said, I see you on November the 14th. Bringing back the dynamic duo to the state convention. And I said, yeah. He said, the only reason they had us, but they were scared of us. And I said, no, okay, but I mean, it's been, you really didn't want to go to a little room, about 9 years to breathe if you and I have to come in and then have to come back.
Right.
So anyway, good to see Kev again. We've got a lot to do. I mentioned it. Looks like we do have a group from the Rick and Bubba Show headed to the White House. That will happen during the show today. The last hour today on the live, if you take the show in order, you'll have Helmsy and Greg, and then Bubba, Speedy, Adler, and Super Tom. We all go to the White House. We've seen the lineup of the people we're supposed to interview, and it does have the president on the list. So we'll see.
Yeah, that.
That's always fluid.
Well,
that's always fluid. You don't know what's going to happen around the world.
Yeah, he has a fluid schedule, Rick. Yeah. So you never know when something break out. Kim Jong Un get to acting up or something.
Well, I don't know if you've seen the latest on him today.
Yeah, he's been a busy little fellow. Hasn't he?
Looks like now they think he could get some tiny little bombs to us within weeks. Which, at some point we have to do something about that. But anyway, so I don't know what we're doing, that little waiting game, and keep waiting on China to do more than they're doing or something. But I just don't want to be sitting here thinking, well, we need to do something, and all of a sudden, they're in there.
Yeah.
That's it's like a bully keeps telling you, I'm going to be waiting on you every day after school, and one day he's going to be there. You know what I mean? And you at least have some, and I'm sure we do have a plan. So what I'm saying is, when you have all of the nuts going on around the world, and the president obviously could be pulled away at any time, but that is the schedule. Because of
the whole trip could be canceled at any moment. You never know.
It could.
You never know.
And it's going to be focused. They want us to focus on this tax reform bill, and so we'll be discussing that. So that'll be happening then tomorrow.
And a small detail. We hope we know what it is before we get there.
Well, that would be helpful. That would be helpful. We're not there yet, but our goal is to go there with the recording devices, and then come back tomorrow with something. And then if we don't do it all tomorrow, we'll do some of it tomorrow, then some of it maybe Monday. But we'll gather what we can, and we'll play back what we think is crucial. I don't think we'll play back everything, but if it's good, we will.
Well, yeah, we'll see what comes out of it.
Right.
But we don't really know what's in it yet. So
well,
we have a general idea,
right.
but the devil is in the details, as they say.
Well, based on the last time that the president was on the show, and Bubba was able to be with the president somewhere, it garnered headlines. So what I'm thinking, really, the trip is really just worth trying to go record another interview with the president. If we just did that, we've done all we need to do.
So show-wise, we've had 2 encounters so far. Today will be 3.
Right.
And, I don't know. My goal in all this is to be invited to come hang out.
Right.
My
goal is
some Trump resort and watch football or something.
My goal is.
I thought we got there with Bush, but when Betty and him got real, buddy, talking about the choking thing, right. I thought, well, we're going. I knew then we were going to get an invite to Crawford, Texas. I knew it.
I will tell you this.
Didn't happen.
Here's what we have now in this president. This president has no social skills whatsoever, and really does not really care about this prestigious president thing. So I think that he may be the best shot we've got to not be embarrassed by us.
Yeah.
You know what?
I agree.
He doesn't have enough social skills to know he shouldn't be anywhere near us. That it doesn't look professional. You know what I mean? So what we're going to do is
fit right in.
I will tell you. I will tell you my goal. My goal is to make headlines. That's my goal.
Wow.
Headlines.
My goal is to get Adler through Secret Service.
Yeah,
that's my goal.
That's your goal. Get through Secret Service. Yeah, my goal is us do an interview with the president that creates major headlines. That's my goal. I'm going
in a positive way, a negative way, or just headlines?
Just headlines.
Okay, just any of it.
Yeah, nothing negative about the show or anything. I'm talking about we're going to get him to say something that's going to stir.
That'll be quoted around the world.
Absolutely, yes. Why not? I mean, guys, look. How many shots? We've already had 2 more than we thought we were going to get. We're on borrowed time right now. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The Rick and Bubba Show, we're back. And thank you for being with us today. Our number is 866-WE-BE-BIG. All right, so now we've got the aftermath going on for the terrorist in New York. Some of the things you're hearing just boggle the mind. The bottom line is this. He wants an ISIS flag in his room. I think we're going to say no to that. He woke up from surgery smiling, proud of himself.
51 minutes after the hour. It's like being back at the college radio station playing walking these songs.
Well, I'm trying to find things that I know you would like.
Right. And I
That's really
that.
my only goal.
You.
That's
you know
really
what?
it.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yes, everything's been for you today.
Oh, gosh. It is Bubba Rammer Rick's on the road. We'll hear all about that Monday. Speedy, I have to ask because it was brought up here in the discussion that I know you've had a heck of a week. Look, and I understand because I feel like I have been run over by a small truck.
Right.
And I know you do too.
Sure.
And you've been on the road. Your son's playing in junior college playoff baseball, and it's intense, and you're trying to get everywhere, and it just seems like there's no time to sleep right now.
There's not.
But you had a little run in with an umpire yesterday. Huh?
Well, we didn't get anywhere close to each other, but I think he knew where I was sitting. I can tell you
Show
that.
your rump.
So I'm just curious.
Did you cuss in front of kids?
I didn't cuss though.
I'm curious as to what the play was that you felt like that he aired.
Good question.
Well, if I could, there's I think the situation is important. It wasn't just some Thursday afternoon game or a Friday afternoon game.
Here we go.
It's
justifying your actions.
No. It's conference tournament play, so it's win and move on. Just survive and advance is really what you're trying to do. And so there was a situation where there was a double play ball hit in the middle that the shortstop bobbled. Got the out at second and tried to turn it. And
no, you're talking about your team is on defense.
No, my team. My team. Yeah, our team is on offense, and we're running the bases. And this kid has got a cannon for an arm, and so even with him bobbling it, I knew, hey, we got to beat this out because if we could beat it out, it's going to create another run because we got guys in front of them and everything. And so the first base, the hitter that was going to first base. He was already. His foot was pressured on the bag when the ball got there.
Right, tie goes to the runner, so he's safe.
And I felt like the umpire did not get in good position to really see that. He was lazy and he was down the line a little bit.
Now, why was he over there?
There's
does
multiple
he have to call
umpires.
Second base too, or is
no, there's
base
somebody else
thing?
for that. He's on the first base line that stands behind the bag, kind of where the first baseman stands.
All he's got to do is first base.
That's it. That's it. And I wasn't the only one. I want to set this straight.
You were the loudest.
I was not the only one that was barking.
No, I'm just trying to understand the situation that
everybody in Chakalaka Park knew that the guy made a bad call.
So you're saying it was a tie. It went to the runner. He clearly was safe. The umpire rang him out.
I'm not even going to call it a tie. I think we were safe all around.
But the umpire rang him out.
He rang him out.
He saw it a little different.
Yep, and that ended the inning. And so kind of hurt my feelings a little bit.
Right.
And so
how close were you to first base?
I was so far. I was in left field.
Really?
Yeah.
That far
I
out?
was down the line and had me a little setup. Matter of fact, kind of like I liked it. I was just down there, out of the way. Thought
you had a good view of it though. That particular play.
I did. I did. I was right there.
Yeah. Now that I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
How far away were you?
Let's put it this way. I know I've been saying a little bit about my Instagram story. I put the starting lineup on my Instagram story yesterday, and I was filming it from where I was sitting. That will give you a pretty good indication of where I was.
But I'm just saying, left field is what 350 foot.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm not behind the fence. I'm down the line, just past the pin. So I'm not too far down, but I am down. But I had a perfect angle.
Yeah.
And that was kind of what I was screaming. Even from back here, I saw he was safe. That was part of my my lecture to him. Of course, it brought.
He was a little closer than you.
He was, but he was. I felt like he didn't move around and get in position. He stayed up the line, and everybody knows you need to get around and get onto the field of play so you have a good angle at it. And I felt like he didn't do that. That's where I am there. That's where I am there. That was actually my view.
So you stood out when you started screaming.
Yeah. So so that's kind of where I was. And
you obviously had a better view.
And I think I blacked out. Have you ever done this? I think I blacked out, and after I was screaming, and then I stopped. And then you start seeing people looking at you, and you're like, wow, so I was really loud. But I had me a little echo, and I think I was enjoying that off the bleachers.
So tell us a little bit about this.
You're closer than that.
I didn't think. Yeah, obviously you had a better view than he did.
Yeah.
I get it.
Speedy, you're about a driver away, and he's close enough.
You would have to Uber to first base,
and he's close enough to spit on the bag.
Stay with that video. Here.
Is this before you got out of the car?
Yeah, no. Stay with the video, please, because I panned to the left, and you'll see that I had a really good view of it. The entire team.
But Speedy, you are a lot further away. Than
Well, look, turn around, look at this TV. See, that's a little better.
Well,
I mean, that's kind of where I was.
That base is not
Still, your angle.
And look, and stay with it. And I'm going to pan left here. Hold on. There I am. See, look at that. That's pretty good. There's JC running out now. And there I am. See, I have a pretty good angle at that.
You have an angle, but it is a long.
Well,
way
I got
there.
great eyes from a distance.
And he's standing right there at the back.
Yeah, he's what,
right,
6'8"
but
foot?
Not a really
and
good
you're
position.
325.
Yeah,
he was like right there across.
You're a football field away.
Right.
He is.
So you see how
I don't know how they let the game keep
do
going.
y'all see why my voice is hurting a little bit today? I had to yell.
You had to yell hard for him to hear you. Which also goes back to my point.
Right, because I really had to.
So
raise
Speedy,
it.
what did you? First off, what is this? This is a JUCO playoff.
It's
game?
it's the Alabama JUCO Conference tournament. Okay, it's kind of like their version of the SEC, ACC tournament, whatever. This is where the best in the state make the tournament, and now you're playing to see who wins, and whoever wins goes and represents Alabama and Colorado.
Okay,
in the
so there's a lot on the line
national
here.
championship. Yeah,
you were intense.
So what at this? What was the score when this?
We were down 2-1 or 2-0.
So it's a close game.
Oh
close game.
It's early too. And I probably should have thought about that.
You're about a football field away.
Right,
umpire about 6 foot.
Right. It wasn't the ninth. It wasn't the ninth inning. It was the second. I'll give you that.
And
all right.
So what exactly did you say as you began to pass out? What were you screaming?
Well, first of all, the eruption from the crowd, I had to let it die a little bit because you couldn't hear me from out there. All right. And and our head coach runs to the line because now everybody's so sensitive. Don't cross the white line. So you have to go to the white line and come here. And he was letting him have it. And was telling him what he thought about it.
So basically, you were influenced.
Because I said everybody there knew it was a bad call.
Right.
All right.
Even the guy down there in the corner.
I think the umpire, when he looked in the mirror this morning, he knew he needs to do better today. But
he probably wanted to point where you were at, going, "I don't want to hear from you because you can't see."
Did the umpire ever say?
I couldn't hear him.
I'm going to come off the field here about 6-8 foot from the bag. And I'm going to come over here a football field away where you are because I can see it.
Well, look, if I was hollering and nobody else said anything, I would think, I didn't see that. That was part of what I was screaming. My one-liners is, I'm the way out here, and I know that was a bad call.
The crowd got you fired.
How did you get this gig?
Was that what you said to start with?
Yeah. It's like, what in the world? That's terrible. Good gracious. I thought only horses slept standing. Quit killing grass and move.
If I was closer and I could really see, I'd be on you.
How'd you get this gig? Yeah, get out and write on your card. I see you. Right, I need to do better. I just missed that call. Do that, right, and quit looking out here. Why are you looking out here? Do better at first and get in position, you lazy and then I stopped.
And then everybody was staring.
The crowd got him.
That's why my voice is hurting.
The president wants to give him the death penalty, and it wants
an enemy combatant.
Yeah, and wants to send him to Guantanamo. Trump vows to end the non-merit-based immigration policy, which basically was a immigration lottery. No matter what your situation, if you got one of these visas, you got to come.
It was.
Hey, that's a good idea.
It was a little carrot we threw to some countries that don't normally have a lot of. Immigration and visitors to the country, all hold hands and sing kumbaya.
Right. And so he then, President goes on to say we must punish the animals who commit these terrorist acts. And it is an animalistic approach to just, when you're out there and you got a uniform on and people are in bunkers and things like that and everybody's fighting nation against nation, at least you can respect that setup because you go, these are all men and women who've gone into war. And they're fighting against each other for some cause that they find worthy involving their country. Okay, and you may disagree with their cause, but at least I'm this country, you're that country, and we're in war. How else are you supposed to look at somebody who runs over people while they're riding their bicycles in a park? I mean, how else are you supposed to look at somebody like that?
Rick, evil, an animal, and I agree with the president. He has forfeited his chance to live and play with everybody else. I mean, I'm sorry, that's just it was premeditated. It was planned. He's really not even remorseful for it because this is his religious conviction.
So to this point, I guess the American people, regardless of your party, whether you're a Republican, Democrat, or an independent, there's so few things I think we all come together on. Can we all come together on we're tired of this? I mean, as we as American citizens, are we put out with this yet to the point that we say we now have the resolve? I take you back to World War II when we all had. Do we have the resolve to make the enemies of this country who want to commit terror, on our incredible military special forces cyclists in a park?
Mm-hmm.
Are we done with these animals killing innocent people, just citizens of the country going through their day? And are we ready to have the resolve to do whatever it takes to make this type of stuff almost impossible? I know you can't get rid of all of it, but are we willing to at least correct the things that do not keep this from happening? I mean, you can come back and say, Rick, we did a comprehensive plan. We really have done all we can do, and there might be a sprinkle here or there that gets through the system. But what we have right now are gaping holes that we're not willing to fill. And I don't understand that. I don't understand why, like the idiotic communist mayor of New York, it really is more important. Okay, it really is more important for you to protect the innocent citizens of New York City than to come across like somehow you want to be liked by everybody. We have to be careful. No, we really don't, because this enemy is telling us who they are, why they do it. It's really not unclear. So what I'm saying is, if they've made their agenda clear, doesn't it, please help me, y'all, doesn't it make sense for a country that has an enemy that says this is what we will do, that you would make that as difficult as possible and try to break their will to do it, yes or no?
Yes, but this is what you will hear, and this is why I think it is it's the incorrect thought. They will say, look, if we take this guy out and we execute him, it's going to look just like when they take these people to the beach and chop their head off. It's only going to rally more people to their cause. But we've tried being nice to them. We've tried the other approach, and that rallied people to their cause. So it sounds like they're going to be rallied to the cause either way. So in my book, we just take them out.
Well,
and it may be one by one. It may be in groups, but you literally just bomb them into submission where they cannot hurt you.
Yeah, and then the other part what I was landing on is I understand what they're saying about what we do with this guy, whether we kill him or not. He wanted to be killed anyway. I'm talking about idiotic plans like how he got here. I'm talking about this thing where we think
diversity visa.
Yeah, how about this, Bubba? Somehow we've come to the conclusion like we think it's bad form that you just vet people who say they're waging war against you. I can't even wrap my mind around that.
No, well, we've got a generation now. They've moved so far to the left. I mean, when their idol is Bernie Sanders. I mean, come on.
But Bubba, don't you understand?
What do you think?
I mean, I might as well go over and just keep running myself into that wall or be that guy on the Geico commercial.
It's the Geico guy that keeps hitting his head on the raft.
You don't have to. You're not compromising a political view or a worldview to say it makes walking around chewing gum sense that when you have a group of people who have a religious conviction that leads to the things that we see, that you would say, well, then when it comes to coming into our country, we must vet these people and try to remove these type of people from coming into the country, and that's a reasonable thing. And yes, in the process, we'll probably vet some people that didn't mean us any harm, but it's worth it. Right?
Well, we used to do that. We used to do more of that, and we got away from it with our big heart.
And then you put the responsibility back on the enemy.
Yeah.
When somebody says, well, I didn't intend America any harm, how come I didn't get a chance to come in? Well, you need to go deal with your own people. They caused that for you. That's not our problem. If these people in your country knew how to act, you wouldn't be in this situation.
Well, it's a privilege to come here, and we need to be allowing the best, the smartest, the brightest who can add to our group, not just whatever comes down the stream in some lottery format, and that's what we got with this.
And because that will open you up to those who mean you harm.
Because you're going to lottery in somebody who's a terrorist.
Well, that's what just happened. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes after the hour, you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show, and we sure do appreciate it. We're Rickless today, so we call it Bubba-rama.
Yeah.
We want to remind everybody the podcast, Rick and Bubba University, coming out this weekend, featuring Richard Shin, two-time national champion with the University of Alabama, and one of the first people that I ever heard of who was infected with alpha-gal from a tick bite. And I've told this story to a lot of people just face-to-face over the years. So I'm glad we're able to get Richard in and set the record straight on how this happened and what he's got. And there was a big story out this week that said as much as 3% of the U.S. population, 10%. Was it 10%?
No,
it was 3%, 10 million.
10 million.
You're right.
That's
Complicated numbers there.
3%.
Could have this already. So we're going to do a more of a deep dive on Alpha Gal this weekend. Very interesting podcast. I think you'll enjoy it. Right now, we are jumping into Speedy's day yesterday.
It really wasn't that big a deal.
He had a ball game and had a what he felt like was a bad call that he saw clearly from left field.
Yes.
That the
From
first
the
base
parking lot.
umpire made.
I wasn't past the fence. I was just down.
Who was about 6 foot from the bag, and Speedy probably we're estimating between 250 and 325.
This will let you know how bad.
At least.
This will let you know how bad a position he was in. I had a better view of it.
Speedy, let me ask
That's
you this.
debatable, but okay.
You're not basing the fact that he made a bad call on the sound of the foot hitting the bag and the ball hitting the glove, are you? Because there was a delay getting all the way out there to you,
sound,
right?
Right. Yeah, no, I'm just looking at with my eyes, and we were already pressing on the bag when they called
Now,
it.
did you recognize him? Do you
know this umpire?
Have you seen
Is he
him
one of
this
the
year?
regulars?
I don't know. I was too far away to recognize his face. I couldn't tell.
That's not good.
Yeah, I couldn't
But
tell.
you felt like he was not in position.
That's his argument. Now,
no.
from where you were, you could see that.
Yeah, I'm sure he
Now,
doesn't. He
as far
doesn't.
as safe
Once the
or
light
out,
got out there.
He doesn't. I'm sure he doesn't get there. He doesn't get to have that gig if he wasn't good, but he wasn't very good yesterday.
So Speedy, explain to us, show us.
He was lazy yesterday.
I don't understand the out of position you were referencing. Can you show us how he was out of position? Just for those that are not familiar with the way umpires should do it.
Yeah, I guess so. Let's see here.
You're going to do it over there or right here?
Well, I
want you to go to the rug.
To the rug? Okay.
Yeah, I just feel like I got more room up there. I can see it better.
All right, hold on. Let's see here. Let me go around here.
Have you got a wireless mic, or you can flip one?
I'm Helmsy up over here.
Okay. And then point it out there.
All right. So, if I am running,
Calvin Speedy Wilburn is going to demonstrate proper.
I'm running down the line.
Right.
Okay?
Now, this is what he thought happened because he really couldn't see it.
I'm running down the line.
Are you in the same time zone, by the way?
Right. I'm running from home to first.
Are you eating at Buffalo Wild Wings?
His phone had a different time on it.
All right, so I am running from home to first.
Right.
All right.
Right. I got
Those of you
home
just
to
think
first.
about that. Okay.
Right.
All right, and
you're going this
the
way,
ball's
right?
coming.
You're at the Hollis Crossroads exit.
Right.
and the ball's coming from the shortstop second base
Right.
area.
He's trying to turn too.
Yeah, and he has a cannon, by the way.
Right.
Really good ball player. And so I knew it was going to take everything we could to beat that double play out.
So the runner's hustling.
Right. And so when he went and he bobbled it, he still has the kind of
Gave you
arm
some
that he
time.
can still gather
Gun it.
himself, touch second base, and get it to first. But I knew that's our only chance. And we were clearly safe, but called out at first. And if let's say the Rick and Bubba rug is first base, all right?
Right.
If
That's a big base.
the first base umpire, okay,
Right.
with that type setup, with runners at first and second, he was standing behind first base up down the foul line.
He was straddling the line. He was
Right,
straddling
right.
the line so he could call a foul ball.
So we're running to first base. That's first base, and I'm pointing at the rug.
Right.
He's back here like this.
Right. He's straddling the line so he can make
He's
the
down
call.
there, check,
Right.
check swings and all that kind
Right.
of stuff.
Got it.
So when the ball was hit,
Into play.
he should have moved from here.
Is that standard
here.
that
Yes.
he should move
Yes.
into the field
Yes.
to get a better angle
Right.
at the base?
Absolutely.
He stayed back there.
Okay.
All right. And that's why I think he was in a bad position, and I let him know about it. And then not only that, but he might be a great guy. I don't know.
Did you invite him to man church?
I couldn't see him because I was too far away.
Yeah, his
but
face
it's
was
just
blurry.
he's one of those that you got some umpires like the guy that was on the third base side. He was talking to the boys, how you doing, whatever. He was just a little bit more relaxed, taking some water between innings and just kind of hanging out. This one here is what I call the butt kick and run, where he's
all business.
He's got his chest out.
He's all business.
Like in between innings, he'll.
So you don't like the way he runs out to his position?
And he stands in attention.
Yeah. I'm just saying. He thinks he's real good.
Surprising if he's. I know the type you're talking about,
and I don't know him though because I couldn't see him.
But you would think, being that way, that he would have got in position.
Yeah, and I think he probably knows he was in bad position.
If he pays that much attention to detail on how he stands between innings.
Right.
Do you think the fact that the shortstop had such a gun and fired such a great shot that influenced the call a little bit?
A little bit, yeah.
And I'm not saying that him. I think it would anybody.
Right. Yeah, I just think he has to be at more of a 90-degree angle.
Right.
To
he
the
just
play.
didn't have a good view of it.
Right. He was just down the line a little bit.
Do you think he was pulling for the other team?
No, I don't think he was anything like that.
So how did the game end up? Did y'all win or lose?
We won 10-3. But at the time,
so it ended up.
But at the time,
no wonder you're still mad.
You know what? I should have asked that earlier in this segment. I should have asked that 20 minutes ago.
So let me ask you. Good night.
Well, but at the time I didn't know, and I get it.
I know it.
I get it was a little early.
Now, is it possible you'll have this umpire again today?
I hope not. Because if so, I'm going to go. I'm going to go, we got him again.
We're in the top of the second. Speedy goes crazy on the guy.
Yeah.
And you end up blowing them out?
Well, I wouldn't call it. I mean, this team that we were playing was very good. Very
Speedy,
good.
10-3.
Hey, I want to get real.
We had a big inning.
I want to ask you a real life question here. When you were laying in bed last night, did you regret what you did?
Did you feel bad?
I felt like I got a little loud. Yeah.
Do you think you kind of turned too much attention on you?
Yeah, I do.
And that nail biter 10-3.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, life cost you the game.
I know this sounds crazy that I'm not really that loud.
They could have got 8 runs off it.
I'm not that loud at the game. But let's say I was so loud.
You're gonna feel bad again tonight. Now, be careful.
No, I'm being serious.
Let's not dig the hole deeper.
I mean, now we'll talk amongst ourselves. If the parents are all sitting together, we'll be like, "My gosh, what happened there?" But we're not screaming.
Just last night.
Yeah. I think I was so loud, and this was, I think, a good night. Look at that moment for me, Greg. That you'll go. Some of the players after the game. The parents will meet on down, and as the players are leaving to go to the bus, they'll walk through us, and sometimes you walk with your kid for a little bit, say hey to them or whatever. The first 2 players I saw, they were smiling and said, "Hey, heard you down there."
Oh, wow. And they were a long way from you.
Yeah, I think that was my good night look at that moment.
You like, okay, so I was loud enough.
Yeah, so I probably should apologize to the umpire. I just felt like he didn't. And by the way, in the 8th inning, he made a really good call.
Let me ask you this.
He bounced back.
What was it, like 10 to
if you see him
2
today,
at that point?
do you talk to him and apologize?
No, because I won't recognize him. I couldn't tell.
Yeah, he has no idea, except by the way he stands. Man.
Yeah, I'll be able to tell you once I see him walking who it is.
Was there a pretty good crowd there? Is it mostly
Very
parents?
good.
The school kids support baseball much?
Think of your big parks and multiple fields.
Mm-hmm.
All right, if you have never been to Chocolaca Park, it's beautiful. Exit 188 off 20, halfway between Atlanta and Birmingham.
You mean the way Oxford does it, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And boy, do they. And that's where the new Buffalo Wild Wings is. It's part of the charity charge. They have a signature baseball field up front. And that's where Jacksonville State played for 2 years while theirs was being upgraded.
Mm-hmm.
That's where Oxford High School's played. There's all kinds of big tournaments there.
Question: is that where you blew your belly button out from yelling?
No, that was at a football game.
But he doesn't. But Adler, he doesn't yell.
No, he never does.
I know.
This is rare.
I was coaching trying to get
blew his own belly button out.
The only person I've ever known to do that.
Guys, if you're coaching and you're trying to get your
that.
receiver's attention on the other number across the way, you got to holler. Yeah.
You blew your belly button out.
Right, I felt
by
it.
screaming.
I felt it. So for a year when I would scream, I'd have to push it in.
Oh my goodness!
And you already had a screen wire there, right?
Yeah.
Did you have to push it in yesterday?
I'm good. So there's a signature baseball field, and right beside it, there's a softball field. The OVC is hosting their softball tournament Just like
let's just have every tournament we can get on
Alabama
the same day.
Community College conference tournament is at the same time. So it is mania. There's people everywhere.
So what time they start today?
There's foul balls going on to each
after
field.
you squeaked by yesterday, what time do y'all start today?
We play at 1 today.
Is that the first game, or is there games before yours?
They start at 10 Central today.
No big surprise here. Mac Daddy wants to know.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
so they're starting at 10.
Oh, and there's a good one.
So he can help you out.
He better go and head that way. He better start heading that way.
Yeah, there's a good one.
So how much further do you have to go to be the champion for your son's
it
team?
could go into probably next Tuesday, maybe.
Really, that many teams?
I think there's
So
only.
you're in the
I think
early
there's
rounds
only
of it,
only 8.
You're in the early rounds.
Yes. Oh yeah. So.
But you won't wrap up this weekend.
Well, we could. I mean, double elimination. So we we could be done. As early as Saturday late afternoon, or we could keep going. I don't know.
I hope they have good luck, and I know you'll be there to keep an eye on.
I just felt like after I was screaming, it
If,
stopped, and it's almost like I blacked out.
Yeah,
and
Is
I
that
gotta
where
tell
your
you, I
belly
was
button came out?
I gotta tell you, I was getting fed from the crowd that was behind the home plate because I could hear laughter from there.
Yeah, that got
and
you.
I think that kind of got me a little bit.
Sure.
And then I knew I had a
Is
crowd.
it possible that there's going to be a picture of you hanging on the fence where you walk in today? They're not going to let you in.
Yeah. If you see this guy, tell him to be quiet. That kind of thing. I was at one point. I was so loud.
entry.
I did start looking for tournament officials to cast me to calm down. But
I wish they.
because
You were that guy,
we're
huh?
all so sensitive now.
Yeah, sure.
I will
Speedy,
take
thank you for keeping an eye on that.
and I think the umpire knows he made a bad call, but he made up for it later with a good one.
Yeah,
that's good. Or the correct one.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
866 We Be Big. Keith in Alabama. Keith, how about it, buddy? Go ahead.
Hey, I just got a question for you, Rick. Didn't you say this was your first trip to the White House, correct?
To the White House, yes.
All right, so you had a dream the other day that all of you guys got arrested. And you wanted to make headlines.
Oh no!
For this White House trip, do you think that's going to be your headline?
Gosh, I didn't think about that, Keith. Thanks for bringing that up.
This guy, nice.
Oh my gosh. The good news is we're going to be sentenced to 33 years, and they'll reduce it to 7.
Okay.
Well, that's what happened in the dream, and we were all together, guys. But the only thing is, see, Greg's not going, and he was clearly in the dream.
Okay, that's good. Maybe he's arrested here.
He was because Greg's big thing was he was the one who announced when we walked into where we'd be going, taking showers, and going to the bathroom. You were like, so this is the next 7 years.
This is it. This is it.
And then it was you and me, Bubba, that began to run the numbers on our age.
Oh boy.
So the last hour of the live show today will be hosted by Helmsy and the real Greg Burgess. There's some angst about that, leaving. Helmsy, you're going to be left behind to kind of be the Greg handler.
I'm starting to get nervous the way he's acting today.
I know he's got that sense.
Well, Rick, they have the their job in this is to be the lone survivors.
I know. Y'all realize has that hit y'all yet?
Yeah, well, it didn't until Bubba brought it up yesterday, and that's a goodness gracious. I don't like to see that picture.
I don't mean it in that
painted.
way, although it does apply to that. But I was really talking about just in case we don't make it back tomorrow.
Right, all the way.
Some technical
well,
trouble
but and if we don't make it back at all. Then
it plays in that.
Well, let me tell you what to do. Here's what you do, because you guys are going to be thinking about what we're going to do about income. So what you want to do is you convince the broadcast company that there's still some value in hosting best of shows and remembering us for a set period of time. So that'll get you paid for a little while.
Right.
You know what I mean? And then
I can always put the wheel of meat on eBay.
Right. And then
the surviving members of Leonard Skinner pulled it off.
Yeah, but see,
they did, didn't they?
Y'all don't understand. Really, myself, Adler, and Tom. We'll be the forgotten ones because we're going to be.
You won't be.
We're going to be caught up. It's
That's
all
tough.
going to be. Hey, Rick and Bubba, boy, they're no longer with us, and nobody even knows we died.
No, they'll be for now. Will your star fade out quicker? Probably, but I mean, it won't be forgotten.
No, you're always in the story.
Yeah, you're always in.
Yeah.
You did so many things historically. You will remain.
Oh, it's just but it's just a side mention.
Adler's songs will be playing Adler's songs.
We've seen
now,
it before.
Now you're right about Tom.
Yeah.
Tom will be forgotten quickly, but not by his family. I'm just talking about by the listeners.
Right.
You know what I mean? Well, because they don't know Tom that well. Tom's not on that much.
Behind the scenes.
What best of moment you can play with Tom in?
Rick,
He's behind
I
the scenes.
think when that happens, that you actually get elevated instead of forgotten.
Well, that's true. The engineer that was with him.
That's your marker.
Yeah. Hey,
Well, y'all
you
at
know what
least
you
get
do? You have a picture of the award-winning broadcast plaza and teleport, and you put a big memorial up of Tom with a picture of the studio and all the great work he did here.
Makes you feel better.
Well, I'm just trying to help. I'm just giving you a plan because I'm not going to care.
I will tell you that. Well, yeah, I will tell you this, guys. At least dedicate an hour to Adler songs. At least 1 hour of nothing but songs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That and your misspeaks. Oh, I got misspeaks out the yin yang for you that I can
me crapping in my pants, all that.
Right. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. So, and when you do, be selective on how you remember Bubba and me.
You know, I take it. I was telling Amanda yesterday. This is a big compliment to me and to Greg. I think the fact that nobody was even discussed it. Y'all just said, heck, they got the hour.
They got it.
10 years ago, that would have never happened.
Well,
5 years ago, probably would have happened.
Well, the kickoff hour serves many purposes.
Yeah.
And the kickoff hour was designed to give the Eastern time zone another live hour.
Yeah.
People wanted to monetize it because they had a hard time monetizing a recorded hour. I mean, I'm just pulling the curtain back.
Sure.
And then the other part was
it's AAA ball.
That you and Speedy and Greg get to do things in the kickoff hour that you don't get to do during the show when we're here.
Right.
And you get to host and you get your chops and you get better at it. And you guys have all gotten really good at it. So it's really not that big a step since you and Greg with Speedy host an hour every day.
Yeah. And there are times when we're out.
Yeah.
So they may do a show by themselves. Me and Speedy may, and me and Greg may.
Right.
So, and we've all host best ofs. And to me, that's one of the hardest things to learn because you're timing down and having to, you know.
So you guys are savvy now. You ready to play?
It's going to be fun, actually.
That fifth hour.
I'm a little jealous.
Whoa.
That does.
Here's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about if your last hour begins to wane and Greg senses the hour's not going well and he starts pressing.
Yeah.
And that's when Greg could be dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't used my one cuss word that I get every 3 months. I haven't used it yet.
Well, today's the day.
Yeah. Well, I think one segment, making fun of us and can't believe y'all are here.
Right.
Second segment, let's go to the people.
So
Third segment,
you're saying exactly what I've already written down over
yeah.
here.
I would like to say our
before you know it, you look up and you saying goodbye to the golden tickets.
You know what I always
forgot about that. I'll have to.
"22 minutes after the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick is not with us today. It is the Bubba-rama edition. We're covering a lot of topics. We have covered several things. Did y'all hear about Leah Thomas? Did y'all hear about that lawsuit she brought against the University of Pennsylvania?
I didn't hear it.
Y'all not hear that? Yeah, she's suing them because there's no urinals in the women's locker room. Did y'all know about that?
Didn't know.
I did not.
Makes sense.
I didn't know if y'all heard about that or not. It's Friday the 13th, too. We haven't really addressed that today.
Hey, by the way, did you know in Asia, number 4 is the bad number?
Really?
Yeah, it's not 13, it's 4.
Really?
I think, weird. I heard y'all talking about it earlier. 13, I think, comes from the fact the old English units of 12 were used, and 13 was the oddball left out. And I don't know, when it lands on a Friday, everybody freaks out.
Yeah.
And gosh knows we hadn't had any of that today. So, I don't see it. But Speedy, speaking of somebody who has been lucky lately and seems to be on point, Elon Musk.
Oh, okay.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
Elon makes more headlines almost quicker than we can report on them here on the show.
Yeah.
Because it's every day there's about 4 or 5. We had one today that said the Twitter purchase was on hold. There was some question about verifying the number of fake accounts that were on there. It has to be below a certain amount. They were trying to make sure it was less than 5%. Then we got a tweet a little later said, "Hey, merger acquisition still wanted to go forward."
Yeah, and I see where some kind of higher up Twitter execs were let go yesterday.
Yeah, let a few of them go.
It says they're going to go in another direction. That you're not needed.
Yeah, and Elon had already said that Trump should not have been kicked off Twitter.
Yeah,
and Jack Dorsey, the former CEO, just one more leader of Silicon Valley with bad haircut, had agreed with that. I think he's just trying to get his job back. But anyway, I know he's probably out of tie-dye T-shirts right now and needs to do that. But that's not even what we were going to talk about. Elon put out a tweet, and I wanted to get y'all's opinion on it. 2 things he said. Even though I think a less divisive candidate would be better in 2024, I still think Trump should be restored to Twitter. So he covered 2 things there.
Sure.
He says basically he thinks that the Republicans should go with somebody other than Trump because he is so divisive, diversive, however you want to say it. Divisive. You know, that's one of those words you can say about 6 ways.
Yeah.
The other one that he followed that up with was Biden's mistake is that he thinks he was elected to transform the country, but actually everyone just wanted less drama. How true are those two statements? What do you think, Greg?
Pretty true.
I can't disagree with it on the drama because I think that we've talked about it before. I think some of the people, of course, we're questioning everything after the documentary, but let's just, for the sake of argument, say it was legit. I don't know if it was or not, but the fence riders, there's a lot of people that just didn't have the stomach for them.
They just couldn't put up with the mean tweets.
Exactly.
They couldn't put up with the name
I personally am
calling.
not that way. But.
Right. To me, it was a little bit of a breath of fresh air, but I understand why some people had problem with it. I'm not saying that you should have done it, but
and he kept playing to his base. Well, he had them.
Right.
You know, might should have tried to.
Well,
are those two tweets true in your mind?
Well, I think what a lot of people loved.
I go to you, Speedy.
What a lot of people loved about
McNair
him,
News.
which was that he was a straight shooter. A lot of times the Republican candidates would always apologize, and the media would put pressure on him, and they would cow down. Oh, sorry, and then they would send out some apology. He didn't, and that's what a lot of people loved about him. And a lot of people thought that maybe he was too mean, and then that's what some people hated about him. I mean, I thought he's what the country needed at the time because he changed the Republican Party and how they act. And if you'll notice, a lot of guys don't back down now. Look at DeSantis. I mean,
you're right.
He's in Florida, and he's like, no, we're not cowing down to you. You know, so I can understand what Elon means by that, and that is he might have had too much. There was too much drama with him. Maybe there needs to be somebody else. But yet, he's polarized the country as far as just the base being. So, you know, I guess a little bit more united, and a lot of people that maybe never voted, never got into it. It's like they were screaming, "That's right!"
Oh yeah,
you know.
Yeah.
Because,
oh yeah, you're right.
Well, my daughter was one of them.
Yeah.
She was not interested in politics at all, and now she's minoring in politics and trying to work in D.C. So she's got really politically active. Helms, what do you think? Those two statements, true or not? I go to you.
I agree with everything y'all said. Plus, I'm halfway paying attention.
Adler, I go to you. What do you think? Those two statements, true or not?
I think Trump was a straight shooter. I love that, but he also gave the left ammo.
He did.
So much with things that he said and the way that he said them.
Yeah.
You can be a straight shooter without giving the left ammo to then use against you to convince people that maybe don't pay as close attention to see that the policies that Trump implemented were actually working and were good for the country and good for the economy.
Right.
It's easy to trick the uninformed masses when you have that much ammunition to make Trump look like a bad guy.
The left loves to play the victim, and sometimes he gave them that opportunity because he would go so far. There was a lot of times we would come in, would we not, as a staff, and we'd go, "Oh man, why'd you send that out? Oh man, you know."
Well, you're laughing too.
At the same time, we're laughing and we're going, "Oh, why'd you do that?" You know. But
I think the debates hurt him the last. They helped him his first time, but I think the last he didn't do very well.
Yeah.
They didn't come across
the
very
first
well.
one when he tried to just run roughshod over.
Yeah. But man, he wouldn't take it. You know what I mean? It's like he would stand up to the swamp and the left, whereas most politicians from the right would always apologize and seem weak, but he didn't.
Keep this in mind too. We had $2 and something gas at that time.
Yeah, exactly.
And you talking about the real lasting part of the Trump legacy. He gave us 3 Supreme Court justices.
Amen.
And think about how that is playing out right now and how that's going to play out for the next 40 years in some cases. We'll be right back. 29 minutes after the hour, it's the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's them.
The 9 o'clockers. I'd like to see the 9 o'clockers show off. I mean, I want them to start calling. You know when
be careful, Greg. My wife did.
Be careful, Greg. 9 o'clockers are dangerous.
Could this be the day, Greg, you build a bridge back to Jim from Tuscaloosa?
Yeah.
Boy, I tell you, he's been on a tear lately, hasn't he? He got going again yesterday.
Terry did say something about that. She said the only problem with them going to phones is that the last hour callers.
Oh, I love that.
That's the good part.
With Greg, you never know.
Stir it up.
Let's
go.
The 9 o'clockers. I mean, they're something else.
There's no
they're
governor.
just now waking up.
No.
Usually,
you know what it's like. The last hour gang. I know for some of y'all that's not 9 o'clock. We call them 9 o'clockers because that's what happens to us on the live show. But but those people now it's almost like, you know how sometimes when a group of people, they're somewhat dangerous, but what you don't want is for them to solidify a leader.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so keep Greg kind of at bay because we're all here.
Right.
You know, so Greg's never solidified himself with them as their leader.
Right.
But today, Helmsy could
bring it on, buddy.
Helmsy,
Rick, here,
you got to watch that.
Yeah, what it is
don't let him solidify as a leader with them.
Y'all are the parents and they're the kids, and y'all have gone to the beach.
Yeah, don't get us fired so we can't play any of this back.
Right. Yeah, that'd be bad.
But here's the good
we
news.
got some great footage. We can listen to it ourselves.
How about this? If we all get fired, that's the beauty of the technology today. We just start the Rick and Bubba podcast, and we lead with a interview of the president. That's a good way to get people listening to it. That's a good lead for your first day in the new show.
That would be a kickoff.
Yeah. We can't do anything without drama. It's always like, why can't we just go somewhere? What will happen today that will be the most drama that we'll face? Is it getting there? Is it getting through Secret Service? Is it us doing something in the White House that gets
from
the
the
boo-birds?
airport to there is going to be your problem. I'm talking about when you land.
Yeah, and now under the new post 9/11 regulations, so we got to land like 45 minutes from D.C.
That hurt.
Yeah. So
you don't want to get delayed or something.
And there's going to be the thing about and Bubba and I've tried to.
He said that hurt.
Yeah, well, Bubba and I've tried to keep our suits from not being all wrinkly and looking bad. So now you're in a car ride, and then all of a sudden it starts hitting you that you're sleepy. You know, and because the ride goes on a little longer than you want.
I got a lot for y'all to read.
I just did this same schedule a few weeks ago.
I want a picture of all y'all in your suits.
And the ride in the traffic and all this sometimes is so long, you almost lose sight. You know, it's not that thing where you land and you're right into what you're doing. Yeah. You land, and it takes you a while to get to it. So you almost get kind of lulled to sleep a little bit, and you have to come back alive.
Rick,
you get there.
They're sleepy, and then they're sleepy with a suit on. That's two different things. That's two completely different things.
Really? And you got to think about this. When you get into that car, because, you know, it's going to be pretty full. There's no hanging of the jacket. So at that point, you commit to putting it on.
Oh, no. You can't ride in a car with a jacket.
Where you going to put it?
In your lap, which is terrible.
You're not doing that.
You got to put it over your lap.
Yeah, I won't do it.
Ain't nothing good about it.
I've already made
it in the back over all the backpacks.
I've already made the decision that Bubba will soon make. I'm going no tie.
That Bubba will soon make.
Adler's going tie. He went out last night late and got him one.
He's going to try to make that work, but that ain't going to make it.
I've got a tie. I've got it.
It hasn't dawned on him.
He's going to leave it loose, and then at the last minute, cinch it up. He'll be okay.
Yeah, but Greg, we thought we might be able to get all of our interviews in a short period of time. Mm-hmm. It's going to take the whole 4 hours to get all the interviews in they have. And so
tying will make it.
I don't know what we found last night.
Oh, your extender.
Collar extender.
Well, good for
you.
I love the fact
that's a whole new world now.
I mean, good
you know, it's so shiny and silver, though. I really think like fishing cord would be better.
I think
monofilament.
I think the only reason why they don't do that is because people strangle people with fishing lines. and I think they think that just seems like bad form. The fishing line's difficult. Yeah,
but you can't see it though, buddy.
I know.
It's hidden.
The last time I saw Speedy in a suit, he had his picture made with Ronald McDonald. You remember that picture he had from that event? He had the host?
Terribly uncomfortable picture.
He's dressed up. There's a clown next
I've
to
admitted it in the kickoff hour. We are very blessed that we can come to work. Really, sometimes we dress way down. That we can come in however we want to. You know, there's people right now that's wearing suits every day.
You know what? I don't mind a suit every now and then. I know that's surprising.
What?
I don't mind a suit. I want me one of them show enough fancy
Look, I have to know what stage of life I'm in. Sometimes I hate a suit. Sometimes it doesn't bother me.
You got to have the right one.
And it's all about what my current weight is at the time.
Yes. Yep. And you know now the style is your suit's a size too small for you. What is that? You notice all these people, the hip people, they got one button, they're doing this.
Well, apparently I've been in style for a very long time.
Yeah, Rick, it finally came around.
28-year-old Wisconsin mother is accused of taking her son for a very dangerous ride on top of the family's minivan.
Is that true? I saw that story. I thought that cannot be true.
She took her son and said, "We have a plastic pool on top of the van. I'm worried about it blowing off, so get up there and lay on it."
Didn't we have that? "35 minutes after the hour, you are tuned to the Rick and Bubba Show, and we sure do appreciate it. And we appreciate fine sponsors that bring this show to you each and every day, Speedy.
That's right. Just like mypillow.com/Bubba. Listen up, everybody. It's BOGO time. As Mike Lindell and the MyPillow team are offering a huge BOGO extravaganza, and that means buy one, get one free on so many of their great products. Now's the time to join the millions of Americans who have changed the quality of their sleep by going with MyPillow.com/Bubba. You need to as well. Right now, the buy one, get one free pricing are on like bed sheets, Giza Elegance My Pillows, the 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere My Pillows, and so much more. Great products start with a great company too. And if you're like us and you try to make your purchase mean something, you can do so by spending your hard-earned money with a company that shares your similar values. Plus, you'll also be making your life a lot more comfortable. They deliver style and comfort with good old American products that are made right here by a great American company with MyPillow and Mike Lindell. Remember, too, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee and warranty. So go today to MyPillow.com/Bubba for all of the special show savings. Buy one, get one free specials are at MyPillow.com/Bubba. Don't miss this opportunity. Go there today, MyPillow.com/Bubba for all the special show savings and buy one, get one free specials. You can also find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
I love the term BOGO.
BOGO. Who doesn't love
How about
BOGO?
a good BOGO?
I feel like it ought to be on a stick jumping up and down when I hear it.
Yeah.
My BOGO stick.
Were you any good on the old BOGO? Pogos. I had one. I tried to master it.
They're a lot more work than what they look like on TV. Right. But I've bounced them. I could do it for a while.
You'll think you have it, and all of a sudden you shoot off the one side.
You go
I bet you Adler owned it, though.
Oh, yeah.
Greg, I know you like BYOB, but that's something else.
No, that's
not
a whole
the
other
same.
movie.
Totally something different.
So, listen, guys, I got to tell you, I'm concerned about something, and I'm worried. I mean, I'm deeply troubled by this now.
You are?
And concerned.
What, we're out of food?
No, not that. And
we may be.
Yeah. We've waited 30 years for the second installment of Top Gun, which was one of my favorite movies growing up.
I'm concerned about your hype.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know if they can live up.
No, that's why
everybody's loving it. It's what's bothering me, all the critics.
Well, that's what I was going to say. We've been waiting for this and waiting. When's it come out? Next week?
It comes out the 27th.
Okay. So it's basically 2 weeks. All the critics are seeing it right now and writing their reviews, for the screenings, and then it'll be out for the general public. And I expected the critics to eat it alive, and because they always do. They always are down on it. I pull up some reviews this morning, and I'm gazing at these, and I'm thinking, wait a minute, something is wrong. Rotten Tomatoes is giving it a 96% review. The L.A. Times, Tom Cruise flies high again in the exhilarating Top Gun Maverick. Wow. I thought, wow, they liked it. CNN.
The L.A. Times likes it may be a bad sign.
CNN. Maverick takes off with Tom Cruise on a rousing flight into the sequel zone.
Oh.
I thought, boy, they're really
arousing.
They're taking it somewhere don't need to go.
Rotten Tomatoes, their official review. Top Gun Maverick, the most thrilling blockbuster we've gotten in years.
Serious.
Dinger, is that right? Dinger? Am I saying that right?
Watch out.
Ringer,
oh, JC hits a dinger today.
You and me both.
The least flattering one I can find says Top Gun Maverick is a rallying cry for dads around the world. That's the least flattering of all of them.
Not sure what that means.
But I mean, they're not saying exhilarating or soaring or something,
So they're okay with masculinity? Are you sure about that?
Well, all of the reviews. Okay, listen. How about this one? Let me give you this from Deadline. Top Gun Maverick. Tom Cruise is back soaring in what may be the role of his career.
Get out of here.
I'm reading you the headlines. Reading you the headlines.
Get up and leave.
How in the world can all these people be that excited about this movie? Does this mean it's going to suck?
Does that mean
it will. It can't live up to that.
Because usually when they have good reviews, I don't like it. The ones that they eat alive, I go and laugh myself to silly about.
And that's with music. That's with movies. That's with everything.
Yeah.
So what's going on?
And plus, you said L.A. Times. You said CNN.
The dinger.
Does this mean
the
ringer dinger?
The weekly wiper.
They get political, or they're politically correct, or they got some green movement thing in it too? Is that why all the critics like it?
I have a feeling watching the highlights that we got a little PC in there.
Yeah, see, I think that might be it.
Do you think that's why they're on to it?
Maybe.
one of the girls.
I don't know, the rallying
through
cry
here or
for
something?
dads, I mean, that helps me out a little bit.
But that was
I mean,
from the dinger.
That's a good point.
Yeah. You just like saying that, I think. Who doesn't like saying dinger? Say it again.
Dinger.
Is that fun?
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Really
I'm gonna watch it and just make my own mind up. But I don't think it's a sequel, which are hard to live up anyway,
Right.
and B, well, I don't know if you call this a sequel. It's been 30-something years. You know.
Yeah, I mean that's
the sequels that are out within 2 years. Those are the bad ones.
Right.
Can we all go together and watch it that day? That Friday?
Oh, team builder.
I mean, we leave here and go.
How about
It'll be
I
out.
would love to go see it as soon as we could.
Why don't we do that?
Because I've waited 30 years.
See,
you know what I mean?
I'm in
I
trouble.
might not make 31.
Speedy, we've been talking about the past
don't do
3
this to
years.
me.
I know we have.
I'm in trouble.
He's
I'm out.
backing out already.
No, I'm in trouble. That's the weekend Tyler gets married. So I mean, I think I'm gonna have some other things I got to get done. Could we wait till the next week?
You talking about the Friday? That
Friday the 27th.
Oh, the Friday, yeah.
That's when it comes
That's
out.
when you have rehearsal.
And so
you're not going to keep that one right there,
No, you're
sitting
out.
in number 2 seat. To
I may
to
have to
wait
see it
till
the
Monday.
second time.
Now,
with
if there's a sneak peek on like the 26th, that Thursday that we could get into, that might be good.
All right, let's start predicting.
Mm-hmm.
I think the wedding
Is it
will
gonna
go
live
better
up
for
to
you
the
if
high?
you went
You know
before.
what? You know what I think may have done this for a lot of these people is the videography of the planes flying. You know, it was good before, but I think with all the cameras they've got on, and if you've seen any of the behind the scenes, they're sitting in the cockpit of that plane with cameras all over the place. So maybe the angles they're getting is just blowing everybody away, you think?
Maybe.
And the fact that Tom Cruise did a lot of his own stunts, it's not that CGI stuff.
I know.
You hate
We actually got some real planes involved.
Hey, you got fighter jets, cocky dudes, good-looking chicks. What man don't want to watch this?
Wow.
Volleyball scenes, it's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
You know, I never understood in the volleyball scene. Obviously, it's hot where they were. He was playing in a pair of blue jeans. Then he put a big, thick jacket on and left.
Yeah, he was all sweaty and sandy. And he puts his jacket on.
And he's got to be hot.
He looked awesome, though.
Well, in San Diego, I guess they have low humidity.
Maybe
so
that's
when you get to moving through the air, it probably cools off pretty much.
I used to walk around as like a little kid with this leather jacket I had on, no shirt on underneath it. It was
Did you
awesome.
really?
Yes.
Oh, my goodness.
Is it still strange to
Hate
you
sand on my
too
body.
that Tom Cruise just looks so much like he did?
I know.
And everybody else is like aged into another lifetime.
I mean, he may do risky business, too.
Best movie.
You never know. Come
All right,
out
so
with socks
they're
and underwear
claiming.
on.
Why not? Why not?
They're claiming maybe the best thing he's done. They're claiming that.
That's ridiculous.
What is your favorite Tom Cruise movie?
Oh, ooh.
It's a lot of them. Top Gun has got to be.
Top Gun's in there.
It's
Good
in the
stuff.
argument on any of them, don't you think? The
I'm trying to
opening
remember
scene-
all of his movies.
Days of Thunder racks up there with me.
Yeah, that's good.
Obviously,
A little
Top
corny.
Gun. A Few Good Men is one of my favorite
yeah,
movies of all
that's
time.
That
Risky
may be-
Business.
Yeah, there's so many.
I don't
can't.
give Risky Business enough.
Oh, that's the original.
Yeah.
I know, but I don't give it
Impossible
enough.
1. Mission Impossible 1.
I have
All
never
the-
watched
all
a
the
Mission
Mission-
Impossible movie.
All the Mission Impossibles were good to me. I know Greg didn't like sequels, but I like that.
Did y'all like Jack Reacher?
Jack was.
I ain't seen any of that.
Oh, well,
I
good.
did. I saw
Great.
it.
Risky Business comes out of that 1980s movie.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Now I know Greg when he watched Cocktail, he wanted to be a bartender.
Ooh, I didn't really like talking that much.
I don't think I ever saw it. I knew what it was about, but I didn't see
What
it because I was
about
Baptist.
this? Was on the other night, and I happened to flip it on, and he had a very small role in it, The Outsiders. Do you remember that?
Yes. Yes.
And he wasn't even hardly in it, but
I know your favorite's Rain Man, Greg.
that is
How about,
a good one.
How about
That's
that?
a
See,
good one.
I totally forgot about
Yeah,
Rain
I
Man.
can't.
That's a
I can't
fantastic
say.
movie.
That's a great movie.
Yeah.
It's no.
Where were y'all at
Oh,
on-
what about The Firm? What did he?
Well, I was going to say that and Jerry
that
Maguire.
was good.
Jerry
Yeah, Jerry
Maguire
Maguire's
was
good.
good.
Jerry Maguire's a good one.
How do you narrow those down?
Yeah.
I can't pick.
I can't
I
pick
know.
between.
I'm gonna
all
tell
the-
you.
all
I'm
the
gonna
right
tell you
moves.
one. Now it's got some things
Show
in
me
it
the
that
money.
we don't need to be watching. But the one of the most recent ones he did, American Made, where he's that
Yeah,
pilot
he's that
for the
pilot.
drug
True story.
lords.
Yeah.
That's a good
Well,
movie.
Greg
loosely
believes,
based on true.
Greg
I know.
believes everything that's in that thing. in the movie.
Nah, I did like it though. It was a good movie. So there.
That's good. It's good.
Man, he's been.
What
in a
was the
bunch of
one when
stuff.
he was like an Irish boxer or something? What was that?
I don't know that one.
He
Like
wasn't a
bare knuckle
leprechaun.
boxer from Ireland.
What was it called?
the name
St.
of that?
Patrick's Day.
Hey, I'm Tom
I think
Cruise.
him and Nicole Kidman were in it. I think.
Buddy, just stop.
What was that
Why
called?
you
So
squinting?
think about what we just mentioned, and people are
Everything
saying this
he's in is
could
pretty
be his greatest role ever.
Well, see, that's ridiculous. First of all, that's not possible.
I mean, do we get to fly in a plane if you go see this movie? Well, how could it be that good?
Can't be good. I'm going to say it ain't going to be horrible, but it's not going to live up to the hype.
Far and Away was that movie.
Far
Greg.
and Away.
And then don't forget Eyes Wide Shut and Born on the 4th of July.
I'm trying to forget Eyes Wide Shut.
Thank you, buddy,
Rick
for
and
that.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Story like a year ago
Yeah,
or something?
no, there was a different story. And
Sadly,
it was actually,
but who's buying a pool right now? This
There was
time
somebody
of
in a
year?
box on the other.
Yeah.
That was years
like
ago.
Boaz or
Up in
Gunner.
Sand Mountain.
Way many years ago.
Yeah, a long time ago. It was on a best of. Actually.
It wasn't last year, but
I mean, a
That
best
one
of
just
moment.
sounds suspicious. I don't
Well,
know.
it was 96.
They said it happened on September the 9th, so the story's just coming up. So I guess it was still hot in places. I know it is here in September. It's very hot. Says that the 28-year-old mother, she did eventually pull over and take her son off the roof,
That was nice.
folded the pool up and put it in the van. Maybe that might have been our first thing to do. And said she had no way to strap it down, so she just I told my son to get on the roof and hold it down while I drive. She said, so she's in trouble and could face up to 10 years in prison for endangering her child to hold down a plastic pool. Where in your mind do you say, man, I don't know what I'm going to do about this plastic pool? Well, I could have my son lay up on top of the van, hold it down while I drive. I could do that. And not immediately go, what am I thinking?
Edges on it, you know? I mean,
Is she just using them for weight?
Yeah, the
To
weight.
hold
Yeah,
it
that's
down?
exactly
but that thing would slide.
How's he gonna hang on?
slide off.
How's he going to hang on?
Well, she didn't think it through.
So, anyway, in the so this is
Good night. You can't write that.
no, you can't. Yeah, I mean, these stories, y'all, they come.
Surely
in.
there's pictures.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah, well, I mean, and that's the other thing. Let's say
If
that,
they'd have just had their clothes off, you'd have pictures.
how about this, Bubba? And let's say you can't reason through, you shouldn't do that.
Right.
Another thing you want to think about is you're going to be riding through areas where people are going to see your kid laid on top of a plastic pool on top of your van.
Yeah.
And they're probably not going to like it.
No, I wouldn't think so.
There's a lot of things there's so many red flags that should have. Tampa pizza joint is taking flack, which I'm like you, Bubba. This is the free market for posting a no children note on the front door because the pizza owner says, look, people can't control their kids, and it's hurting our business because we've had a bunch of incidents where kids are in here running around like they have no parents, and they're being obnoxious and difficult, and it's hurting the rest of the people. So we think our best business plan for our particular pizza joint is to just have a no children policy.
There you go. So they put it right on the door. No children.
Wow.
Now, they're getting blowback about that, as you might expect. They're getting criticism. But other people are saying, hey, they kind of like the idea.
Well, I will say this. Sherry and I, when we went...
Now, this is a pizza and beer place. Keep in mind where
right.
you're at.
Don't miss that. But I will tell you this. Sherry and I, when we went on our 20th anniversary, we wanted to take a trip that was just the two of us spending time together, mainly resting, just and they told us when we were planning it, we were talking to the travel agency, they said, now look, some of these places offer areas where there will be no children. On this particular trip, would you like to be staying in a place that is not a family environment, and people go there as adults, so you're always going to be around the pool with other adults, you're always going to be on the beach with just other adults. Would you prefer that? And we said yes. And we love children. We have a lot of them.
Yeah.
And I also know what it's like since I had 5 2-year-olds. I know what it's like to come in a restaurant with little children and the children be disruptive. Yeah. I've been there, and you handle it the best you can as parents. It doesn't mean you're a bad parent if your kid gets a little rowdy. The bottom line is small children are loud, and small children can sometimes be difficult to control. Now, you take that now add it with the modern-day parent that won't do anything about it. And what this business is saying is, I think we could actually be an oasis for people who even may have children, but they're going out on a date together and don't want to have to deal with children, because we've tried the children format and the children have become so disruptive, we end up with people with disruptive kids but no other clients. So what they're saying is, I think we can pack the place out and have better business if people know they can come here and there's not going to be people that can't control their children.
And it's a great marketing issue because now they can say, we don't have kids. If you don't want to deal with that during your pizza time, you come here. And you know what? The crosstown people can say children are welcome.
Yeah, it's a free market.
Come on in,
It's
one
the free
and
market.
all. So everybody wins in that.
But this is typical of the complainers. They want to just make somebody do what they want them to do. Well, too bad. Yeah. I mean, if you want to go to a pizza place that has pizza and beer that allows children, then there's other choices. If you would like to go have your pizza and have a cold beer, or just go have pizza and whatever, and you don't want people's rowdy children screaming and hollering, running around, crawling under your table, then you just say, hey, good news, let's go over here to so-and-so's pizza place. You know what we know? We'll go in there, and we won't be in there. It's just like somebody saying, you remember there was a time that's starting to go away, but there still are these places that exist that say, if you want to smoke, come here.
Yeah.
We haven't kicked all smokers out of restaurants like most of the restaurants have done. And you know what you say?
It matches TV4.
It does,
so it's funny.
I was thinking the same thing.
Oh, I knew you were going.
Looks like it's going.
I'm just jamming.
This is all for you right
look,
here.
It's lining up with a video that we're watching in studio.
That's unbelievable.
What are the odds?
You know who this is for, don't you?
It's for me, isn't it? Thank
Coming
you.
to the Playhouse. That's right, coming to the Playhouse for one time only. You know him, you love him. He's coming to the Playhouse. He brings his mastery of the airwaves straight to the Playhouse. It's DJ Bubba.
This is DJ Bubba. I'm all up in the house. 51 minutes after the hour.
Voices.
That's who that was for
We
right
are all up in the house.
Yes, we are.
Rick is gone. Graduation about to start. Got a few pictures there.
He's
Looks
there.
like
He made it.
Everybody's in position.
Yeah.
And they're ready to do some graduating.
Brooks
That's
got
right.
his cap and gown.
We said it earlier, but you know, a lot of you might hadn't have been with us. Taylor Burgess is 31 today.
That's right.
Oh, did we miss it?
We met in the kickoff
were you in
hour.
here? Yeah, Taylor.
Taylor.
It's been a while, Bubba.
Wow. It has been a while.
That little
and
kid y'all used to talk into going to school.
Sure.
Man, I
Can you
cannot
believe he
believe
had
that.
that?
That really makes me feel old.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, well, shut up.
Yeah, he's a little
long
different
time
now.
ago, you know?
Grown man, coach, very successful.
Kids of his own.
Yeah.
Good night. How weird.
And then here
We all feel funny about that.
right.
So if he's 31, that makes me. Oh wow.
Yeah, you're
a whole
pretty old.
bunch.
But y'all got lots of birthdays.
Yeah,
in
May. Well, we got Marion, which is Taylor's daughter. Her first birthday was the 10th, so we're celebrating that this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And I think my sister's twins are in May, and
Ooh.
is Brody in May? We got the Burgess has got a lot of birthdays in May.
Yeah. Right.
It's a big time of year.
Yeah, and a lot of them, as you said, Bubba, are with Rick. Here's what has happened so far.
How about let me throw this at you. How about I'm unless I'm doing the math wrong, and I may not know the ages, I'm closer in age than Taylor than I am Rick and Bubba.
that is crazy.
Is that true?
Taylor's 31.
And I'm 44.
God, you're young. I forget
and
that.
so, Bubba, how old are you?
I am 58.
Yeah.
How about that?
Is that
weird?
Is that hard to say?
That's weird. That was weird for me to even say.
Yeah.
It feels weird to say that because I don't think of myself as 58, but I felt 58 this week.
Yeah.
Several times.
Yeah.
Like hole number 10.
What you got, Speedy?
No, I was just going to say, Bubba mentioned Rick is just about got everything like he likes it up to this point. He's gotten everybody there. He's parked. He's gotten his tickets and gotten in. He's seated. Brooks has actually stood up, turned around, and waved at him with cap and gown on.
So that's a good sign.
So he's
That's
in
a good
position on the right row.
It looks like he's close to the front.
So far, if you're keeping track, that's where things are right now.
And I got an update in the break as well. Terry actually texted me and said on the 27th, if we all want to go right after the show and watch it, that she'd be perfectly fine, that it'd probably be good to get you out of her hair for a few hours.
That's not true.
That's what she texted me.
Sent me the same thing.
I didn't know this. Tyler's fiance, Mabry, it's her birthday today.
How about that?
Really? And
Well, it's a
Johnette's
big
birthday was on just a couple of days ago.
We
Good
just
night.
full of May birthdays like crazy.
Wow. What's up with May?
A lot of birthdays.
Take it back. Well, never mind.
Yeah, we go back to September.
That's what I was going to say.
Summer's wrapping up.
Yeah. You take it back.
A little pep in the air.
Let me tell you.
And that'll do it.
So I know they'll be glad to see Brooks graduate. That's awesome.
Right, isn't it? Yeah. And that's another, now we're old again. I mean, Brooks is graduating from college.
I know. Bubba, I'm always intrigued with you turning into a lake person. I love to hear stories. I kind of live through you. You got pontoon boat. You go down, and whenever we talk to you on a Friday, and you're like, I'm like, what's your weekend like? You're like, going to the lake. It just seems so relaxing.
No,
you know.
It is.
Is that lake life about to get real through the summer months here? Is that like now going to be part of your weekend every week?
Well, pretty much weddings are a part of my week every week now. We're on a roll. I think we got the next 3 or 4 weekends in a row. We got weddings. So
that's time of year.
They're happy times, but it, you know, you think, wow, another wedding. That's a lot to go to.
Right. Yeah, I understand that.
And you're in that,
and we're not helping you.
I'm not being negative.
Don't
about
be pressured. You know, you could tell me, hey, we ain't coming.
No. We're
That's why you got to be so negative about it.
I'm not. It's
But
just
no,
a
I mean,
lot.
just
a lot. We're just. I guess I'm at the age that a lot of the people I know and friends that I have, their kids are getting married.
Well, here's the thing. Hopefully, he'll make it through the reception. He had to leave one of mine.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Praise the Lord, it worked out. But I knew something was up because I had a good spread of food, and when I saw him on his way out, I said something ain't right.
Yeah, something's not right. And Betty had that.
I actually had
a
Bubba table just for him.
Well, we know more about all that now, so
that's right.
Well, that's what you can do, though. You could use that as a, hey, you know what? I just don't do weddings.
Yeah,
well, you remember what happened at one time?
But I don't want to.
And feel like
I don't want to have to go with what
I get all nervous at him and I pass out.
Yeah.
No, I have fun at them once you get there. And
do you see how Speedy's trying to keep the costs down, telling us we don't have to go?
Right.
No, he's over there going, hey, listen, y'all don't have to come.
No, I don't want to sound negative about weddings either. But
that's a little late for that.
No, it's just,
I'm with you on this.
I have
a
thing, and I've talked to Rick about this. Even things I like to do, I don't want to know that I got to go do them. That they're out there on the calendar.
I'm with you on that.
Now, if we woke up and it's Saturday and somebody said, "Hey, there's a wedding so and so today," I go, "Well, heck yeah, man, let's go to that. That'll be fun." But if I see it on the calendar 3 weeks out, I dread it like I'm going to the dentist.
It weighs heavy on you.
Why is that? What is that?
Yeah, well, I think
is
it just
that
comes down.
Do I need to go see somebody?
No,
about
I think
that?
it comes down to you just don't like things on your calendar.
Yeah, I'd rather just go to the line and call the play. I think it's just kind of an outgrow of what we do here.
Yeah,
so I just don't like planning ahead of time.
Right.
Hey, Bubba, good morning. Yeah, we're going to a wedding today. Really? Well, all right.
Well, let's go.
Well, I'm good.
Let's get in the boat and go.
You got my suit? Let's do it. Back to Chandler's wedding when Bubba had to leave. I'm sorry we keep bringing that up.
Yeah,
but when Betty came to us and said, hey, we're gone, I saw the look on her face, and she was concerned.
I thought you'd made him mad.
Well, she was concerned. I saw the same concern during the Regents Pro-Am when she looked up and said, is he okay?
I must have looked bad this week because everybody kept asking me that.
Well, I think it was your
you had the same look.
Your knees
you
were
did.
just, bless your heart,
We were
your
worried.
knees were not doing well.
Well, I kind of tried to not kind of conserve energy around the mid holes there so I could make a run at the end.
Yeah.
You know?
Maybe when you were buried up in that bunker all the way up to your knees, maybe that is.
Was it Betty that asked you, Speedy, why Bubba was walking like that?
Mm-hmm.
Was it her that asked that or somebody
said,
else?
She knows why I'm walking.
Is it his knees? Is that it? And I'm like, yeah.
That the crippling weight there.
Yeah, he buckled a couple. He buckled a couple of holes ago, and I don't know if you saw him in the sand trap. He couldn't get out.
Yeah.
But between you left, so much energy.
Can you put heel first in the instant replay?
Seriously, Bubba, win play show. Did you? Was there ever a moment on the golf course where you were like, "Hey, if I don't get my second win here, I'm done"?
When I was conserving energy heavily around hole 10.
Okay.
Yes, probably.
When you're hyper stepping.
Yeah.
There's a lot of coaching for me in the cart.
But I'm like, I'm in a cart. Why am I give out?
It's hot out there.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't that hot. It was just hotter than what we had.
Yeah, we're.
I mean, in August we will kiss the ground if it's 85.
Oh yeah.
So it's just what you get used to.
We'll get a jacket and put it.
We'll have our doors open.
Yeah,
it feels good today.
Please look at those toes pointing straight down.
Yeah, I need to. I got to do a little work on overall fitness. There's no doubt about that. So.
Well,
do you really?
That was a tough angle. I ain't gonna lie with you.
Yeah, that was tough right there. But this part here.
I let my coach talk me into heel first.
I did. I'm sorry.
You know what he was.
Speedy, when I stepped in that and that ball just kept sliding up in between my legs, I thought, well, this is bad.
Yeah,
this is bad.
Rumor is, come Monday, things are going to be different.
I know.
That's what I heard.
Yeah.
Come Monday. Isn't there a
Start
song like that?
When's it going to start, Bubba?
He said Monday.
For sure.
What I heard.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You got it. That's right.
Thank you, gentlemen. I ain't even gonna try to break it. I'm gonna lose.
Thank you. It's not every day the president of JSU helps you get out of a bunker. You okay, buddy? They like to eat me alive.
I'm not going to a restaurant that has smokers. Okay, well
that's a great market.
You have restaurants that don't have smokers.
Let the market decide.
Yeah, there's nothing. You're not deemed an evil person if you say on your business plan, our business plan includes no children. Well, then okay, if that bothers you, then don't eat pizza there.
Right.
But I really think for them it's probably a pretty good idea because we've all been in this situation, and I don't understand it. I really don't. Because it's back to this logical thing that just it's just I was made male, so there's some of that was part of our DNA. We all, Rick Burgess included, have had times where our children or our baby would not come under control.
Right.
And they're at that age, they're so young, it's not a simple sit down, be quiet, or this is going to happen.
Right.
They're babies. I don't understand these people when a baby starts getting loud, they won't just simply take the baby and leave. I don't understand that. Either they'll either leave the room, or if it's a bad situation, just leave completely because you said I have a baby, which means my life's different right now.
Yep.
And it's not.
And everybody understands it.
It's not everybody else's responsibility to deal with my baby. It's my responsibility. And just like these people and I know it's a much lesser deal, people that force other people to deal with their pets. Well, some people don't want to deal with your pet. You're the one who got the pet. You deal with it. You shouldn't make everybody else deal with it. So this is a situation. See, now no children are allowed. So now even children who behave aren't allowed because people went in there and had children that didn't know how to act, and the family wouldn't do anything to the point it affected the other customers. I particularly don't like to be in a restaurant, especially on a date, and be around children that are not under control. Do you?
Oh, yeah. But, I mean, there's a time where you expect that. So
yeah, if I go to Chuck E. Cheese, I need to have a Coke and a smile.
Yeah, that's what you're going to get. So, but see, this is the beauty of the marketplace. If you want one thing, you go one place. You go one, you want the other. And
yeah, I don't know why he's getting like this business being treated like they're bad people.
Well,
it's their business preference.
Yeah, I know. But you got to remember who's complaining.
The very people who control their kids.
Right.
So those are people saying, by golly, we ought to be able to eat pizza and get beer wherever we want to and carry our kids anywhere we want to. And I don't know why you won't let us bring our dog too. Well, right. You know, because you don't get to do anything you want to do. It's a private business.
And they've never been told that, see.
No. So you talking about that old word that nobody gets to hear anymore? No.
No.
You ever been around these people and you think, have you ever been told no your entire life? Has anybody ever said, no, you can't do that? Not going to happen.
You can tell.
Oh,
you can tell.
Buddy. I've done it in coaching a lot. I've even took their little precious face in my hands and said, let me tell you something, little sweet precious thing, gift from God. Has anybody ever told you no? But because let me tell you what's about to happen. It's going to happen out here a lot. You know?
Yeah, the world.
Right. And if you don't like that, you and your mama and your daddy, if he's around, y'all can hit the road. Right?
Pretty straightforward.
What's wrong? But what's wrong with that?
Nothing.
So matter of fact,
have it like they want.
Right. I mean, let's face it. If you want to sit down and have a business meeting, or you want to go out with your wife or go out with your husband, I kind of wish this place was available. It really would. There would be
it going in.
Yeah. You know what you say? Just like you ever been to the restaurants too sometimes, and again, you got to know what you're dealing with. And this is no different to me. Some of these, we like the music real loud restaurants.
Right. Right.
Well, see, that drives me crazy because you're sitting there trying to talk, and you're talking like this because you got to talk over the music. You know what I mean? I mean, and some people are like, well, I love to go into a loud restaurant. Okay, great. And when
there's a time for that.
Yeah, when I'm in loud restaurant mood, that's where I'm go.
Yep.
When I'm in all the family, let's go rip and roar, then I go to those kind of restaurants.
Mm-hmm.
But there's nothing wrong with a pizza joint saying, we think for us it's better to have a no children policy because we've seen what happens when people bring their kids in there.
If you don't like it, don't support them.
Yeah.
The marketplace will take care of that too.
I bet that place is going to be packed.
Do you love when you're in one of those loud places though, and you're into it, you're enjoying the music, somebody who's trying to talk to you?
Mm-hmm.
And they won't not a quick thing, but they're trying to tell you a long story, and there's no way you can hear them. And you're like, you see where we are, right? I mean,
right? No. Let me tell you, I've been in that situation, and I hear the conversation where it's trying to go, and I'm like, oh, this is about to be a pretty deep conversation.
Yeah.
This is just a hey, how are you moment.
Yeah. There's no way we can cover this right here.
This is a hey, what's up?
Yeah. On a much lighter note, my kids do that to me when we're in the car. Hey, Dad, turn this up. I like this song. And then they want to start talking.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Let me turn it down. Well, turn it up. All right, okay. All right, what do we want? Are we wanting to talk or listen? What we got? We can't do both.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, I used to have to do that all the time.
Can't hear you, son. Sorry.
And you turn the music up loud like they want it, then they would yell to get over it to talk.
Yeah.
I go, let's have a talking few miles. Let's have a music few miles.
Yeah. What do you want?
Guys, look right there.
Oh gosh.
Oh boy. Adam, you going to the White House or the prom?
Yeah.
What?
Hey, are you bringing my car up?
Adler.
Did he join Nation of Islam or what?
What is that? It's red, white, and blue.
Adler,
I think you look good.
Look, you're dressed great. Your haircut's perfect that you got from your new friend.
Where's your organ grinder at?
What? This is a good look, right? Is this all right?
I mean, it looks great if you're going to the prom. I mean, it really does.
Or you're singing in a men's quartet.
Yeah. It's like a barbershop.
I'm a working professional, patriotic working professional. That's the look I'm going for here.
Six minutes after the hour. Speedy, I hate to see you lose that seat over there for this hour's over. Okay.
He's having too much fun.
Well,
Yeah, you got a little loose in the break.
That is a
there.
good
I think
snack.
we're going to have to reel you in a little bit.
That's a great snack.
It is. It really is. 6 minutes after the hour, it's the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank all of you for being with us in what's turned out to be a very bizarre Friday edition. As we're kicking off the weekend without Rick, he's enjoying graduation at Mississippi State University today. He'll be back Monday with a full report. The podcast drops this weekend. Rick and Bubba University. Richard Shen is our guest, two-time national champion with the University of Alabama, and one of the first people I ever heard to be infected with the alpha-gal protein from a tick bite, which didn't allow him to eat red meat. So you'll hear that whole story. There's a lot of news about that disease out this week. Some of you may have seen that, and we'll bring you up to speed on it. Catch that when it drops sometime Saturday morning. Welcome back.
You're our alpha gal expert.
Yeah, he's been telling us about
this
Lone
syndrome
Star
here.
and all that.
Well, Richard is the one I heard it from the very beginning, and it didn't have a name. We didn't even know what it was called.
Right.
Was that when we called it Lone Star?
Well, it was a Long Star tick
Right.
that you got it from, but nobody knew what the name of it.
Is there anything, without giving just maybe a little quick highlight, is there something you learned from the podcast you didn't know or concerns you more?
Well, it was more of, I just thought, because I have told people Richard's story over the years, that we got it down, was able to kind of document it, and a lot of people can hear it at one time. Because if you are suffering with this, or you think you may be, you need to get proper medical care before you, because it can be deadly.
It can.
Did
with
you
the
wear a
reaction
white
you
shirt during the podcast?
I did not.
Okay,
But I did talk about my tick, the way that I wear my clothes
Your
in the woods
procedures?
to try to stop ticks from getting on me.
What I do, honestly, if I got enough time to plan ahead, I always hit the spray on me before. And I learned that when I at work. We used to have to go out there all the time. One, I don't like red bugs all over my ankles.
Jigger. Yeah, who likes that?
Them are terrible.
Oh.
And two, you got to keep the ticks off of you.
Well, one of the things I do, I'll just tell you,
And
I
three.
always tuck my blue jeans in my
No, I don't go that far.
in my boots, and y'all make fun of me.
Well,
for
I knew
doing
you'd
that.
take it a step further than most people.
But if something's on your boots, it'll go right up your leg. If you
Yeah.
don't have your pants leg,
And it looks good.
And lighter colors, solid colors, they suggest you wearing so you can see the ticks on you. But the time that he got bit, he said because he was a big turkey hunter, still is. He always used spray in the woods. And one time he didn't do it because the turkey was already gobbling, tried to get out there quick. So, having that deep woods off or something to put on there makes a big difference.
So
Anyway,
he tells a story.
I don't want to give it all away.
He tells the story of how he thinks he got it.
Anybody else feeling around, see if they got ticks right now?
Well, can I
Good
tell
night.
you,
Where's the worst
after-
place you've ever found one on?
After
My
that,
head.
after that yesterday, every time I sit down, I felt something. I felt something on me. You know how it gets on your mind.
Sure. Like you talking about, like I'm doing now.
There's nothing worse than when you're sitting there and
like
you go,
there's something on my back.
Right.
Can't get to it.
Yeah.
Something on my back.
when you go, wait, what is that? And I'll go, oh, it's a tick.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Last one I had on me, I was at my parents' yard.
Was it
the back-
latched or was it just crawling on you?
No, it was in. It was there.
I had one latched.
And I thought something was on my back, and I kept scratching it. and I thought I had cut myself, and it was like, just, and I was like, wait a minute, no, that's not that. What? And so I went around, I saw that little black dot.
Yeah, and the CDC has changed, at least from what we were told growing up, the way to do some of this. So we talked about that and getting the tick off of you if it's already on you. And quicker is better, by the way, they say.
Man,
quicker is better.
When you're a kid, those yard dogs would get them like that grapes on them.
Oh, yeah. Gosh. Yeah, they blow up huge. And, they used to would say, well, let's get back home. But now, the quicker the better.
Well, you live in a natural area like you do, Greg, where you just have a lot of just natural woods and everything around. I bet you, Mr. Buddy, if you don't put stuff on him.
I give him that pill that's flea and tick, and it lasts 3 months.
Yeah. They've come a long way with that for dogs and cats, but still they can have them on them.
Oh, yeah.
They might not dig in, but
you're right.
They'll bring them up, brush them on you, or, get them in the car or whatever. So, anyway, interesting discussion. Catch that this weekend. Speedy, we were talking about strange things.
Yeah.
And Adler said that in Europe, in the European Parliament, they had a big celebration when they were wrapping up one of their conferences on the future of Europe with some interpretive dance. And he said the looks on the faces were just precious.
You can't beat interpretive dance.
I like this. All right.
Look,
it's
got some because the face is a key part of it. Y'all.
I thought
Tes
this was
mains
people coming in.
flottent
They
tout
always
autour
start
de ta
that way,
tête,
too.
l'une après l'autre.
Adler, Helmsley, pay attention because you're about
Du
to do this.
visage à la nuque,
Look at the faces.
sur les côtés.
What in the world? Nobody's laughing. They're serious.
Le bout de tes doigts caresse ta nuque en passant.
What's he saying?
Look at that.
What is he doing? Oh, face.
Tes mains deviennent des poissons.
Normally, when you see this, you rush to put candy
D'un
under
côté,
somebody's
puis de
tongue.
l'autre de ton corps.
So I got to ask a question.
Y'all, look! Oh, that guy in pink shirt went nuts.
Is there a style that you're supposed to do, or is this just your own whatever you're feeling?
They all got the one move going.
I have a feeling this is more of a freestyle. I don't see a lot of similarity here.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. That time Duke was here. Remember, he got up and did an interpretive dance.
And he did that arm thing.
He was like,
yeah, that's right.
How'd he do it, Greg?
I need somebody on that. I need somebody on that rug right now doing it.
Speedy, he was a great sport to come in here. Do you still stay in touch with him? 'Cause we haven't had him on in a
I love
while.
Uncle Duke.
Well, let me ask you this: if this is interpretive, what's it mean?
Yeah,
what the
thank
crap
you.
are they trying to tell
Please
me?
interpret it
Adler,
for me.
please speak.
I'm like Bubba. It looks like they're having an episode.
I don't understand how gyrating can make us now think about the future of Europe.
Yeah. I wasn't clear about your
What's
future
that one
until I
lady?
saw
Like she's
this.
rowing a boat.
Une nouvelle planète.
I need to know what he's saying.
Our planet.
Pousse et se développe.
Calais, boom, boom.
Had a little jump added to it.
Helmsley, could you get on that rug and see if you can?
Nah.
You know what it looks like? They're fighting off ticks.
It does. Look, they heard us talking. Bubba, they heard us talking about it.
Yeah. No, it's a bug.
There's just something
Have you
weird
ever-
about Europe, and this just underlines it.
Good
even
night.
more.
This is in Parliament.
Yeah. Have you ever put?
What does it mean?
Look, this girl is so scared that somebody's gonna hit her in the head.
Yeah, nobody's laughing. Y'all, they're all serious.
Did they have to practice for this?
There was a practice.
You know when you put an ice cube down somebody's shirt in the back and they start doing all this? That's what they're doing.
I don't know.
Get it out. Get it out. Look, she is so serious.
Look at that slow motion.
If we were in that audience,
Didn't care
would
to
we
wash
be
her
laughing?
hair before she came.
No.
Probably didn't brush her teeth either.
Well, people get busy. Let's not be judgmental. Life is busy.
All right.
Yes,
Greg.
it is.
Hey, Greg, please.
All right, who's up?
Get on that rug. All right.
Show us what you got, Greg.
That's all they do.
Yeah.
Isn't that all they do?
Adler, how in the world should you have to go to practice for that?
He's looking at that face. Oh, here he goes. Here he goes.
Oh, here goes Helms. He's in. He's feeling it now.
Oh my goodness, he's done it.
Perfect.
Oh, I love it on the rug.
Anybody can do that.
Put it on
Not like
the
I
rug.
needed to go to the rug.
I know.
Seriously, do you think they called a practice for that?
Thank
I mean,
you.
why would you need a practice for
Yeah,
that?
yeah. Really.
Nobody knows. Is he saying?
What
What's
would
he
they
saying?
tell in Parliament?
Now I want you to feel this. Get down.
The future of Europe.
I'm seriously thinking more about the future now, and I feel better now that I've seen you guys do those weird moves.
Thank you.
I feel like if Russia sees you doing that, they may invade you.
Maybe why
You know
they
what? I
made
mean,
it.
I feel like that was an invitation for a Russian aggression.
They're fixing to launch
Don't
something.
y'all?
Yeah. Y'all, there was nobody like giggling that was in there. They were all serious. They were all really, really serious.
We got one more. We'll come back. We'll come back. I want to see. This is the clip that Adler keeps adding to the sheet every day until we finally do it.
All right, we'll do that.
And we'll wrap up the week with a crazy Broadway performer who's upset about somebody not wearing their mask.
Oh, I love it.
Oh, no.
Hey, I found the most awkward guy in the room, by the way. He doesn't know where to look. The
Yeah.
guy's just like looking away like, I can't believe I'm sitting through this right now.
Oh, my God.
There's Greg.
We need to talk about that semi-truck, too, that was running over people. Or not people, but other cars.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That was weird.
A lot to cover here, Bubba.
Yeah, 15 minutes after the hour, we'll be right back.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, you look nice. It just seems it looks.
I've gotten a lot fatter since my wedding, by the way. A
saying,
lot fatter.
That's all right.
The shirt's pulling a little bit there apart, isn't it?
What's going on there?
Hey, Big Bear.
It's fine if you don't breathe.
Yeah, that's good. So that's your look. That's what you're going
I'm
with.
so uncomfortable right now. I am out of my element.
No, you got to go.
You got a bow tie on, a white shirt. Got a nice kind of blue.
You know what
suit.
Secret Service is going to do, right? They're going to talk into their wrist and go, guys, we got a little guy here with a red.
hat.
He's got a red bow tie on.
Red bow tie, full
guys,
body shirt.
Guys, some kid going to the proms trying to come into the conference today.
He's got his suit on. He's got a suit on. It's a real small suit. Too small.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so the last segment for Speedy, Bubba, me, Adler, and then we go meet Super Tom, the engineer at the airport, and we go. I will remind all of you that it is an hour and 45-minute flight. If you haven't gone to the bathroom, the airplane does not feature a bathroom option.
Note to self, put this water bottle.
And there's a curtain back there, but
it's not a pretty game if we have to do that, and it's frowned on by everyone in the plane.
Yes.
And I would like to say this: if you're listening to the 9 o'clock hour, buckle up.
Yeah, because Helmsy and Greg will be doing that.
Put your chin strap on. It may be rough. You don't never know.
And
I got to get him. Look at that face over there.
Why are you so ill? Yeah, you've been walking around with just like old Rumpelstiltskin all day. What's up? What are you mad about? What you ill about?
Not a thing.
Now we messing up everybody's schedule today. What are you mad about?
I'm just a little sleepy.
What are you sleepy about? World Series?
No, it was over. It was ugly early, so I knew. I did tell myself when I was going away at 5-0. I said, I'll wake up tomorrow and they'll be talking about the greatest comeback in the history of the World Series. Because the way this series has been going, I knew. But actually, I didn't stay up even that late, really.
Really? Well, don't be so ill here next day. You got a big responsibility coming. You can't just fade over in your corner. You got to come over and co-host.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting on. I didn't want to peak too early.
But I will say this for the audience: ill is really kind of
It really
what you
is
want.
good.
You know what they call it? Greg's ill. Here comes the thrill.
I didn't want to peak too early.
That means no filter.
Ill
means
the
no
thrill.
filter.
I want to ask you a couple of things because I know that Bubba just dealt with it, and Speedy was asking about a couple of things. There has always been a bone of contention between my wife and me over T-shirts. I do not wear undershirts, and I hate undershirts.
You come out under your nice shirt?
Yeah, and so and I see pictures, and she's right. She says you're supposed to wear an undershirt,
right?
Where when you wear shirts, everybody can see your nipples.
That's right.
You know
Is that what that's for?
It's the nipple test. Yeah,
but how about this? I'm a man. Who cares?
I've never been an undershirt guy.
I
hate them.
But Amanda's in the same.
So
Amanda
is
does
Terry.
the same thing to me. And I don't mind wearing an undershirt. It's the tucking. I don't like having two shirts tucked in.
Because what happens is it comes untucked and the other shirt stays tucked. And you get off.
It looks
It's all about the temperature and if I'm going to be outside.
Yeah.
And it's going to get warm today.
You go wife beater?
Airplane is always hot.
Can I wear an undershirt if I'm outside all day long and it's really cold? Yeah.
Yeah,
but that didn't happen much.
No.
But if you're active out there, it'll get you too.
I do not like it. I don't like the way it is. I get up. She's always, you need to put on a T-shirt. And I said, you know what? And there's very few things because I know all of us in marriage. There's compromise, and a lot of times you say, if she mommy ain't being nobody happy. I will tell you this. I don't know what it is. I've drawn a line at the T-shirt. I will not wear it.
Well,
I mean, it's like I said. I love you all my heart, and there's a lot of things I got to tell you. I'm drawing a hard line on the T-shirt.
Were you at our house last night? We had the conversation last night about T-shirts
like that doesn't have something on it. You know, I mean, just would you go wife beater or just regular white V-neck?
Now you've brought up there's a compromise.
That's
on the
probably not politically correct anymore.
Yeah, no, it's not.
No, probably
not. There's
always caused them that.
Yeah, there is a compromise on the table. Because I acknowledge what she's talking about because we wear so many golf shirts and polo shirts, stuff like that. Now, if you got a jacket on, it really doesn't matter. But if you've got a button down on or you've got a polo shirt on or whatever, obviously, you definitely, I guess that you're not supposed to, I don't know. But anyway, so I'm thinking if I go back now, keep in mind, Greg, if you remember, we're talking what we used to call the old man T-shirt.
Oh man, everybody's
the wife beater.
Yeah. In some, but I tried to stay away from that one.
I know, but that's what everybody calls it.
That's what we call it.
That's the T-shirt tank top.
Yeah.
And so,
I mean, I don't mean any disrespect, but that's what everybody called it.
And
I'm
you
sorry.
still have
I
the
didn't come up with a name.
Yeah.
Of it.
No, you have the granddaddy V-neck too. You know, it's still your granddaddy wearing that.
Oh yeah,
the old V-neck.
Yeah,
T-shirt.
I got a few.
Always had a slight BO smell.
It did,
but didn't it? But that tank top undershirt, I used to wear those back in the day, and I understand somebody.
Rick, you wore them just as a shirt.
I know, but if I look around. The tank top has made a comeback.
Rick, I'll tell you, I
Look
like
right there. We got to be out here with one.
I like it better than the T-shirt.
Oh yeah, by far. So
and I don't know why.
So because I'll tell you why, because at least you got your shoulders
arms
are free.
loose.
So I'm.
Yeah. 20 minutes after the hour. Thank you for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. We're having the Friday edition, kicking off the weekend, and Rick will be back Monday with a lot of stories from graduation, I'm sure. You know, we've been talking about the people who appear to be over the top about their mask. And, you know, thank goodness we haven't had a real problem with COVID lately. I know the predictions about the upcoming election season appear to be ticking up a little bit, no pun intended, as predicted. By the way, did any of the rest of y'all see 2,000 Meals? Have y'all seen that?
Haven't seen it.
Not.
I'm telling y'all, you got to see that. It's going to disturb you greatly, but you got to see it. You just need to see it. Now, I want to know what y'all think about it. Adler, have you seen it? I thought you might see it.
I can't figure out how you see it. Are you going?
Well, it's Greg. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's not like just pulling it right off the shelf at the convenience store. It takes a little work to get there.
2000mules.com is their website. You can go and kind of investigate how you want to see it. What's best for you?
Yeah, they tell you there's so many ways to get it. It's a little confusing. I told Rick I wish they had it a little more simplified. But you go to a server company called Locals, and they're actually streaming it. So. It's much easier to do on your phone, by the way, than the way we're trying to do it. But anyway, you need to see it. It's disturbing. I just want to know what you guys think about it. The mask situation, thank goodness, it's been fairly benign here lately with the COVID. But we still have some people who are really big on the mask and who love to freak out when they don't see everybody in one. And this is a Broadway performer who is actually on stage who freaks out over an audience member. Do they still have to have it on Broadway? I thought all of that was out right now.
So this is the lady that's on stage. His name is Patti LuPone. She's evidently a pretty big deal on Broadway. She's got like a net worth of like over $8 million. She's been the star of many, many things over many, many years.
Okay.
And she's sitting on a panel on Broadway in front of a live audience, and evidently the panel doesn't have to wear masks on stage, but the people in the audience do. And you're gonna hear her freak out and scream and call somebody out in the audience for not wearing a mask over their nose. So they are wearing a mask, but it's not over their nose.
Oh, how dare them!
I'm gonna try to edit this on the fly, but Speedy, honestly, be ready with the dump button because she swears at the person in the audience. So when the audio cuts out, that's what's going on there. But,
okay.
And then she's going to mention a person, and I can kind of explain it afterwards.
Is it a bad cuss?
Who that is. Yes, multiple bad cusses.
Patty got her panties in a wad.
Yeah.
Wow.
Patty.
But again, think of the science. And I know that it's hard for them to talk with mics on. I get that. But none of them have them on the stage.
It's rules.
And they're sitting there.
It's rules for thee, not for me type situation.
I like that, Adler. I like that, Adler.
Here we go. I hope I get this right.
Shakespeare.
Put your mask over your nose. That's why you're in the theater. That is the rule. If you don't want to follow.
Oh, I thought she was going to say. Gosh, almighty.
Let me do it. I just said I was going to do it.
He doesn't listen. He doesn't listen to you or me.
Okay.
I thought you said be ready with the dump button.
The dump button. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm getting upset, but I've got it. It's just I have to be able to hear it.
What I did is I dumped.
Mad.
That's what I'm saying. I dumped.
You did dump
because it started with an F. And I thought she was about to say that. I thought she was dropping the F-bomb, so I hit dump. That's what I did.
Okay. My gracious, she's saying the same thing Speedy said in the kickoff hour.
Go ahead, you're good, buddy.
All right, do we want to hear it? I mean,
no, this is good.
Okay,
this is good.
And what's so funny is She does not have a mask on.
Yeah, she's on stage with 6 other people right next to her, a commentator, 7.
Right.
None of them have a mask on, and she's screaming at a lady that's 35 foot away in the audience.
It's crazy.
I mean, that is so nuts.
Speedy and that umpire.
You right next to her. Put your mask over your nose. That's why you're in the theater. That is the rule. If you don't want to follow the rule, get the
Patty.
Who do you think you are if you do not respect the people that are sitting around you? You pay my salary.
Patty, who do you think
Chris
you
Harper
are?
pays my salary. Excuse me. Who do you think you are?
Who do you think you are,
Who
Patty?
do you think
LaPone?
you are?
Patty. Seriously.
You're spitting all over the place screaming.
I hope
Good
Patty
gracious.
catches COVID from that person next to her.
Yeah. I hope it's a little added diarrhea
I gotta
later
tell you
on.
that
She's
people
on stage with nobody with a mask on, and she's addressing a lady that's at least 4 or 5 rows back.
I got to tell you too, everybody around her in the panel,
Yeah,
they had secondhand.
Yeah,
Sure
did
they
you
did.
see them kind of shifting in their
They're
seat?
like, dang, Patty.
Yeah. Good gracious,
Come on,
Patty.
Lighten up, Patty.
And she said, and the person in the audience says, "I pay your salary." And then Patty says back to her, "You don't pay my salary. Chris Harper pays my salary, who is a big-time producer on Broadway." But where does Chris Harper get his money from? From the audience.
Has he got his mask on?
That's a great question.
Does anybody have their mask on? Speaking of Patty, Peppermint Patty, or Raggedy Ann, Jen Psaki's last press conference is today.
Aww.
And I know we all hate to see her leave.
I'm going to miss Red.
But Ducey's going to miss her.
Yeah.
Red.
Do you think she will see Steve Ducey's son in her sleep?
Oh,
What's his
wow.
name? What's his first name?
Peter.
Peter Ducey.
Oh, Peter.
Peter.
They sent out a montage of all of her most heated moments within the White House press conferences, and with the press
I got to see
corps.
that today.
And you, just on your own, enjoy. They put that out today as it's her last day.
And I know we haven't seen them enough, but Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, their trial kicks back up today. We'll have wall-to-wall coverage of that.
Did you see her where she was laughing? She was talking
Speedy, I saw that clip. Is that real?
I don't know. She was laughing. She was talking to maybe her lawyer or something.
Yeah, somebody up close.
And she forgot she was supposed to be sad. So within a second, she went from laughing to sad face.
I mean, not kinda. She went full bore, like I am tore. Yeah, and that's the thing. When you have professionally trained actors who are good at what they do, obviously the highest level, how in the world do you know if they're telling you the truth when they get on a witness stand? Because their whole career they've been trained to lie.
That's right.
And pretend. How in the world do you know? I can't believe this is still going on. I mean, they were only married a year, and I'm telling you, they've been in court almost half a year now.
Yeah.
I know.
I have 2 clips. First, here's Amber Heard remembering that she's supposed to be sad. And if y'all can see
that's
that
what
there.
we're talking about.
Talking to her lawyer, she
Right.
smiles and nods. Oh, yeah,
Yeah, she's happy.
Oh,
Oh, wait a minute, I'm sad.
Oh, wait, let me get back to that.
Did you, man? The transition on that is amazing.
It's quick. It's a quick transition. It's a happy sad.
They're looking at me. I'm sad.
And then I've got another clip here, and this is all speculation, so I'm not going to say this is what's going on.
Okay.
But people seriously are speculating, and it's been documented, and she admits that she has had a history of drug use. And look, let me first say that Johnny Depp is not a good person.
No, there's no winner in this.
No, they're both been shown to be terrible people, and they have a very sad marriage. And I'm not defending Johnny Depp and saying that he's blameless or flawless in this.
Right.
But she's lied, and she has been proven to be the person that has been the physical aggressor.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, here's Amber Heard. Do y'all think she did coke in this clip right here?
Is this where she puts the towel up to her face?
Yeah,
and
she
sniffs?
puts this napkin up to her nose. She looks
What?
down at it first too.
Did you see her? She didn't blow her nose. She actually sucked in. Did you see that?
And then kind of rubs her nose and sniff.
What's she doing there?
Look at her kind of look down at it too before.
Right,
Look
to be
down,
sure
look
everything's
down.
where it needs to be.
This
Now watch
is-
this. Inhale. She didn't blow her nose.
That is weird.
Right on the witness stand.
She's on the stand right
Y'all,
here.
that is.
Then she did. Did you see her follow up?
Yes.
She even licked her lips, and that's normally something they do too.
Watch out.
And
I'm serious.
I think after this clip,
You gotta
and
pay
I'm
attention to
seriously,
details.
I think when they cut to Johnny, he's laughing because he knows what she did.
Hey, how about him and his lawyers? They'll crack up in a second.
Oh, yeah.
There was also this weird moment where I think they were going to have to walk past each other, and she freaked out. And,
Oh, yeah, she backed up.
Yeah, and Johnny had to kind of step aside, like, okay, I'll give you time. But she was like,
Adler, I know
She
we're
was
up against the break, but there's one other clip that we wanted to try to get to today, and that's the semi-truck going nuts in Nevada. And your phone calls as we head toward the top of the hour here. 29 minutes after the hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll screen up some phone calls, look at that clip when we come back, and we want you to join us right here.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
About I may try that again, but now when I cross the line with that
never
T-shirt,
been a tank top guy.
Oh no, I rocked a tank top back in the day.
Well, I did in the 80s.
Oh yeah. Look, you got the tank rock. You know the tank's back.
I know.
I haven't.
I won't
Some
go
people
there
are wearing
now.
that they shouldn't be wearing.
No, I think it's kind of like with your hat on backwards. There's a certain age.
Yeah.
I think tank tops. Same
But the
way.
tank is back. It went away completely. My younger sons wear them all the time.
Then you don't wear them for a while. Then there's the older bunch you do.
Yeah. Well, by then you don't care.
Yeah.
Whatever.
We went tank top to no sleeve T-shirt.
Yep.
Remember, it kind of
Yeah.
evolved
I'll
from
go no
tank top
sleeve
to
in the yard.
no sleeve
But
T-shirt.
anyway, it went back to this. So I'm thinking I may go. But see where I crossed the line, and we talk about this on the show, and I have it, by the way. Somebody sent me a picture of it from the Troy State yearbook.
Oh, Rick.
Is that I have my college picture made in one of those undershirt tank tops.
I'll
And
never
my mother,
forget that.
it was horrifying. I didn't know that's what they were doing. I
I'll
thought
never
I thought it was
forget
just
that.
for an identification card. I didn't know this is what was going in the annual.
And they sent the proofs home to ask my mother if she wanted to buy any. And I remember I was still in high school. Rick was at college. I was coming through the kitchen. She goes, "Hey, reckon I'm gonna buy these?" And I looked. And I had to laughing
We're
so
in the middle
hard.
of two-a-days, man.
She
I
said,
just
"That's
rolling through."
ridiculous."
Yeah. But so that if you go find Troy State 1983, my college picture in the annual is me in an old man tank top.
Rick,
That's
what year was it when we were younger and she got mad?
Fourth grade.
You made a horrible picture.
Yeah,
in
fourth
the
grade.
fourth grade. Hey, that turned the house upside down.
Well, so you're coming alive now. What I had was the attitude you had all morning up to this point.
Boy.
And I didn't want to have a picture made, and my hair was
Yeah.
sticking up on the side, and I was mad about it.
Look, his picture in the yearbook. I mean, for
It's
little
me mad.
kids,
It's frowning.
he was mad
As a hornet.
And listen, mother saw it and went, I mean, you got in bad trouble.
Yeah, threw it across the room.
Yeah, you got in real bad trouble.
Wow.
Yeah. So if you want to go fourth grade, Oxford Elementary School, you'll find me with a very angry look on.
Yeah.
I never did make good pictures. I'm not photogenic.
Oh, I'm still not.
You know, but the
Oh, God, don't forget that one.
And I used to have a little peeled haircut.
Yeah.
I mean, my
Oh,
dad, he
peeled that
cut me in
peanut
Kelly's
head.
barbershop,
Yeah.
and I mean, it was just like a potato got peeled.
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
Well, I was so I'm thinking about if I have to wear undershirts with button downs and certain shirts, I may try to go back to the old man T-shirt, see how that works.
Yeah.
You
I
know
know
what
I
I
cannot
like.
wear
You know
a
what I
sleeve
like,
T-shirt.
and I haven't got to the point I can pull it off. But you got to give Steve Jobs props. He said, "I'm going black T-shirt and jeans and tennis shoes no matter what I'm in," and he pulled it off.
Right. Yeah.
Well, you went to that.
Well, I'm just saying,
Yeah,
he was a
little odd.
trendsetter.
He was a little odd.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was odd. Nobody said he wasn't.
No,
Right, yeah.
His
Yeah.
oddness, I
But he
guess,
didn't
is-
have to put a tie on much.
No, he didn't.
He didn't?
I guess
No.
if you have
Explains
that
a
kind
lot.
of success, you can wear whatever you want.
Yeah.
You know,
You
who's
just
going to
gotta
say
deal.
anything?
I'm not sure he wore that to funerals though. I mean, there are a time you have to put on.
You
a
would
suit.
think.
Yeah.
I mean, you're
don't know.
going to
Can you find
eventually
a
have
picture
to.
of him in one? I can't.
No, I
Probably
always
didn't
that
go to
turtleneck.
funerals,
yeah.
Rick.
Really?
I don't know. You're
So
probably
nobody
right.
he loved died.
Are you? When can you be exempt from funerals?
I don't know. I just
If
threw
you
that
don't
in
wear
there.
suits.
Okay.
All right, we're going to leave you with
like I need another
Helmsy
shirt
and Greg if you got another hour, and then
Hey.
we'll update you on what happened at the White House tomorrow.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's the Rick and Bubba Show. I am Helmsy alongside Greg Burgess. That's right. It's not a best of show, and it's not the kickoff hour. It is the big show. The boys, Adler, Speedy, and Rick and Bubba, headed to get on a plane for our nation's capital.
It's the left behind hour. We've
It
been
is.
left behind.
That is a great call, Greg.
Everyone else has gone to D.C. We're stuck here at the studio, which I don't mind.
I don't
We'll go
mind
over
it.
and hang out in D.C.
You know-
Good for them.
You know what? I've come to a conclusion. By the way,
I ain't got a suit on. They all had suits on when they left.
for those of you that are, I've already got asked from the Golden Ticket seats, who was that in that speech and that intro? That is
That was me.
That is Greg Burgess.
No.
That is Dr. Rick Rigsby, and that can be found at rickandbubba.com under the goodies section.
You
The
talking about
song
Dr.
is
Rick
Whatever
Rigsby?
It Takes, Imagine Dragons. I'll throw some Imagine Dragons out there in a
Yeah,
minute.
you're kind of into them, aren't you?
And you don't like them.
Not
I can
really.
tell.
I don't hate them, but they're just not my thing. You
I
know?
can tell.
I
Gonna
mean,
be a lot of
They're no Blackberry Smoke. Come on.
There's going to be a lot of phones this hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG. We do want you to be a part of the program.
Join us.
Yeah. So the guys leave, and I hate to bring this up, especially with Speedy not here, but I'm going to because, one, we need something to talk about.
Yeah.
And two, he's listening right now. he has been on me for a good 6 months now to start back working out with
And
y'all.
you even brought it up one day the other week. You said, you know what, I think I'm thinking about, maybe starting to work out with y'all again, blah, blah, blah. And we were like, yeah, whatever.
Well, I put some things in place. I said, look, Adler, guys, for those of you that don't know, Adler's office is I've seen
Scary.
storage units that haven't been touched for 20 years look better.
It looks like, and I know this is just, if you're not watching the series, Stranger Things, it looks like that tunnel under the city when they're all walking around right now. It looks like that. It's scary.
So
it's like there's bones laying everywhere.
Once he was finished with the documentaries, he had that 100 documentary run. He said, I'm going to have some time to do some other things. And one of the things that I asked him to do, I said, hey, Adler.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes after the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, and we love our sponsors that makes this possible each and every day.
And this portion of the show brought to you by ReliefFactor.com. We've been talking about this outstanding product for years now, but have you gone to ReliefFactor.com, ordered their 3-week quick start pack for just $19.95? Do not be popping those popular over-the-counter painkillers, as you could be harming your body. They're not designed to be taken every day, multiple times a day. Instead, try Relief Factor. ReliefFactor.com is where you go. There's so many testimonials from folks that go, you know what, it's worked for me. Hopefully it'll work for you. We feel like it will, but try it and see. Folks, Relief Factor is all natural. Contains just 4 ingredients. You can now get your 3-week supply for just $19.95. Try it out. If you suffer from aches, pains, or inflammation, check out ReliefFactor.com today. That's ReliefFactor.com today and get pain-free. Learn more about it at ReliefFactor.com, ReliefFactor.com, and you're looking for the $19.95 quick start package, a 3-week supply. Or you can always go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Speedy, we were talking about it when we went to the break. We have video of a semi-truck that went to semi. One of those. Hey, it's one of those.
Yeah.
Semicircle.
It's a
semi-truck that went on a rampage in a Nevada town.
It's a really small
Adler,
town.
you were talking about this. What was the setup on this? I didn't follow it.
Well, I kind of read about the conclusion of it, but the Speedy actually sent me the link. Where even was this, Speedy?
Oh, it was at Nevada.
Nevada.
A really, really small town. So be thinking that if you can't see this.
Small
and you're
town,
just hearing-
Nevada.
And you're going to hear the reaction from the guy in another semi-truck that is capturing the video.
Yeah, and he's I think it is a semi truck that he's in. Isn't it?
Yeah. He's in another big one.
18 wheels.
Okay, all
and
right.
He's not driving with gloves on either. A lot of you would be happy.
That's a
about
great
that.
observation, by the way.
Yeah.
So we're going to have no audio at the beginning here because he is first seeing this semi just run over an
Oh, look at
Acura
that.
SUV. So that's how the clip starts. The red
he gets
semi
that
truck
one.
here just clobbers this white Acura SUV. This person got hit earlier too, by the way. Do you see this person running out?
Yeah.
They're running out to see what's going on. Now the red semi is going to go behind this building right here. You can see there's the red semi, and it's circling around. And then our friend in the semi truck that is filming is going to see the other semi come around the corner and clobber another truck and clobber him. Now he's going to almost cuss here, but he's not going to cuss. But here comes the truck. What the? Listen to that.
And then he gets hit.
And then he gets hit as well. Yes.
That is insane.
Well, what is going on with that truck? I mean, he's just annihilating. Did we know what happened?
What in the world?
Now, they went up to the truck afterwards because it had parked, right?
It got
and it was locked up. And the
Yes.
guy had closed the curtain so you couldn't see in.
Yes.
And they could tell he was tooling with something. And so the guy, I think, rigged it the other semi to where it couldn't leave. I think I have that right.
Yeah. So the guy in the red semi truck was then trying to get away again.
Right.
And then so the other semi truck driver who took the video, they went and disconnected his air brakes so that he couldn't get away. And then police arrested this trucker on a felony charge of something reckless and
Was he on
kill
drugs
people.
or something? I mean, why was he just running into everything? That can't be good for his rig either, right?
No. I mean, when he comes around this building and just clobbers this truck.
He hit the gate going 98.
He did. And just kept pushing it.
That's a lot of force.
And this poor guy's just pulling out.
What the?
That's crazy.
So there's a lot more to this story we don't have.
Yeah,
details on.
no.
I've heard of road rage, but that's ridiculous.
Yeah, on the
Especially in a
link, the
big
guy
truck
that
like
was
that.
driving kind of details what Adler just talked about as far as how things finished up. But that's crazy. There's so many videos going out of people that are just have total disregard for everybody else on the road that are just hitting people and then thinking they're going to get away. I don't get that. A quick update. Yesterday, the Good Samaritans that Greg made fun of that stopped this rollaway car at an intersection where the driver had leaned over onto the wheel and seemed to be somewhat unconscious, and everybody was trying to get the vehicle to stop. And we were like, what kind of medical condition? It was a seizure that the driver had. I think the driver's okay now, but that's why she was out of it. And do you remember when?
Or she faked one.
And do you remember when?
At that point,
do you remember when the back window finally got broke?
Yeah.
And then they got in there. Do you want to know what they used?
What?
It was a dumbbell that somebody had in their car.
Oh.
It was a light dumbbell that somebody just
I
went
saw
and
the guy
grabbed.
kind of do a backhand stab
and
with it.
maybe like a little 5-pound dumbbell or something, and pop that window to break it.
Well, it worked.
But that's a quick update on that story.
Let's go over to the phone, Speedy. See what we
All
got
right.
cooking here.
Am I allowed to do it? Let's go to Eddie in Eufaula, Alabama.
Hey, Eddie.
Hey.
Hey, Eddie. What's up?
Speedy, I was at the game yesterday. I was sitting in the stands, about third row up, right behind the catcher. And I don't know how you seen it, but you were right. He even though that was a great play, my son played out in left field out there.
Okay. All right. So
your phone cut out just a little bit. Are you talking about the call that Speedy had a slight objection with the umpire on?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, but so you think the umpire missed it too?
Did make it up on. Now the umpire did make it up on a different call, but
Yeah.
he was safe.
Are you talking about the call that he said your first baseman pulled off the bag?
That's it.
Yeah, but later on I thought y'all might have
the one
So,
that,
Speedy, are you saying that was a good call or was it a makeup call?
I think Eddie and I might disagree, but I from left field I thought he did pull.
Sir, did you hear some jackass from left field hollering?
Greg,
could you hear Speedy hollering at the umpire?
Well, my son that was playing out in left field, he said he thought he heard some cuss words from.
Okay, Eddie, you don't have to add to it. I didn't cuss. Y'all stop it. Thanks, Eddie. Appreciate it, man. Y'all had a great team. And let's go to Arnold in California.
Arnold.
California.
Wow, I made it through on the call list. I know if Rick was there, I'd have to wait another 9 months to make my second call. This is more with him. But, Speedy,
yes.
I was really shocked about the reaction of the game. I mean, I know what those umps and coaches were thinking the whole time. Damn it, Wilden, shut up! Look at 2-pack of Lucky Strike. Come on.
Arnold, it would be better if you could hear him
just a little bit.
The phone
but I kind of like him distant,
just
slightly.
a little muffled
just a
there.
little bit.
Yep.
Let's go to Greg in Columbus, Mississippi.
Greg.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, how you doing?
You think that guy in that semi just wasn't practicing the vapor technique that he learned from Rick trying to get out of somewhere?
Well, look, I don't think it's good vapor to keep wrecking cars on your way out. Somebody's gonna have a little problem with that.
Yeah. Part of the vapor is so nobody would recognize that you've left, not that you're drawing attention to yourself. Landon in Alabama. What's up, Landon?
Hey, man, since Rick ain't there today, I hadn't heard much of Gary. Can Bubba and Greg give their best impression of Gary?
Try it, guys.
Well, we don't do it much because Rick has dialed into it so well. It's hard to do it.
Down Lake Mitchell.
Oh, that's not bad. All right, you tried it. Try it, Bubba.
I'm trying to
You
think
still
of
know
a
who
good
I
phrase.
am?
Yeah, go for it.
Let's see.
Good apple
I'm trying
pies.
Rick,
Just say
I
you
just
can't have
haven't. I
nothing.
haven't done it all in a while yet.
Bubba, you won't do it?
Huh? I hadn't been practicing it at all.
Well,
I don't have.
They
the,
just
I don't
call
have
me
the
2
meter on
inch,
it.
but I ain't proud of it.
There you go. Greg's covered it for
Greg,
us.
that is terrible. That is horrible. You're just doing a nasally voice of yourself.
I like a little salad.
Come on,
with it.
Hey, little
salad.
A steak and a little
Speedy,
salad.
I don't even know what that is.
He doesn't have some type of impediment.
Yeah. Sometimes we probably need to let those go.
Bubba, I just wish you would improv and try something.
I did. I tried something. Y'all couldn't hear me because y'all were talking.
What you say?
That's all I say. I'm done. I done did it now.
Done did it.
Done did it.
Let's go to David, Prattville, Alabama.
David, what's up?
What's up, David?
David, come on.
Guys, I hate to say this, but Top Gun is just an undercover chick flick. See, we were all impressed by the soundtrack, Kenny Loggins, Take My Breath Away. But deep down, whenever he starts falling in love with that instructor, it was totally just an undercover chick flick during the 80s. We didn't know it at the time. It's kind of like now with the sequel that took 30 years to make. Hopefully it's not an undercover chick flick this time, but think about it. All the love, all the dying was just an undercover chick flick.
But we had enough jet planes and we had Russians and all that that we got lost in.
We had explosions.
Yeah, we had explosions.
We had volleyball on the beach.
We had fist fights on our own team.
We had leather jackets.
Yeah.
We doubted
motorcycles,
shirtless. We lost our abilities and doubt them.
But do y'all agree this? Because we talked about Tom Cruise movies before, but the opening scene to Top Gun may be one of the best movie openings ever.
It really is.
Yeah, calm down. Yeah. All right, one last one. We're going to Lake Mitchell. Yeah, we have someone wanting to be Gary. Go ahead. Let's see it.
I mean, how you can't even do nothing down here at Lake Mitchell?
That's just that guy's normal voice, I think.
Everybody's trying.
I think it is.
Little Gwen.
Oh, that's good. That's good. 45 minutes after the hour, we'll be back. We'll wrap up this hour. A couple other things to cover, and always your phone calls here as we finish up the week.
Greg,
it is the Rick and Bubba Show.
Greg, try being Greg going to break. What would Greg say?
What would I say? We'll be back.
That's good. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's none of my business, but I'd like to see you clean up your office.
But he can't get to that because he's doing all that charity work he talked about.
I know.
Doing stuff for the Children's Hospital and stuff like that.
So I made a pledge. I said, I tell you what, if you will clean your office, I'll start working out with y'all again. And I've got to say, I went in there today. Now, last week, he had made some major ground on it. I mean, I wasn't expecting it to be now it still wasn't in good shape, but it was better than I thought it was, than I thought it could be. I went in there this morning. I think he has got to a point where I should start working out. I think he has lived up to his part of the deal.
So we're starting today?
So starting today, without Speedy, me and you will go work out together.
Okay, we're
and
good.
hang out.
We'll go right over here next door.
And I know that bothers Speedy because he's been the one that's been on me about working out.
We'll take pictures and send them to him.
Well, let's don't do that at all.
Maybe not.
But I will. I thank you, Adler. You have lived up to your part of the deal. Okay. Yeah. And so I will. And here's the thing. I was pretty confident that he would at some point do this. I went back and rejoined last week.
Oh, so you're ready to go.
So I it's not like that I haven't been thinking through this. No. I've joined up. I did it, and I strategically did it when y'all weren't looking.
Well, I hate it.
So y'all wouldn't know that I actually had gone back over there. Right. But so we'll start that today. Me and you'll work out together.
Good. I hate Speedy's not going to be there.
I do too. I do too.
He had his chance.
Well, I'm just telling you. I will be honest. Monday morning on my way to work, I gave myself a big talking to, like really talk down to myself.
How'd yourself respond?
Well, evidently he's responding in a way that he needs to because I'm committed to going with you guys. Now, here's the thing. I have, and I'll tell you what hit me. It was Monday morning. Now, I have a really steep driveway. It is very, very steep.
You do have a steep
It's very steep. But I shouldn't be acting the way I'm acting, walking back down it once I've taken the trash to the road. I mean, I'm borderline having to call somebody.
I'm not going to say it's steep, but I watched you one day. You were moving stuff up the hill. You had some of them Sherpas that help people go up Mount Everest, and they were hauling stuff to the top.
I should not have to puff on my inhaler when I get to the bottom of the hill after taking my garbage can
I ain't
up.
gonna lie to you. I get scared when I go down it.
You can't. It is one of those driveways
I'm afraid I'm gonna keep going.
that when you take the angle down, you can't see you can't see where you're going for a minute.
Yeah,
it is one of those.
And on the way out, same way. It's like you're launching. You just hope you don't land on somebody.
And you got to get a running start too. If you got semi bad tires,
tell it's gonna be fun though.
Snow. Yes,
that's gonna be fun.
Absolutely. We had a little bit of that last year, but
yeah. You get you a little.
It's
slide,
also dangerous.
Get you a pan to sit on or something.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm serious. I'll just be honest. I cussed myself out Monday morning. The time
so you were like,
well, see, here's the thing: is I have consulted consolidated my life down to just a few things over the last year, which is good.
Your whole life.
Well, I mean, just busyness.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean?
Oh, I got you.
Like with kids are not doing so much. We're not doing so much. And so I have time. There is no excuse for me to look and be as out of shape as I am.
You can run up and down that driveway and work out.
Well, don't think the kids hadn't done that. I've punished the kids before running up and down the driveway.
Oh, Speedy would have his kids. If he had that driveway,
that's a fact.
You know how he makes his kids work out?
No, seriously, I had them do it.
Punishment.
It was.
You put a little green vest on them so they don't get run over when they get up the top.
I
can't see.
They had a line right before they had to go all the way to the top.
Ooh,
it was
even worse.
It was some things going on. There was some disrespectfulness, especially from the boy. But Caroline got caught up in it too, and so I put about 6 things in place that they had to do before they got back phones and iPads and TV in rooms and all this, and they had by a certain day and time of day to get it all done. I mean, I'm serious. There were miles on treadmills. There was up down the hills. There were jump rope, box jumps. All the while, I'm sitting there lazy.
I was thinking to say you didn't join in on any of that.
No, but here's the thing.
You were there for moral support.
I was. Well, I told him, I said, look, I'm not gonna watch you do it. I'm not gonna sit here with a counter. Y'all, you got to be honest enough to go do this.
Dude.
And I was proud of her. Braden got it done. And Caroline did too. But Caroline's didn't have as much as Braden.
I got you. She wasn't as much trouble.
It was the mouth on Braden that got him, but that's fine. He's a boy, and I get that. He's that's just part of it, I guess. I was the same way. I'm sure my mom and dad are saying, yeah.
Good thing you didn't have a driveway like that.
I kind of did. It's not near as steep, but
yeah, I've been to
you know, my dad. There was one point. I'll never forget this. We were, I went to Glencoe. There's a statue back in the day.
Yellow Jacket.
It's probably still there. And I remember one night not having the best night at the free throw line. I think I went like 8 for 10. Like, I think that would be good, don't
That's
you?
Pretty good.
But
I never pass it on.
51 minutes after the hour, it's the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us on this Friday edition to kick off the weekend. Rick will be back Monday. We'll have a full report of graduation at Mississippi State University, and congratulations to Brooks. Big love, Burgess.
Big
graduating.
You think he's thrown his cap yet?
Probably. If he hadn't, he's getting real close.
Yeah.
Getting real close. Some sad news today, too. I don't know if you saw this. A soldier has been killed by a bear at a remote Alaska air base. His staff sergeant, Seth Michael Plant, 30, died at the base in Anchorage on Tuesday of injuries sustained during a mauling, which was consistent with a defensive attack by a female bear protecting her cubs, according to the Alaska Department of Fish and Game.
You know, I wonder if that's the same base that when Tyler went up and played for the Anchorage Pilots in the Summer Collegiate League, and I went up, up for a week. You have host families, right? And
Elmendorf. It's at Elmendorf Richardson.
And some of the players stayed with some families on the base and everything. They had a blast, man. I mean, they were riding 4-wheelers and stuff.
What are you trying to say?
No, I'm just saying. So a lot of folks get out and enjoy that area. So
I want to deal with a mama bear.
That's real sad.
No, he originally was from Florida and had been at the base since July. He was an infantryman. I can't say that now. Infantryman.
What?
You know, thank you. That
infantry.
In
I was about to say,
in the 3rd battalion.
Informant?
In the 3rd battalion. My mouth is give out. It said all the words you can say this week.
Infantryman.
And so anyway, he is with a parachute regiment there, and terrible news on that. That's awful.
Quick update here before we take some phones.
Ooh, I got
we've had the shirt that Rick talked about is hit the store, and they brought by one for us. Check this out. You know how
I love that logo.
The show and T-shirt are both made in the USA with the flag on the back of it. It's really cool.
We were talking about that earlier this week. Kelly dropped one by. Kelly, thank you for doing that.
Yeah, with the logo, classic logo on the front. That's pretty cool right there. But you can wear that proudly. Right
That'll look good out by the lake or the pool.
Yeah, they sure will. I'm sorry, buddy. Go
Anytime that we are struggling with our words, and we'll do that from time to time here. I think we ought to have to go to the rug and do some interpretive dance.
You know what I think would help is a shot collar. In my,
that would work.
That would help too.
Do you remember when we had the coal list? How many times or was it? But what was it? Badinsky list.
Yeah,
I think it was a Badinsky list. Hard for me to say.
I
guess I need to go head to the rug.
Get on up there, buddy.
Yeah, but we'd mark them, and man, hey, by the time we got to the end of the show, well, there's a lot.
Well,
we
had to bring it back.
It's been a challenging week, and we're all glad to see it kind of wrapping up. And we'll be back next week with a new face,
new start,
new face.
New Bubba coming 2022.
Is that true?
I'd heard him.
Are you starting something?
He said, I'm getting serious.
I saw you grabbing that
Monday
Snickers a while ago.
Well, it's because it's not Monday.
He's loading up.
Do you always talk to the machine like that?
Do I always talk to it? What was I saying to it?
Hey, baby.
Hey, you got a Snicker for Daddy?
Come on to me.
Give Daddy a Snicker.
That's right. You just drop right there. I'm going to get you.
I'm swiping my card now.
And Bubba, I'm apologizing up front because we do still have 5 minutes left. I'm surprised that we have gone through the entire show without Mr. Allen being played.
Yeah,
it's
a small miracle.
It really is.
Small miracle.
Not going to do it.
But you guys have done a great job today. We've had a lot of fun. Of course, the show's never the same when anybody's out.
Of course not. We're just trying to make it.
But we've had a good time.
Yeah. Exactly. I'm glad Rick could be there with the family and see Brooks. That
absolutely.
really is that's a big deal, man.
Yeah.
Graduating college is something to be proud of.
He did good.
And it's Hell State. Go ahead.
Watch
more cowbell.
Let's go with we've got. Can I pass up Meemaw Ivy? I love that. Let's go to Jeremy and Prattville.
Hey, I just had a quick question for Bubba. Did Meemaw get mad at you when you hit her tree on the golf course? Oh, God.
Oh, God.
No, listen, the people whose yard we were close to, we were still in play. We were not out of bounds.
Yeah.
They were very nice. They were out there watching and just having a good time. And
she was very excited.
I KO'd that tree, too.
You did. Couldn't hit it any better.
I know.
Should have aimed for the tree.
I know. That was my big mistake. If I aim for it, I'll get right around it. Ain't no problem.
Yeah, she, before the video started, or the audio that we had yesterday, she was actually excited. She was excited and said, "It's not every day Bubba hits right outside my yard."
Yeah.
And she wanted to capture it.
Can I tell you?
And then also she went, "Good God."
She had a great place for watching golf too. She was up on a little hill.
Right.
It's a little dog leg where they come around to the right and then up the hill. And I bet that will be a fun place to watch golf.
She also heard that guy that was naked that time was up there with you. You remember when you ran in the woods naked?
It wasn't me.
I wonder if he's still naked.
Is that how she said?
That's how she
stiffened her neck out like that. Let's go to Bobby in Alabama.
Greg, it's okay.
Bobby, what's up?
You've had a long week too. Yeah, it's okay.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, Bobby.
Great show.
What's up, Bobby?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I cannot.
All right. I enjoy the show. I was going to call and say I had a buddy at the ball game yesterday, and he said that he seen you, but at the end of it, he said he seen you flick your cigarette and tell the umpire to catch me outside.
Okay. Boy, I tell you what.
Speedy, I hope your attitude doesn't, the umpire doesn't come in with a bad attitude towards your son's team.
Well, hopefully not.
Holding a grudge.
Now, clearly I was representing the other team. I just wasn't happy with the call. Let's go
you don't
to
like to see anybody
Speedy, look, I trust you from 325 foot.
Yeah. Well,
they call him Eagle Eye.
Yeah, everybody there agreed with us. He knew he was wrong, and I know as an umpire that's got to feel pretty bad when you know you missed something. Did you see? By the way,
I had an umpire email us, Speedy, and he said that God, where was it here? I want to give you the exact wording of it.
Mm-hmm.
He said this idea the tie goes to the runner is not in the rules.
It wasn't a tie. It wasn't a tie. He beat the throw. It wasn't a tie.
We never said that was the case.
Yeah, you kept saying tie to the runner, but it wasn't a tie.
Okay. So it's a tie?
No, he was already pressing on the bag, coming through it when they called it.
So that's kind of like no blood, no foul. It's just one of those rules. Okay.
Yeah, it was not a tie.
But if it is a tie, it always goes to the runner.
Talking about
not in the rules?
You talking about? Yeah, you talking about?
But what if it's a tie? Who does it go to?
It's probably whatever call on the
there
field.
There is a
tie. Whatever call on the field is going to stand because you can't overturn it. Major League Baseball. Did y'all see? Speaking about umpires, kind of de-escalating the moment. It was a missed call. And the pitcher was extremely upset walking off the mound.
Yeah.
And the home plate umpire looked at him and touched his chest like that's on me.
Yeah.
And you know what the pitcher said? Okay. And he just kept walking.
And even in the press conference brought it up.
Yeah. I mean, that's
he apologized. He said, I apologize.
That's leadership.
The way I acted coming off the mound.
Yeah.
After he,
That's right. You just say, hey, you know what? It's on me. I think we all could say, you know what?
He's missed it.
I busted that one. I'm sorry. And
Is this it?
Is this it here? Hey, man, that's on me. My bad.
Yeah.
There he goes. He
We
says
need
my
more
bad.
of that in life in general.
We really. I was about to say the exact same thing.
Yeah.
I would love to encourage everybody. It's freeing when you can admit that you've made a mistake,
Yes.
and
Yeah.
I try to do that every day because I
If
make
I ever-
mistakes every single day.
If I ever make one, I'm going to admit it.
How bad was the call though on this? And did it cost him the game, or
I don't
with
think
Major
so.
League Baseball, you get the wrong call at the
Yeah.
wrong time, the wrong out,
Right.
lose a game, you might lose $1 million on your contract.
My
Well, it
goodness,
was just-
you play
it was just a-
162.
Yeah. It was just a missed call.
Shouldn't come down to one. Just,
Yeah, if the first base umpire would have just held up his hand like to our coach and said, "Hey, it's on me, my bad." Our coach probably would have gone back to the dugout and said, "All right."
Have a great weekend, everybody.
Greg did that to me
If this
the
is
other
the
day.
last hour for you, we appreciate you being here. We'll see you Monday. Have a great weekend and get out and enjoy life with the ones you love.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Live on YouTube.
We're here live at 5 with a kickoff hour, bright and early, Monday through Friday.
Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell for notifications on our YouTube channel.
And catch a commercial-free Best of Hour on Blaze TV every day.
Rick and Bubba, it's must-see TV.
Or radio.
Well, yeah.
Rick and Bubba.